We're ready to begin our election night coverage with Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020. It's about to go down.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in everywhere. Welcome to Black America Votes 2020. I'm Angela Rye.
And I'm Andrew Gillum.
And we can't be happier to be here with you all today. Welcome to everyone who's watching in the United States and throughout the diaspora. This coverage is for us, by us. It is about centering Black voices, Black issues, and the Black agenda. This coverage is about building Black political power for 4 years. I've carried more anxiety and fear than I ever have in my life. I'm ready for a shift, Andrew.
Yeah.
I'm ready for a new, hopeful possibility. And as we sit here, socially distanced, in a pandemic, within a pandemic, inside of yet another pandemic, COVID, racism, and economic injustice, I know clearly that fascism has no place in our democracy. A democracy in which we have not always been recognized, and one where, still to this day, we fight to be fully seen, fully heard, and fully engaged. I understand the frustration of the many who say this is not for us. And that's true, but so much of this country is by us. For FUBU, for is by us, to be fully realized, we cannot sit on the sidelines. We should not complain from the bleachers. We must not holler from the outside. We must deepen into this fight to realize our true liberation and freedom. We owe it to the ancestors, and future generations deserve it. While the fight doesn't end tonight, we know we can't move forward without facing raw truth and a real discussion about a path forward for our people. Even in election coverage, you don't always see people who look like you, hear from people who think like you, or realize that, yes, even in politics, Black excellence exists. We are bringing nothing but the truth with some of the most brilliant voices of our time all night. We'll be debunking monolithic myths and discussing the significance of this next path for us. On this election night, not just the presidential election with Kamala Harris is history making. We also have several other people running for office, history makers up and down the ballot. There are ballot initiatives that can vastly shift our realities all over the country. But first, vote. And now coverage, Andrew.
No, Angela, you could not have said that any better. It feels so good to be here with my good friend Angela. We usually have to talk on the phone because of COVID. We can't be in the same space.
Imagine that.
But I got to tell you, I could not agree more with the need, the importance of us having this kind of dialogue on this day, this day of such significant electoral importance. But Angela, I want to just co-sign a few things. One, this isn't just Black for Black's sake.
That's right.
This conversation is about the fact that when we ignore the role of race in any, and in fact, too often every aspect of our political society, then the statistics that we see with young kids dying of COVID at record alarming rates, the statistics that we see of seniors, middle-aged, working class people, overwhelmingly those who are perishing to this terrible, terrible virus, people of color, Black and brown. When you think about the kind of health disparities, educational disparities, economic disparities, social, emotional wealth disparities that exist in this country, too often, Black people and brown people, but majority Black people sit at the intersection of the most harmful impacts of that. So the fact that we're going to go through election night, and yes, we are going to talk about the candidates. Yes, we're going to talk about who wins, who loses. Yes, we're going to talk about the candidate that has inspired us the most throughout this thing. But yes, too, are we going to talk about what you do the day after Election Day? We're going to talk about what it means to be a full participating member of society, and you don't need wealth, and you don't need privilege, and you don't need title in order to be part of the governing process. And so tonight, I can tell you, you are in for a treat. We're going to bring some of the most dynamic and intellectual voices that we can assemble to this stage. Finally, Angela, I just want to say, we're not here to compete with any of the national news networks. We're not here to compete with any of the, we ain't got no John King board to be switching around up here. But I can tell you what we are here to do. We're here to recognize that increasingly younger people, working class people, Black and brown people, 65 and younger folks are increasingly getting their news, their information from social media. And so where did we decide to take this conversation? And in partnership with BET, We're going to take 7 hours of uninterrupted, intellectual, stimulating, and dare I say, Angela, fun conversation directly to where you are, where you sit, where you are scrolling, what video you happen to be watching. So I would ask you just to bear with us through this process. We don't just want to talk about who wins and loses. We want to talk about the people who lose when we lose these elections, and the people who win when we win these elections. And they win and they live and they survive and they eventually thrive when public policy puts them at the intersection of everything that is going on. And that's what I'm looking forward to tonight.
And you won't just hear from us. We actually have some amazing guests waiting, starting with our dear sister, Joy Ann Reid.
Where's she at?
Who is hosting big time things on MSNBC. We are delighted to bring Joy in now to talk with us. Joy, you are a Florida girl.
Yeah.
You spent some time there.
Looking good, Joy.
Right? She's ready. Joy, you better work this burgundy, honey.
Well, listen, I said
we can't hear Joy.
You were gonna go.
We can't hear Joy.
Joy, you ain't on mute, are you?
I'm here.
There you go. All right, one more time. What'd you say?
I didn't count to 10. Yeah, no, I was gonna say I knew that Angela, you were gonna do some kind of Wakanda.
Oh, a Wakanda theme. Well, she got the leather on.
Yes.
My crown's invisible.
I knew you were gonna do something Wakanda, so I had to come with it. So, hey,
I hear that.
How y'all doing, friends?
We're good.
Hello.
We're good, Joy. We're so excited to see your coverage later, too.
Thank you. Thank you.
So,
well,
Joy,
I'm excited
I want
to be here. And yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I was excited to be here. That's it.
We are so happy to have you. I think the first question that I want to just get into, there's already talking about Florida returns and what is expected. Given the amount of time you spend in Florida working, knowing the ground game, knowing the press, Joy, what do you think is going to happen in Florida, and how are you feeling about it?
Tread easy, Joy.
Well, well, let me tell you, the last time I can still recall being in the rain. They had to move us. Andrew, you'll remember this, while we were waiting for your gubernatorial race, and the tent over us almost fell.
Yeah.
So last time I was in Florida covering a race, I almost had a canvas drop on my head. So Florida, it stays exciting, as everyone knows. Right now, what we're seeing is it's very tight.
Yeah.
Republicans have a slight advantage in terms of the number of voters they turned out. Mm-hmm. Democrats are a little bit behind that in terms of the number of people who turned out. Non-affiliated voters are going to make the difference. So what we saw is that Democrats did a great job of getting their early vote out, but so did Republicans, who caught up toward the end of early vote. Democrats have eaten into, it looks like, Republicans' usual.
Joy, I think we just lost your sound, but I know, Andrew, one of the other things that we really want to do in this hour that we didn't talk about is this is the last stretch for people to be able to finally vote. It is. So if we get Joy back, I'd love for her to make
I want to pick up on a point that Joy was making. So going into throughout the absentee voting process, which starts, 45 days or so out from the election, into in-person early voting, and then obviously what we experience with Election Day voting. Yeah. Democrats came into the start of in-person early voting with almost 400,000 plus more Democrats having voted than Republicans. Mm-hmm. Well, let me tell you, Angela, and this is, I think, where Joy was heading. By the time the in-person early voting concluded, that 400,000+ lead advantage that Democrats had shrank to fewer than, I think, around 118,000. Why is that important? Well, we know in 2016 we lost the state of Florida by over 170,000 votes. And my race for governor in 2018, I lost my race by a little under 40,000 votes. So we are an insanely close state. But this concerns me about Florida because it shows that not only do Democrats have great enthusiasm for turning out in this election, but Republicans also are matching that enthusiasm.
They do, and I think that's really, really important. I know that we also have Ayanna Pressley with us, and so Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley representing the Boston area, Massachusetts. Do we have Ayanna? No, we don't. So we're just going to keep talking. But here's the thing. Here's the thing from what you brought up. The reason why it's so important for us to talk about these numbers, Andrew, is because so often in our community, people are led to believe that their votes don't matter.
Yeah.
And they start to internalize that and carry that heaviness. We cannot afford to be displaced. We cannot afford to be suppressed. We have to engage. So that is, I think, really, really where we are.
Well, Angela, the truth is that people aren't just concluding that their votes don't matter and that they don't count. What they are concluding is that they vote and then nothing changes in their neighborhood.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
they vote again. And they believe the promises that are being made to them, the dreams that are being sold to them. They believe they may have an opportunity to get that job that they want, maybe one day be able to afford that car, maybe be able to get a car, an apartment or a standalone house that they can afford. And increasingly, what do we see happening? Wages standing still or declining, and the cost of food, goods, and services continuing to go up. And so I know from my own experience, having grown up in a household with two working parents. My mother was a school bus driver. When she couldn't do that anymore, she became a presser in the dry cleaners, sweating everything off. My dad was a bricklayer, construction worker, and I watched them suffer to put food on the table, keep clothes on our back, put a roof over our head, to take a vacation. Are you kidding me? That thought was an unknown. And so these aren't just people. We oftentimes want to draw a picture that because they don't have, they don't want. That's not what we're seeing. You're seeing people getting up every single day, doing everything that they can, working full-time jobs and then some, and still not being able to earn enough to make a way for themselves and for their families, and maybe not even be able to fill up the gas tank at the end of the week.
Yeah.
That's at the crux of what we're dealing with. And that crisis exists both for white Americans, Black Americans, Latino Americans, Native Americans, everything in between. But we, and I'm saying we as a Democrat, because I don't mind leaning into the fact that I'm a true blue Democrat, but I will challenge our party tonight as we look forward, because tonight is just an election with election results. But going forward, we've got to get really serious and intentional about stop selling people dreams about our democracy. And we got to start talking to people real, because they're not stupid. They may not be able to talk hook, line, and sinker like we might about policies, but they know exactly what is going on in their household and their families, and they know exactly what they want for themselves and still can't get access to.
That's exactly right. What I'm hoping is that somebody in the control room will tell me if we have Ayanna Pressley, Congresswoman Pressley. Do we have her? Okay, got it. Okay, and we lost Joy. So I think the important thing that we kind of step into tonight knowing is that just as uncertain our patching in of guests has been.
Yeah. It's still, look, y'all.
Uncertain.
No. Angela,
I
can't let you get away with that. I want to say this right now.
Okay.
We typically do this from my living room, her home office, and other places, and we try to produce a nice little, show where our content will matter more than what the look of the place is.
Yeah.
Well, we're here tonight thanks to the hard work, energy, and effort of Angela Rye. I want to give a shout out to my brother Bakari Sellers, who, although not here with us tonight, was a brother with us in the planning here. The work that we did, our teams did, and we thought it was important to do that so that we can bring you the highest quality content and conversation that was possible.
I'm just still trying to direct Andrew to look at the right camera.
Well, hey, listen.
Okay.
Find me.
But here's the thing that I also think is important. This conversation isn't even about where we're having, but a dialogue between us and conversations that we're having with the panelists. It's also about the folks at home. You all are watching this coverage. You regularly, engage with us online. We want you to engage with us tonight using hashtag #BlackAmericaVotes2020. We're going to be taking your questions. We're going to be listening for your comments. It's super important, not listening for, reading your comments and then respond to them.
But on the point of the questions, there is no question that is stupid. Right?
That's right.
There's not a question you can ask that is illiterate. The only bad question is the one that is not asked, okay? So all I can say, Angela, is if you got questions, put them in the comment feed. One of the things that we have suffered from in public education in this country is the systematic dismantling of civics. We need another Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, updated around how a process works. Angela, I got to tell you, when I was mayor of the city of Tallahassee, I probably spent more time on constituent concerns trying to help them track down their Social Security check, trying to make sure that our veterans got their benefits, trying to talk to folks about how they get their SNAP and their WIC. And guess what? The cities and most states around the country, that is not the work that they do. But people have proximity to people and not always power. And so they use the relationships that they know to try to get them access to the information that they need. And so all that to say, ask your questions. We're here to help answer them. We will have really great panels throughout the night.
We really will.
And these panels are not just here to talk about the outcome of the election. What they're trying to do is to get us to think about tomorrow and the day after and the day after, because that is what true democratic societies require if we're going to make real change.
I think one thing that we did leave off at the top is how important this election is and historic down the ballot. There are ballot initiatives, Andrew, there are Senate races.
Yes.
There are state houses, state legislatures that are up for grabs.
That's right.
I know we're going to get into all of that. I know that at this point, we have Ayanna almost back with us, but we also have a tremendous legal panel joining us soon, talking about all that's at stake, even with the voter suppression stuff. Today in Florida, of course, we're learning that, I know.
It's always Florida, man.
It's always Florida, which is how I know that my brother won this election, but carrying on. What I think is so crazy is they're saying that there were up to 300,000 ballots that now USPS has to go and search and find because they can't track them down. It's not that they were brought into a precinct. They were lost at the post office.
Now, how much do you trust their ability to do that when they can't connect 500 kids with their parents?
I don't trust them.
I know you don't, but this is just the scale of the crisis and democracy that we're experiencing here. And I have to tell you,
1,000%.
I don't know how much of it is deliberate versus how much of it just happens to be an accident. But either way, I'll say this much. The other side is not working so hard to take away your vote and your access to democracy simply because they don't fear you.
Yeah.
They're doing it because they're afraid of what you might do when you get power and access in your hand.
Yes.
And that's why we have to keep showing up.
So speaking of showing up,
yes,
there have been a number of people also in the field seeing a number of things, addressing voter suppression, helping people on the ground, making sure they feel empowered to vote. But Andrew, there's also a lot of chatter on the ground. People not feeling super enthusiastic.
Yeah.
I think it's important too for us at some point tonight. I think we are near having to get into our panel. But at some point tonight, we should talk about how, whether you're a reluctant voter or an enthusiastic voter, the most important thing is that you voted in your interest. You be a voter. And I'm telling you, I wish, and I've participated in every single election ever since I became of age to participate and vote. And I probably can count on one hand how many of those candidates I've gone in and casted a vote for that I've been truly excited to go in and see in office. But I will say this, folks, elections are choices. Yeah, they are. They're choices. And somebody is gonna win the race. So when you think you're gonna abstain from the process, I'm just gonna stay out, I don't really like such and such, but then this person may be mad on this issue. Yeah. You do realize that for the people who do vote, they will make the decision. It's not like they're gonna throw the election out and nobody's going to take office. And so elections have consequences. Votes matter. And somebody will win that race. If you get the opportunity to be excited about whoever that candidate is, God bless you. There are candidates in this cycle that I am excited about. But I want people, Angela, to get more excited about the public policy changes that they want to see. So yes, candidate X, Y, and Z, I love you, I like you, I think you're a nice person. But when you get there, expect to see me visiting your door, because what you told me you were going to do was to expand access to affordable housing and good education and access to affordable health care that doesn't put me and my children's children in the poorhouse because we can't afford it, right? Those are the kinds of, I think that's the kind of civics education that we have to do, Angela,
to help people recognize that our elections are a part of the process. It is not, in and of itself, the solution. You can't just send Barack Obama to the White House to make history and become the first African-American president of the United States. And I don't mean to knock on Barack Obama, because he was an incredible president, and he faced insurmountable odds in so many ways by the obstructionist Republicans that he was forced to try to work with. But he's one person.
Yeah.
He's the president of the United States, but he's one person, and we have 3 branches of government, and within those 3 branches, we got 2 houses, a Congress and a Senate.
Right.
And even though Nancy Pelosi is the fiercest fighting member of Congress any of us want to know, she still can't unilaterally get it done. You got to have a companion in the United States Senate, or a majority in the United States Senate, to move these really important agendas.
So I want to take a moment really quick here, because I think the civics portion of this is super important, but I do want to give our audience an update. We're all live.
Yeah.
We've had a few challenges with our Instagram system logging on, and as a result, it has caused the entire system to reboot. So we had Ayanna, we had a panel waiting. Hopefully we'll be able to get to them before the bottom of the hour, because our program is jam-packed. We worked hard for you all weekend, right? Andrew,
we worked hard all weekend, and I'll just say it's above me now.
It's above me now.
What we are committed to doing, our very best,
Yes.
is making sure that we get you the results as we learn them,
Yeah.
that we bring you the voices that we think are important to hear. And I'm particularly proud to participate in this kind of a broadcast when it gets broadcasted, because we're not just talking about the dog and the horse and the pony race. We're talking about people's real lives. And my hope is that we will start to create a sea change of what these kinds of evenings become, elections, that we create the kind of environment where people aren't just going out there and championing a single individual, but are going out there championing the issues that are going to help save and expand their livelihoods.
Yeah.
And so we're going to do the best we can, but I'm going to tell you right now, we are not perfect. This will not be a perfect evening, but we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that we bring you our
I think it's perfect already, because the reason for that is, and seriously, Andrew, I think no matter what, there's a wealth of experience at this table. You started running for office at 21?
Okay.
21?
I mean,
right?
we can go there.
No, I mean in a really good way. Like you're not. Your campaign theme song for governor was "Walk It Like I Talk It."
Yes.
And
Amigos, please do not send a bill after the fact. I hope we have passed the statute of limitations on us walking it like we talk it.
Anyway, the point is that, and I think you're all good because Quavo came to your campaign
Quavo
rally.
did, thanks to you.
So it's no credits needed. It was all hands on deck. And actually, I think that was Will Packer. Shout out Will Packer.
Thank you, Will Packer.
But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because you're not someone who is preaching off, from some high horse, from on high, telling people this is what you must do, normal citizen, everyday person. You're speaking about this from a place of experience. You have protested.
For sure.
You have rallied. You have GOTV'd. You have made calls. You have text banked. You have, hardest working man in politics I know, I think.
Angela,
I really do believe that.
So I'll just, and I'm not being gratuitous here, Angela, likewise, one of the hardest working people I know, who every day seems to wake up with how we're going to make this society better for everybody. But I want to talk specifically about how we make this society better for Black people.
If we make it for Black people, we make it better for everybody.
I believe that.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be beneath our conversation to try to talk some other people into why it is. No, I think, seriously, other Black folks who think that the moment you say something Black, or we need to do something that is going to address the African American agenda or the Black agenda in this country, that in some way you are being hateful or divisive to anyone who is not. What I tried to do in our opening comments, but I wanted to rush through it so that we could get to our beautiful friend and talented friend Joy Reid, was that Joy is got her Florida experience as well, and love her. But the truth is when we treat everybody as if we're all the same, meaning the public policy solutions that we're going to do are going to be the exact same for every single person. What that does, and I'll use this analogy, you've got kids who are lined up at the beginning of the starting line on a track field. And you got one kid who's got a broken leg and is on crutches. You got another one who has no legs at all. You have another one whose arms and legs have both been, both have been impacted. And then you say, we are equal because everybody is starting on this line right here. We're going to blow the whistle, and whoever makes it back first gets dibs on housing, land, businesses, business loans, so on and so forth. That's an oversimplistic way, but those folks with no hands and no legs, or no hands and no legs, metaphorically, they are the people who didn't get access to public schools that had books that were updated.
Yeah.
Metaphorically, they are people who wanted to live in neighborhoods that they could not even get access to because of the color of their skin. Metaphorically, they're the people who got sick just like your kids got sick. The difference was that because they didn't work for an employer who provided full-time hours so that they could get access to health care coverage, their kids didn't make it to the doctor. And so that one little illness then grew into something major that then cut their ability to be fully productive and contributing members of society. So the track thing may have been a limitation, but what I wanted to make metaphoric here was that there are real limits that we deal with every single day, that different communities deal with every single day, not because of anything they have done, but because of what they were born into.
Yeah.
The opposite of that, the Trump children.
Yes.
Not because of what you've done, but what you've been born into.
So they're still working out some of the technical difficulties on our stream. So thank you all for being patient with us. Andrew, you know, the other thing that I think is really important is just like a gut check. There's normally not a conversation that we have that doesn't start with, how are you, friend? Or I say, how are you, brother?
Yeah.
And I think that's important for us to also center our feelings about today. You know, for folks who are at home watching, who just may want to connect on that piece.
Yeah.
Like, how do you feel?
And they're anxious.
Yeah.
And they're nervous, and their kids are concerned. I don't know if you remember some of these anecdotes from 2016. I remember being in New York at the Javits Center and that whole mood, right? Wow. But I also remember talking to my wife's good friend Opal, who said her son and her daughter woke up crying when they learned who the next president was going to be and did not want to go to school. They were ashamed to go to school, right? So we know that there's a lot that is being built up in this evening. I don't want to simplify that. Yeah. What is probably big, Angela, that is a part of this election, and it's worthwhile to give voice to, is that this election is taking place in the backdrop of COVID-19, where over 200,000 and another 200,000 Americans are expected to perish from this disease. So when people want to minimize elections and what this is about and the consequences of elections, I just simply would want to remind you that there is a mother who isn't here who could have been here otherwise had they been properly warned and properly supplied with the PPE that they needed, so not to put themselves and their family at risk. There are children, and I mean this because if you listen to the Oval, kids can't die from this. But I believe it was the Wall Street Journal, if I'm not mistaken, and if I am, we'll correct it later, who produced a report that showed one of minors who have died, something like 8 out of 10 of them were either Black or Latino. When you look at our seniors, who the president seems to just want to throw to the side, right? He just wants to toss them to the side and basically say, hey, let the strongest survive. These are the kinds of consequences that are real. And if you don't, maybe you haven't been touched by COVID directly. What about your neighbor, auntie, uncle, cousin, who hasn't been back to work since March of this year, who hadn't been able to earn a livable wage that they can pay their bills, and Congress won't act on a COVID relief bill?
Well, the Senate won't act
on
the
Senate
COVID relief bill.
Either way, that's how the government works.
Here's the thing that I think is important. Yes, there are all those people at home who can speak for themselves, hopefully using hashtag Black America Votes 2020. I think that the most important thing is not just centering our emotions, but yes, remembering how it felt in 2016.
Yeah.
Terribly rough moment. I think I've been carrying that anxiety since the beginning of or election night.
Yeah.
2016.
Of course.
For 4 years. And so creating space for ourselves to feel those feelings, but to also make sure that we're working through them. So one of the things that I think we should do really quickly, y'all, we still have some technical difficulties. We're gonna work through those. We have a package. We're gonna roll a package, and thank you all so much for tuning in. Stick with us. Black America Votes 2020. It's gonna get better.
It's gonna be great, friend.
My baby brother was charged for a murder he did not commit. He, a young man born in a city that reeks of death, spent 2 years behind bars thinking of death only. If Khalif Browder was not a black boy, a backpack wouldn't have been grounds for imprisonment. I'm thinking Sabrina Butler survived 7 years on death row by dreaming about her living child after being accused of murdering the one she could not revive. The definition of revival is an improvement in the condition or strength of something. Maybe in America, this is a myth. Maybe mostly for the black, the marginalized, those who could be added to the numbers as if we do not count the seconds that Maple sat themselves inside a single person-sized cell. Nothing about this is sweet, just slow, just debilitating to the mind and muscle, and this is how you commit a crime. Actually, the American justice system kills a spirit, funds a police force, kills a body, kills a camera, films the dead. Nothing about this is TV. The so-called criminal here on this land is oftentimes innocent, oftentimes a biased or false conviction away from home, from programming, from resources, from home. The actual criminal here on this land is the one who always gets to go home after the cover-up, after the coercion, after the cup of coffee, after the gavel, after the promotion. This is how you commit a crime. Actually, take away the empathy, take away the sunlight, take away the touch, and ask them, what do they see? Nothing. According to Damien Echols, who said, quote, "I miss the stars. You know, I haven't seen the stars in years and years and years," end quote. And we could ask Troy Davis, but the missing is a person forced to cave in on their self over and over during and long after the sentencing. I am not saying I do not believe in accountability. I am saying I believe in it just. I'm saying I believe in it lowercase, something that at least tries to see the human, bring the human back, something that recognizes how come is a question mark, not a period. Admit there is no justice here, period. Admit it is more about power and paper than a penalty, period. Count the statistics, grab it, a hold of reality, the facts inside of your fist until they fester. In other words, get a good grip and let this system go.
We're here today in Detroit, Michigan, as a part of the Black Voters Matter bus tour. And tonight we're going to hear from some voices all throughout this community who love where they live, but they also care about this country as a whole. And they want to hear and put forth ideas that are going to make this a place where they can live, survive, and thrive.
We're going to be talking about, from our perspective, what are the issues that we're concerned about, what do we prioritize, and what do we want to see in our presidential candidates.
Just a few miles down the road, we got all these candidates that are going to be debating, again, talking about some of these policies And we're going to be listening. We're going to be listening closely to see if they're talking about our issues. And guess what? We're going to be polling our audience so that we can hear from them what is it that folks were talking about or not talking about that you wanted to hear.
We talk about minimum wage, about like the increase of the amount of money that a person gets. But what minimum wage actually does, it gives folks time. Give folks time to like do regular things that regular people do. Like my mother, for example. My mom worked 2-3 jobs. I played football in school. I did probably like 3 or 4 extracurricular activities, but she never can come because she had to work to actually provide for us. And even those small things add a value to someone's life that you can't measure.
The issue that is present on my heart right now is the candidates addressing climate change. That reason being is because I am in a community that has a high rate of pollution, and the pollution is having a serious impact on our lives.
My daughter, Darshell Cheney, was sentenced to 2 years in prison by Judge Miriam Bazzi, who did not really hear the case. That speaks of unjust and unfairness in our criminal justice system.
At this present time, I do not have a candidate in mind because I'm looking for a candidate that is actually full of integrity, honesty, and truth, and is going to fight for everyone because we all need justice, we all need peace, and we all need safety in our lives.
This state has power and this city has power, am I right? This state has the power to decide the presidential election.
We are asking for environmental equity, of course, because we know we are deep-rooted in environmental racism, and that means that corporate greed is above community need.
Elections are just inflection points. They're not the beginning and they're not the end. They're just a point of inflection. Now what happens in between that space depends on what it is that you and I do.
I think tonight was amazing. This is exactly what Detroit needed, to hear from Detroiters, to hear from Metro Detroiters around the issue.
The youth of this country are the next wave of freedom fighters. They're the next wave of organizing, the next wave of politicians. And as long as we show them the way, no matter what happens in this election, we'll have a country that cares about its constituents, cares about black people, cares about brown people, cares about queer people, cares about trans folks. And the list goes on. And we need a leader like that, and we need a country that respects and protects everyone. And until that day comes, I'm gonna continue fighting.
Our goal is to make sure that Georgia becomes the kind of state that we envision it to be. It's not just about voting, but a message of hope, and to say we're in solidarity with you, we're here, we believe in you. Let's roll out. Thank you. Black voters matter. Bye, y'all. Spread the word. We ain't going nowhere.
It's a sense of urgency. It's a sense of awakening. Every vote, every election, and we are the change that we want to see in the world.
My hope is just that people feel empowered and have a voice, and you should be able to vote for your elected official versus the other way around.
You're gonna vote, we need you to get 5 other people to vote as well.
I was born here. As a matter of fact, this Sunday I'll be 88 years old. So I've been voting ever since the early 50s. This is our fight. This is our fight. And at 88 years old, I can't fight like I used to, but I love a good fight.
Black voters matter!
And we'll fight to the end so that we can vote as a community in every precinct.
Our legacy shall not die. We will continue because black voters matter. Right?
She was in the first march here in Albany, marched with Dr. King. You went to jail?
Yes, we had nerve enough to go and start a march.
This is definitely a part of Dad's legacy. You used to say a voteless people is a powerless people. And one of the most important steps that we can take is that short step to the ballot box.
I always looked at voting like, basically our vote didn't matter. I don't know why I looked at it like that, but it does matter. And I had to suck that up and start realizing that we have to go out and help out and spread the word and help others so that we can get more officials that we need into office.
We all
make a change together, then we'll see that change that no one says they can see. If we do our part, everyone will see a change altogether.
We want folks to know that utilizing this vote is something for us to celebrate, it's something for us to enjoy, and it's something for us to really reflect on, even moving forward, about like what happens after November 6th. Because it's hard to win elections, but it's even harder to do the hard work that comes after Election Day.
Demographics are not destiny, right? We still have to organize. We still have to build institutions. We still have to build independent political power in order to bring about the Georgia that we want to see, in order to bring about the Georgia that we can be proud of. So none of this is magic. That it's I guess it's a little bit of like prayer and hard work and
say the hard work again. Y'all, that's some hard work.
Prayer and hard work, absolutely, and a little bit of science fiction, right? Because we're creating a world that does not exist.
We have to continue organizing and building power and dealing with issues like housing, economic development, police violence, healthcare. Organizing around those issues is just as important. It's got to be 365 days out of the year.
Well, we're going to change this state. Absolutely. And so we're going to do all that we need to do to make sure that everybody has free and fair access to the ballot, that our people feel that sense of love and feel that sense of power, and we really transform this state to be the state that all are welcome.
Well, I tell you, as much joy as it brings me to see those smiling faces. I mean, Black joy has been in full effect all throughout the course of early voting, as folks have gone to make sure that their registration is update. People doing line dances, fraternities and sororities are showing up, strolling at the polling places.
Absolutely.
It does warm my heart. But I gotta tell you, there is something fundamentally wrong when somebody has to plan to take their lunchbox, not just their breakfast and their coffee, but their lunch, a snack, a chair, a radio, a television, or whatever it is, to hold you over for 14, 16 hours of voting. Y'all, again, I'm loving the joy because this is what we gotta do. Whatever it takes in order for us to have our votes counted and our voices heard, I know we're going to do it. But for the next election and the elections after that, we ought to be striving for the kind of electoral system that creates real access. Because let me tell you how it doesn't create access is if I'm waiting 14 hours to go and vote, but I'm a person who is a wage worker and got to be at work by a certain time, but I'm missing it by 4 or 5 hours, that is not equal access under the law.
Right.
That's economic access.
And the thing that we're seeing so often now, Andrew, is a reversion back to what was. A reversion of what John Lewis worked so hard to overcome with so many others in the 60s leading up to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which of course was gutted in Shelby versus Holder, but in 2013. But the other thing is, all of these things really started picking up, I don't know, sometime around 2010. When state legislatures decided that they should force us to have voter IDs, that they should cut back on early voting days, that they should make it more difficult for us to vote absentee. Right. Those are all forms of voter suppression. This time, Andrew, in 2020, we got to see what happened in 2013 for real. And part of that was an unprecedented attempt to shut down our opportunities. And so it's so interesting. We started talking about folks who say that, you know, their votes don't matter. And somebody said, I don't know who it was earlier on this year, if your votes don't matter, why do they try so hard to keep you from the polls? That's the million-dollar question.
The question is asked and answered based off of the lens that they go to keep us from having access to our own democracy. You said something else. And I'm going to tie it back to voting. You said it's coincidental that around 2003, we started to see legislatures all around the country adopting these anti-democratic practices. Well, guess what, y'all? After Barack Obama was elected, more than 900 state legislators who were previously Democrats lost their elections, replaced over that period of time by 900 Republicans and state legislatures all around the country. And what did these folks do? They went straight for power. Let's analogize that to the power that this president and the current Republicans in Washington have co-signed on, their co-creators in. These folks are no more in love with Donald Trump than we are. What they do is that they recognize what power is.
That's right.
And so they are in a marriage of convenience because they have a president who will appoint ideological judges to the federal bench. And therefore,
with no experience.
With no experience. Experience.
That's exactly right. I know that what is super important tonight, Andrew, is our ability to count. And I went to law school because I can't count that well, but I know that we do have Terrence Woodbury, who's just about to join us from Hit Strategies. He is a Democratic pollster. He has spent a number of days in the field talking to people, conducted a number of focus groups, focusing on people who look like us. Has some interesting stories to share about Black men and their interest or lack of interest at the top of the ticket, and what that means for races down ballot. So I'm looking forward to having this conversation with Terrence.
I may have to let you and Terrence have that. I'm terrified of the conversation that may happen. No, let me tell you.
He'll also be able to tell us if there's a pathway tonight.
Okay, so this is. Hey, Terrence.
You can't check out now.
Hey, Terrence, start with the pathway, man. I've heard enough anecdotes about how folks are feeling, the enthusiasm, the we don't trust this, the police this. We have heard so much of it. And in all seriousness, I am looking forward to hearing this panel because I think it's going to be important to understand that Black voters are not a monolith.
At all.
Even if we all at the end of the day decide that we're going to vote for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to be president and vice president of the United States, we still have a variety of reasons that are driving us there.
That's right.
And the truth is, if we had to be honest, and I know we're going to be going to Terrence soon, if we had to be honest, over the history of voting for Black people in this country, I don't know of a time where we have really been able to consider a candidate or an issue on its merits without also considering whether or not the majority of white people will allow it to happen.
Well, here's what we got. We got the data, so we have to now push our seats back from the table.
COVID.
And we will welcome our good brother Terrence Woodbury. Come on down, like the Price is Right.
Hey, my family. It is my family. Hey, family.
Good to see you.
What's up, guys? Happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day.
Are you feeling happy? Because that'll be a good place to start. How are you feeling?
You know, I feel pretty good about what we're seeing here.
Okay.
Let's hear
I feel
it.
good.
Yes.
I feel like we're in a good place, guys.
Including focus groups, right?
That's right. Listen, we spend about 4 hours a night, every single night in focus group with Black voters. I mean, and what we are really seeing is a Black clapback. I mean, Black voters have been waiting for 4 years to express their discontent, to express their dissatisfaction. You know, almost 90% of Black voters have disapproved of Donald Trump since he was elected.
Wow.
90%. That's damn near universal.
I just need you to assemble the other 10 in one room, and we can put a program together.
Listen, I've been working on the 10, and we're gonna keep working on them.
Tell us from your vantage point tonight, what's the pathway to victory at the top of the ticket? And I would love to hear anything you heard about folks voting down ballot, if they care more about those races. What does this election mean to Black people as Democrats? Like, I want to hear all the things.
I feel pretty good about victory here. You know, Joe Biden has assembled a very, very diverse coalition, and the Biden-Harris coalition is very different from the Obama coalition.
Yeah.
The Biden-Harris coalition involves him winning a majority of white women, a majority of white seniors.
Wow.
These are groups that Democrats typically do not win a majority of.
That's right.
And that really does put Joe Biden in a very different position. But more importantly, the Black clapback is putting Joe Biden in a very different position. You know,
Talk about, what is that? The Black clapback is what?
It's what I've been joking about. Donald Trump probably should have disenfranchised Black voters privately the way Republicans normally do. because when he got on that podium every single day and started talking about which votes wasn't going to be counted and what the court should do and who should stand back and who should stand by, well, black folks stood up.
Well, in full transparency, they've been disenfranchising us in public, too. Florida being one case example where we had voters overwhelmingly vote to reinstill felon reenfranchisement rights. And, of course, the legislature and governor did what it did to weaken that law.
That's exactly right. You know, and so this is not new to black voters, right? Black voters in Florida, black voters in Georgia. You know, in Georgia and Florida, we hear voter suppression as a top 5 issue. Voter suppression is not a top 5 issue of most black voters. But in Georgia and in Florida, they have a unique relationship with disenfranchisement.
Yeah, we're used to our votes getting thrown away, not counted, discounted, something in it didn't work right. And then you see elections like Stacey Abrams, or what we saw in my state in Florida, where we were 0.4% away from victory, and people don't trust the outcome. And by the way, I don't celebrate any of that one way or another, because it is detrimental to the system of democratic participation.
That's right.
We need people to believe that if you cast your vote, the vote counts.
That's exactly right. And you know who's really leading the black clapback here? It's black seniors. It is black voters.
Grandma and them?
Black voters over age 65.
They said I could show you better than I could tell you.
No, listen, when he told them they could die from COVID and wasn't going to do nothing about it, come on, man. You got to get out of here.
He said it is what it is.
That's right. We have not heard one mention from this president about how black people are being affected by COVID-19.
So the numbers.
And so what we've seen from black seniors, in 5 states, more black seniors have already voted before Election Day in early vote than they did in all of 2016. And it's the states that matter.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
He's telling us.
Yeah,
Florida?
in Florida, North Carolina, Texas, Nevada, black voters over the age of 65 have already exceeded their 2016 turnout.
Impressive.
And this is why that's important, you know, because black seniors are my favorite voters in the electorate.
Why?
They're going to vote,
They
and
will.
we know who they're going to vote for.
Yeah, they also cook real good, too.
On the other side of that black seniors portion, though, where are you seeing gaps? Where, if you had some red flags that you could share with our audience and folks who are, you know, a part of the Democratic establishment or progressive or whatever, where are you seeing the biggest gaps where you're like, that's a problem?
That's right. And, you know, this is important because we still have time to move our voters. And young black voters, we have not seen surging in this election the way other demographics have. We've seen since the Democratic primary that Joe Biden has had a hard time in building enthusiasm and excitement amongst young black voters, and we're seeing that in early vote.
So, meaning when you say what we're seeing, it is not resulting in them voting at higher numbers.
That's right. So
it's not just the attitude.
It's not just the attitude. And you know, I hate enthusiasm because pollsters love to ask enthusiasm questions. I don't think black folks are we don't.
Did they vote or not?
That's exactly right. It's a responsibility.
That's right.
Right. It is a civic duty. That's right. It may not be something I'm excited and enthusiastic about, but it's something I'm going to do. And black seniors are showing us that right now. But you know, black seniors have a more intimate relationship with racism, right?
Sure.
When they hear threats against black lives, violence being threatened against black lives, they react a very different way.
They also have the experience of the courts in this country, by and large, liberating them from whatever the inequality, the unequal condition that was created by law. Take Plessy versus Ferguson versus Plessy v. Ferguson versus Brown versus Board of Education. Take the housing policies. Take in many cities throughout the South, the consent decrees that had to come down from the federal government to say, you must hire that person. You cannot discriminate against them because of the color of their skin. So they understand.
That's right.
Donald Trump has appointed, 500 or so judges?
No,
and not
136.
Well, yeah, but he got a pipeline underneath
236,
that's
too damn many.
No, it is too many.
And no blacks.
That's right, that's exactly right. One black judge.
Question that.
You said I don't know if they
Terrence, I'm staying out of this. You keep going, man.
Well, no, before you keep going, let me ask you. I'm still rolling back. I'm rolling back just like my voting rights. Okay. So, Terrence, here's my question.
And we're going to clap back just like black seniors.
Well, let me clap back to my question. So here's this question for you. When you talk to some of these focus groups, what were the top 3 issues for black folks generally? I mean, I know it may break down by demographics, by age, or what have you, but what did you generally hear your top 3?
You know, there's barely any variance here. The top 3 issues for black voters are the top 3 across all groups of black voters. And I
So
know
all age groups.
all age groups, all genders, it's the same three, all geographies, every state we go to, it's the
California
same
to
three
Alabama.
issues. That's right.
What are they saying?
That's right. It is racism is the #1 issue of black folks, COVID-19, and the economy.
You know, it's interesting, this racism question, because it's not always been as high up a concern as we
That's
now
right.
hear it now. Obviously, the president's done a lot to stoke it, but it is also manifesting itself in people's everyday lives now. I heard a story from someone just yesterday on a phone, nearly got ran over off the road by these trucks with Trump flags. We heard the Biden story in Texas, where, again, these folks are moving this thing to a whole new level of engagement and violence. And yes, it is now causing, because in the South and everywhere, black people have lived with racism for a long time. It is not a new thing for us. What is new is that you have a commander-in-chief who acts like he's the executive director of Proud Boys and gives cover to neo-Nazi, white supremacist terrorists here in the United States. That's unheard of.
That's exactly right, Andrew. And this is exactly what we hear in focus groups, right? It's that Donald Trump's racism in itself is not always disqualifying for all black voters. It's obviously very disqualifying for black seniors who are familiar. But that's not always disqualifying because there is a perception of built-in racism in the system.
For sure.
Right? At least he just talks about it.
For sure.
At least I know where he stands.
For sure.
Right? It is when hate crimes increase against the black community.
Yeah.
It is when education, the disparities increase. Those impacts are disqualifying. And this is where Democrats have where we had to do a better job with messaging here.
Yeah.
Is that it's
always the problem.
It's not enough just reminding black folks that he's racist. They know.
They know.
Right.
But they don't know how his racism manifests through Betsy DeVos.
Yeah.
They don't.
Or what they're gonna do, or what they're gonna do about it.
That's right.
Like it's cool that you say that he's racism, like you said, like no problem, I get it. What are you gonna do different?
That's exactly right. And to that point, Angela, you know, 85% of black voters believe that it is the #1 priority for the president to improve race relations.
Wow.
Only 35% of those black voters believe that Joe Biden will improve race relations.
Wow.
That is the messaging gap.
Wow.
It's the false equivalency.
Wow.
Right? It's that they're both bad, right? It's,
Okay, take us there. That's what I was going to. So is the conclusion being made by these folks that white people are just racist and that's what it is?
That's exactly what's happening here, Andrew. You know, we really do have to not only do a better job of disqualifying Donald Trump, but we have to do a better job of showing how Democrats make their lives better.
Wow.
And it reminds me of a quote that I heard from a black voter in Florida just a few months ago who said—
Always Florida.
Listen, a black voter who told me that, you know, my hood didn't get any better under Obama.
That's
it
it.
hasn't gotten any worse under Trump.
That's
so what
it.
these presidents got to do with me?
That's it.
Right.
That's
Until
it.
we answer the question, how does a Democratic president make your life better?
That's right.
Then we are actually engaging them in a transaction that they don't benefit from.
Terrence, you're setting us up for part of the conversation that Angela and I, with our panelists, are going to have in a few minutes, because what we want them to know is that this thing doesn't begin and end at Election Day.
That's right.
Right? Because what you just said is, I think, the biggest threat to democratic participation in any community, but particularly in communities of color, where you say, look, I trusted you, Angela. I trusted you, Terrence. I trusted you, Gillum. I went out and voted for. I did all of that.
That's right.
But guess what? Ain't none of these potholes filled. There's crime, sirens every night, this kind of thing. This is why the civics lesson on who is responsible for what and why folks ought to vote the whole damn ballot. And speaking of voting, what time is it? If you are on the East Coast and your polls close at 7 p.m., how much time we got
We
left?
have 54 minutes till polls close. Get your booty to the polls.
Get to the
We still have
polls,
time. We
guys.
still have time.
Get your booty to the polls.
Clap back.
So I know we have you a couple more times throughout the evening, Terrence. Hopefully by then our virtual system will be working just
That's
fine.
right.
I know we're going to see you in person later. Thank you for coming by to make sure that we were clear on the data.
And Terrence,
thank you
just
guys
a
so
point
much.
of personal privilege, brother. One, it was great to work with you in my race, but really importantly, it's important for America to see that we've got young men like you
Yes.
who are brilliant, smart, intelligent, qualified, and get no hand out, barely got a hand up, who is in this line of work that is helping politicians,
That's right.
governments, institutions understand what is going on in the complex lives of people of color. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
With your Morehouse jacket cologne.
Listen, you know, Morehouse is going to be in the building.
Well, listen, it ain't fam, but we happy to have you.
We love you, Terrence.
Go Rattler.
Love you, fam. I can't wait to come back on with you guys. You guys keep on uplifting these stories, keep on talking about Black Power, man, and keep getting these folks to the polls.
That's right. Go vote, y'all.
A little bit of time left. Thanks, Terrence.
Thank you, Terrence.
Okay,
Yeah.
Andrew, let's see where we are. Can we get an update in our ear?
Well, let's just quickly acknowledge once again, you know, part of the reason why I'm not a fan, never have been a fan of black for black's sake or white for white's sake or woman for woman's sake. There's a reason why these conversations have to be undertaken, because when we don't have those conversations, when we fail to bring to the surface what's happening beneath these folks, where's the anxiety lie, then how do we expect these candidates to be able to speak to that anxiety?
You know, this is the thing. And I know you've built a whole coalition of support based on being inclusive. And I think it's so important that we have a conversation that centers blackness and doesn't erase it. I think in centering blackness, you get to talk about other marginalized communities. You get to talk about other folks who haven't been heard, who haven't been included. And so it's not about saying that these other groups don't matter.
Absolutely.
It's just saying that this is the place where we're choosing to focus right now because we see the disparities that exist.
But Angela, I want you to know, you and I are of two minds, the same of two minds on this. When I say not black for black's sake, it is, oh, well, all black people just ought to get this because they black. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is when we look at the numbers, when we look at the charts, when we see who's dying more, whose unemployment is greater, who gets paid less for the same amount of work, who's not getting promotions, who doesn't get to live in this neighborhood because of the redlining that is continuing, who doesn't get the bank loan, not just for their own personal banking, but for the small business that they are developing, i.e. which black women are the majority right now of folks who are starting small businesses in this country, yet their access to lending power is de minimis by comparison to white men and white women. So what I'm saying is, when we put an eagle's eye, when we put a focus on the impacts of racism and institutional inequality in focus as it relates to black folks, this is what the picture shows us. So I'm not saying go do anything because of the way somebody looks. I'm saying go do something, because your absence of doing means these horrible outcomes for this very specific group of people. And I think that's a different relationship than, you know, a frivolous conversation here. I think it requires a more in-depth conversation about why we have to do these things.
Yeah, I think all of that is true. We have, we're still working out technical challenges with panels. I know Andrew doesn't want me to tell y'all that, but I just think we should keep it real.
Listen, I told them not to say anything because I was like, look, they don't know who's supposed to be coming up, who isn't.
Well,
and Angela Rye is brilliant enough to carry 7 hours of this conversation by her.
I just want to get some other voices in.
I
want to ask some questions and listen.
And guess what? We're going to get that. We have 7 hours to get it done.
Can we talk about one other thing that's really important to
yes.
me? And hopefully we get to bring in some other guests around this as well. But Terrence said some things that I think are really significant. One of the things that we fight about, not you and I, but just in our community, is how frustrating it is. I have some hair. Oh, you were wiping your own face.
That's like when you see people do this, you're like,
what's that in my nose?
Yeah, no.
We talk about this a lot, that black people aren't monolithic. We're not a monolithic people, but incredibly so. Terrence said that we are aligned on our three most important issues: racism, COVID, and the economy. And it's crazy because that's where we opened our show, at the center of those three converging pandemics.
But Angela, I mean, this is, so the polling is just so important to know, to understand, to have a comprehension of. But I would argue that those things are not at the center of our consciousness because that's what we want to be focused on. They're at the center of our consciousness because the situation in this country, the dereliction of duty by this president, makes it absolutely necessary that our households be focused on this. I just want to make this mention. I had my podcast this week, Real Talk with Andrew Gillum. I talked with Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who I think we're going to hear from later this evening. But I played a clip back from this summer when protests were breaking out all over the country. And I remember this one particular press conference that she gave, and she invited T.I. and Killer Mike to be with her. And there were a number of law enforcement folks that were behind her. She didn't have any paper.
Can I do one pause really quick?
Yeah.
I don't want you to forget, she didn't have any paper. For the folks who are joining us from Twitter, welcome.
Welcome.
We
We
worked
on
out
Twitter
that
now?
kink. We're on Twitter
All
now.
right, hallelujah.
I hope that's everybody's feet. Now,
Well,
you
just-
said she didn't have any paper.
She didn't have any paper, and that's less of the point.
Yeah.
It is, Keisha got up, Mayor Lance Bottoms got up there, and she said a number of things, but she said, I've got children myself. One of them is a black boy, 18-year-old. And I called him like any mother would before I came down here to this police station, this city hall, to give you an update about what was going on. And I told my son, where are you? You need to come home because I cannot protect you on these streets. It is not safe for black boys to be out tonight.
That's like...
Blew me away.
Woo.
And I would argue
Yeah.
that if Keisha Lance Bottoms and her family were detailing the three most important things that they want to accomplish or they want to focus on over the course of 2020, that telling their son that today is not a good day for black boys on the streets of Atlanta is not at the top of the list.
No.
The situation that has been created in this country has made it absolutely necessary for us to focus on things that, quite frankly, are not at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So I can't wait, Angela, for us to get to the point in this country where when you ask me what's most important to me, I'm speaking aspirationally to you about my vision board for the year.
And I
about the
can't
thing I
wait
want
for
to
that. I
accomplish.
can't wait for that either, Andrew, especially because we just take a moment to look back at how the elections felt the nights of 2008 and 2012 versus where we are now. And it's not just about a Democrat winning, it's about someone who looked like us and knowing that Davis and Jackson, as young black boys, would see someone who was a black man who they could aspire to be, in addition to like their daddy.
All the other stuff, yeah.
Caroline too, but I'm talking about the black boys. And one of the things that's just heavy on my heart is imagine being in that historic moment and then having to fight tooth and nail just because of how you look. Mitch McConnell making a commitment that Barack Obama would become the first or become a one-term president. You know, like all of those things.
Oh, by the way, he was wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was dead wrong. And I think that what we have to kind of think through is the significance of the current occupant of the White House saying that Barack Obama wasn't born here, challenging his birthplace, and then going on to now challenge Kamala in the same way. What that tells you is this isn't someone who, as they used to tell us to say on main network television, he's not racist, he stokes racism.
Yeah.
He uses racist tropes.
Yeah.
We can call it like we see it, like you walk it, like you talk it.
I have to admit, I didn't all the way call it like I saw it when I was in my race for governor. I said, I'm not calling Ron DeSantis a racist, but the racists seem to believe he's a racist.
That was my favorite debate line.
She helped me with debate.
No, not that one. It was all Andrew.
Well, listen,
Not a fight.
but the point being, polite society has made way for the most the most atrocious things that have come from this president, his administration, this White House, and the Republican leadership in Congress. And I actually have been proud as we've gotten, over the years to see certain members of the press have had it. This isn't like walking out the door in the morning and the sky is a bright, beautiful blue, and them saying the Democrats this morning said that it was blue.
That's right.
And President Trump arrived and he said it was red. And then nobody deciphers between whether or not the sky is blue or red.
Right.
This is not journalism. The sky's blue. Tell him. And the president lied to the American people.
That's right.
Right? And it took them a while to get there because his presidency is just so uncharacteristic of anything we've ever seen or expected. But Lord knows, if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are successful enough to become president and vice president-elect this evening or in the coming days, since we don't know if we'll learn the final results of this presidential race this evening, I feel bad because they're not coming in there to start on their vision board.
That's right.
They got a whole mess.
Clean up on aisle
Everything.
2016.
It's clean up on aisle 2020 and the whole story.
True. And so let's take a step back from this too. I know that we are supposed to be able to go through some of Donald Trump's executive orders, which I think is super important. Can't get to that just yet. I'm waiting for that graphic. So the one thing that I think is super important is all of what we've been through in the last 4 years. Since he came down the escalator, Andrew, declaring that Mexicans were drug dealers and rapists, promising that he's going to build this wall. He did build one. It's around the White House today because he's afraid of what could happen at this election.
We saw that right outside the studio.
Yeah. You know, let me tell you people where we at.
We're in an undisclosed location. And anything can be outside of the studio.
That's true. That's true. But, you know, I think it's important for us to think about it. You know, an economy that he claims is greater than it's ever been has tanked.
Yeah. Never mind, he inherited the greatest economy being transitioned between one president and another.
That's right.
But he did what he did with all his business, right? Drove it into the ground.
Yes, you sound very much like your president, President Barack Obama.
I love Bo Obama because he got out here, he's been telling the truth every day for about the last week, and I appreciate that. But Angela, you're absolutely right. The consequences, the havoc that will have been reaped by this president and this administration, eyes have not seen, ears have not heard how bad it is going to be. When you are talking about us dealing with a global pandemic, yet the scientists and engineers and researchers who should be at the forefront of this thing, when they're getting sidelined, reassigned, not allowed to fully work on the virus because they're fighting and having to contradict the White House and the presidency, and they're terrified that the wrong, correct statement from the scientists as it relates to COVID might result in their reassignment or loss of job.
So I have the 10 executive orders. I've emailed them to you. I don't know if they're up. If we can pull up the Trump's 10 executive orders, that would be great. It's not all.
We're about to see lawyer Angela Rye.
Well, here's the thing. These aren't the only 10 that he's done that are destructive. This is just a sampling with a timeline. Yeah. So if we can grab the Trump 10 executive orders starting from 2017, that would be great. We want the audience at home to see these. We know that January 2017, first thing he did, because he was so threatened by this black president, was weaken the Affordable Care Act. Of course. They haven't stopped doing that. How many times did they vote in the House and Senate to try to repeal the Affordable Care Act?
I mean, I stopped counting.
It was crazy.
Yeah, it was
so that's the first order of business.
But Angela, it isn't just that they don't support a black president. It is also that they don't support working families who are out there doing everything that they can to make a way for themselves, for their children, for their parents who they may be taking care of. The members of Congress, following the leadership of this president, have basically said, pull yourself up by the bootstrap, go figure it out some other kind of way, because the tax dollars that are in this federal government is going back to the top 1%, who were the recipients of the greatest tax rebound I've ever seen, while the rest of us are out here paying hand over fist for this administration's recklessness.
That's exactly it. Sorry, I'm trying to send this message to see where this graphic is. So the other thing that happened very next month, Donald Trump, after Barack Obama demonstrated a real commitment to the LGBTQIA community, went and withdrew protection for transgender students to use the bathroom and facilities corresponding to their gender identity. Why? This is as bad as them going through to try to gut Michelle Obama trying to get kids healthy lunch, Andrew.
Going through tearing up gardens, going through and dismantling apprenticeship programs. There ain't nothing in that but hate. I hate to not be the sophisticated contributor to the conversation.
No, you
Angela.
can't. Look, you have
No, because this is what my grandmama told me. That ain't nothing but the devil. What good?
Oh, Andrew said we done with this.
No. In a government as big, as powerful, the shining example on a hill, the wealthiest, most powerful nation in all the world, in the history of the world, that from the most powerful perch in the world, your number one priority is taking out a damn garden?
Right, or that. Then there's the other thing, you know, he says that he loves women in ways probably that he doesn't, you're not asking him to do. But he says in April 2017, Donald Trump also pulls back Barack Obama era protections for women workers. DACA, there's the Paris, withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. There's another order banning transgender troops from the military in June 2017. There's an Obama-era rule developed to close the wage gap, Andrew, which we also know is on the ballot tonight.
Of course. And Florida,
halted.
A couple other states.
Right? Trump signs religious and moral exceptions from contraceptive coverage mandates. Lifts a ban on military gear to local police forces. How hard have activists been working to ensure that Pentagon equipment wasn't going to police officers?
And worse over, what he is signaling is that if your local government decides not to take these old tanks and hard military equipment that are meant to be used in zones of war outside of the jurisdiction of the United States of America, that if you don't take these weapons of war into your communities, guess what? That federal funding that you got for that COPS program in your city, no more. Your grant that you were competing for in order to get affordable, accessible housing support, gone.
So we have several more executive orders other than the ones we just showed. Of course, Donald Trump also reversed 100 environmental rules, but there is no fighter against the president. Like the person who we have joining us next. Some of you all call her Auntie Maxine. I call her Queen Maxine. Congresswoman Maxine Waters is now joining us on Zoom. We had to work out some technical difficulties, but we have her just for a few minutes. Y'all know she's actually in a race. And so, Congresswoman, it is so good to have you with us today. Thank you so much for joining us. How's it going?
We love you. We love you.
Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so very much. And listen, I would never turn down an invitation from Angela. That's one of my daughters, and I just love her. She's doing such a wonderful job, and I've been listening to you guys for a few minutes here. Thank you for this program today. It is so needed.
It's so wonderful to see you. I know that you have an opponent, Congresswoman, who hasn't played fair. This man is somebody who really increased threats to your life standing on your lawn. What do you have to say to him, given that you are the same woman who called the truce between the Bloods and the Crips?
Whoa.
Oh my God.
Come on, Auntie. Come on.
Well,
she's about peace.
You know, this young man, you know, got himself endorsed by the Republican Party. They've been trying to get somebody to take me out. The previous opponent that I had ended up in jail and had a lot of other problems. This young man has a real checkered background also. He had a dishonorable discharge from the Navy. When they investigated him, they discovered that he had, you know, there were 4 cases in 4 different states for failing to pay his child support payments. And so in addition to that, you know, this is something that's funny though, this is laughable. Angela, he took his apartment on the Navy base, and at night he turned it into a nightclub where he served liquor to underage people. And guess what he called it? The Blue Velvet Nightclub. On the base, serving liquor to minors at night. He has a real checkered past. And of course, he has adopted, you know, many of the kinds of tactics of the President of the United States. He lies an awful lot. He, you know, tries to turn people against you, and he's basically he has been dog whistling to the white, more conservative part of my district, trying to have them believe that in South Los Angeles is such a terrible place. And so we've done, some ads. One of our TV ads shows SpaceX in our district. It shows Loyola Marymount. It shows the airport. It shows the 2 community colleges. It shows the Maxine Waters Employment Preparation Center. And it shows small businesses throughout the district. And so we've had to certainly define our district because he was absolutely lying and trying to make those in the more conservative areas believe that it was such a terrible place. But that's, of course, what Trump does. He did that to John Lewis's district, and he did that to Cummings' district. So we know where those tactics come from.
Well, Congresswoman, this is Andrew Gillum from Florida.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. This is Andrew Gillum from Florida. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I can't wait for you to make your way back down to visit us. But Congresswoman, listen, I don't know this person who ran it against you. I just heard what you described. But let me tell you what is most important. And that is you have a record of achievement that you can stand on any day of the week. When I was in middle school, I used to be addicted to watching C-SPAN. And I thought on C-SPAN, Congresswoman, because I didn't have a black representative, I thought you were my member of Congress. And so I cheered for you. I listened to your speeches. They were moving. Everything from banking to changing redlining laws to making sure that you hold big corporations accountable. But I mean, you're incredible. So I don't know what his plan is, but I do know this, that the voters of California in your district are smart enough to know that Maxine Waters delivers. And so with that in mind, Congresswoman, we've got a few moments left, an hour or so here on the East Coast for people to get voting. Then we'll move, across the country to your side. You know, as well as I know, that we have been challenged, particularly in our community, making sure that people understand why it's so important that they vote. What would you tell them as to why you got to turn out? You don't have to fall in love, but you got to fall in line.
Well, I think it's probably what you and others have been saying, and that is, this is the most important election of our lifetime. This president has so divided our country. This president has so been such a dishonorable, deceptive human being. Not only has he tried to divide us, he has aligned himself with Putin and Russia and undermined the democracy of this country, refusing to ever, even let the words come out of his mouth that Putin was undermining our democracy. And so on any level, almost at any level that you can name, you can mention, this president has been one of the worst representatives. It is not about whether or not he's conservative and we're so-called liberal or progressive. It's not about that at all. We've had many conservative presidents, and we've had many that we have not certainly liked the way that they have governed and the way that they have led. But this president is dangerous. When he tells the Proud Boys to stand down but stand ready, what he's doing is he's dog whistling about the Civil War that he's trying to create. And so he's a dangerous human being. We've got to vote him out of office.
Yeah, Congresswoman,
People have got to go to the polls and vote if they have not already voted. And they've got to vote like their very lives depend on it, because that is what is happening.
They do. And Congresswoman, they put down the dog whistle a long time ago. This man's got a bullhorn. I mean, he's letting folks know that what he is trying to fashion in this country is a war of races. But I think he totally underestimates the humanity of the American people. And that's why your call to get out and vote is exactly right on time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Congresswoman, I know we don't have you for long, And I'm so grateful for you wading through even the technical challenges. This is the blackest election night coverage you're going to have today. And so I just want to...
She's referring to the color of my skin.
I want to... she is super fine with being black. I will just tell you... I know, but I'm saying, Congresswoman Waters, I know that you have some more work to do in the field, and I just want folks to know that you made this time to talk to them, to connect to your broader constituency, which of course is Black America. I've said that since the first moment I met you. For folks who are struggling with COVID, folks who have lost loved ones, folks who are really hit hard by this really economic recession we're in, frankly, at least in communities of color at this point. What parting words do you have for encouragement for them after they go vote? What else do they need to do, and how can they stay inspired?
Angela, let me just say this, and I'm so pleased that you're talking about COVID-19 and this pandemic. You know, I lost my sister, my oldest sister, to the coronavirus. And so absolutely, for all of the families who have lost family members and friends, my heart goes out to them because, because of this pandemic, we can't even be with them. We can't visit them. We can't hold their hands. And so thank you for making this part of the program that you're doing today. But I just want them to know we tried hard to negotiate the HEROES Act. The HEROES Act would have followed the CARES Act, where we would have had a stimulus payment for the families, $1,200 for each of the adults in the family, the two adults, and another amount somewhere between $500 and $1,200 for each child that we were trying to negotiate. We were trying to negotiate having, supplemental payments for those who were receiving unemployment benefits in the way that we did with the CARES plan. We were also trying to get money to the cities and the states so that they could keep on the clerks and the janitors and all of those heroes who come to work every day to provide the services and keep our economy going. And of course, we had more money in the HEROES Act for our businesses, our small businesses, for our MDIs, that is our minority depository institutions, and our CDFIs and our credit unions and our community banks, because we did a great job in the CARES Act. Even after the big banks had allowed some of the loans to go to large franchises and chains that should not have gotten the money. When that money ran out, we came back and I was able to target $60 billion toward the minority institutions and the small, CDFIs, et cetera. And so we have more money in the HEROES Act for small businesses, but they would not, the Republicans would not negotiate in good faith. And so McConnell closed down the Senate and went home. And so they've left us without the ability to get that HEROES Act passed with the assistance that our families and the people of this country need. But I guarantee you this, when Biden and Harris take over, this is going to be at the top of our agenda. We're going to get that money out into this country and support families, make sure they have food on the table. I had $100 billion in the HEROES Act for rental assistance. We don't want more homelessness. We're going to work not only to give rental assistance to those who are now negatively impacted by COVID-19, but we're going to be working to end homelessness forever in this country. I am so anticipating getting to work with Biden and Harris and the wonderful cabinet that they're going to have. And with my committee, the Financial Services Committee, where we've created that subcommittee on diversity and inclusion, we're going to have some changes in this country.
Boy. I tell you, look, the indefatigable.
Yes, always.
Maxine
And
Waters.
quick to remind us, too, of her chairmanship, which is super important as well. Committee on Financial Services, Chairwoman, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, thank you so much for joining us. We know you're going to pull this through. We can't wait to see you again.
That's right.
Now joining us is Judith Nwandu, who is the Senior Associate Producer. I'm just kidding. We do not have her. Andrew, what did you think of that?
I'm glad we got a little bit more time because I got to say, I'm not a champion for every elected official. I do applaud people for putting themselves out there and running, and we pray they all do the right things. But Maxine Waters has been a fighter since day zero.
Period.
I mean, it doesn't even matter what side of the aisle you are on. You can't help but respect a person who shows up with the kind of principles, with the kind of passion and persistence that she brings to every single cause that she champions. I mean, like I said, I thought she was my member of Congress because there weren't a lot of them. And she was, she was speaking, and I was like, I feel that, I understand that. But even as I've gotten, older and understand the system better, every member of Congress ain't up there doing what this woman's doing.
Let me tell you, that was my first congressional job. That's
Can I give you credit as well? Angela, of course, for those of y'all who do not know, did serve as executive director of the Congressional Black Caucus.
But before that, I was an intern in her office during law school.
Of course,
and what I learned is the marriage of activism and politics, and they didn't have to be separate. They could live in the same body. You, of course, knew that. But to learn from someone like that was an incredibly enlightening experience, and it made me feel like the stuff that my dad did or does at home in Seattle could actually live peaceably with politics. He was always on the other side of elected officials, and this is probably where we're a little different. I don't say true blue Democrat as much, and I don't feel that because my dad, most often in Washington State, was fighting progressives. Progressives against contract, progressives against affirmative action, who they just voted down affirmative action last year.
We are aligned here. This is not where we will have our misalignment. It is very true that regardless of party affiliation, you are dealing with people's lived experiences, their unspoken biases. And let me just go to lived experiences because I don't believe that everybody who does something. So for instance, my wife and I had this conversation about toys that our kids would get from some of her older friends, white female older friends. And RJ just says something to them about the fact that if you're gonna buy my daughter a doll, she needs to be a black doll. And it isn't because we're raising racist kids, okay? It is because my daughter needs to be able to see herself reflected in every aspect of society. The reason why Doc McStuffins is on constant replay during drive time in our car is so my daughter doesn't get confused about the fact that her hair is as normal as anything else on her body, right? And so it wasn't that Jay's friends are racist because they didn't buy my kids black dolls. It's because if you've lived your life never having to think about how it feels to never see a doll that looks like you, never see a cartoon character, a princess, a successful person who looks like you, then it doesn't enter into your consciousness. And let me tell you what they do now. Not only do they buy black dolls, they buy, RJ's into Santas, they get Santas, black Santas. I mean, all of that. And I appreciate it because they had the maturity to recognize that privilege is a real thing. And that if you want to be better, you got to do better.
We do have to do better. And to help us do better, talking about what they did to help register hundreds of thousands of voters leading into this election, Judith Nwandu, who is the senior associate producer at The Shade Room, is now joining us.
All right,
Judith, thank you so much for being here.
Welcome.
Oh, I love that background. That is marvelous.
Looking good, girl. Can we switch? I'm joking. This is great, too.
Thank you.
Judith, talk to us about the historic partnership you all launched with the Collective this year to help register voters. Uh-oh.
There's a slight delay. She'll get it.
Yes, so our goal was to register over 100,000 Black voters. Yes, so our goal was to register over 100,000 Black voters. What we did was run campaigns on the Shade Room. We used our text community. We leveraged the celebrity news and different celebrity figures like Big Sean and 2 Chainz to get people to register to vote. And we did get a lot of voting virgins. We got a lot of first-time voters who signed up, and that was really amazing because honestly, there were some people who had past convictions who didn't know that they could actually vote in this election and all kinds of other reasons, but also lots of young Black people.
Let me tell you, the Shade Room, for y'all who don't know it, go on and subscribe because you'll be addicted to the information that comes across there. Isn't necessarily sometimes for folks the first place that they would go to think of as being an activist, participating part of democratic society. But let me tell you, the folks, there's a range of people that they're bringing to the table. I'm one of them. You one of them. I know you subscribe. I see it too. But what they're doing is they're reaching a community who may never go to any newswebsite.com.
Right.
They may never come to my page as a recovering politician and take what I have to say as gold and what they ought to do. And so I just want to say what you were doing there on the Shade Room to add people to being real participating members of our society and giving them information around how to access democracy. I just want to compliment you on that work.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, sis. There's a delay. Andrew had to produce me that time. But yes, there's a delay. We can absolutely hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you so much. That's the thing. The biggest part of the Shade Room getting involved in this election, the thing that's been so meaningful for us is that we have an audience that's usually into the tea, usually into celeb gossip, but we were able to engage them around this election. And there were so many people who just don't identify with watching traditional news outlets who were able to have a different experience this election. And that's what was most important for us, is just getting the youth to vote, getting people who don't typically watch certain news platforms to be involved in this election and be excited about heading to the polls or voting early.
Well, Judith, you all have put your finger on it, and I just hope in your role there that we will continue to do that. We know you don't have a ton of time, and we apologize for the delay, but I just want to say, if you ever get some news about me that is unflattering, just go ahead and avoid putting it on the Shade Room. That'd be great. But I'm joking. Thank you for joining.
I am too.
Thank you for joining us. And for those of you on the West Coast, you've got a couple more hours to get out there and vote.
Yes.
For those of you on the East Coast, you've probably got about 20 minutes to make it to the polling place, cast your vote, make sure your vote is counted. Today is the one day where you and the most powerful person in the United States are equal, right? Both you have one vote.
So here's where we are, Andrew.
Yeah.
We have 538 votes in the Electoral College. And the president, whoever the victor is, needs 270 to win. As we know, polls are just about to close.
On certain parts of the East Coast,
yeah,
yes.
in the next 15 minutes in Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. I don't know if I missed somebody.
Florida. The most populated areas of Florida are also about to close here, coming up soon.
And North Carolina just extended their voting time based on some irregularities in some states. This is also, yes, what is this?
Well, this is
counting mail-in ballots.
Yeah, so mail-in ballots, there's been a lot of questions, Angela, about when will we know who the victor is, who the winner is of tonight's election?
So important.
And some of that has to do with the fact that there's so many different ways in which people are able to cast their votes, that different states have different laws about when they can actually open those ballots and count them. So for instance, in the state of Florida, if you participated in the election by mailing in your ballot, the supervisors of elections across the state of Florida were able to open those and count those, and those will be some of the first returns that we see coming in.
Right.
But check your local listings, check with your local offices to see if you're in one of these states that say they're closing at a particular hour, 7 or 8 o'clock. Just check and see, because some states have multiple time zones. And those closures will look different depending upon the time zone that you're in.
Absolutely, and we know now, since the 2016 election, there's now 2 forms of voter suppression. One form is the kind we talked about that really started in 2010, voter ID, absentee ballot or ballot casting, more difficult there and more difficulties there, and then the cut down of early voting days. In addition to that, in 16, Andrew, what did we see? We saw foreign interference. Joining us now, Hope Goins, staff director from the House Committee on Homeland Security, to tell us about this other form of disinformation, foreign interference we're seeing, not just from one country this time, but at least 2. Hope Goins, do we have you?
Hello,
Angela.
Hi, Andrew. How are you all doing?
We are great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. We know you don't have a lot of time.
No problem. I'm glad to be here this evening.
Amazing. So Hope, talk to us really quickly about some of the things that you're hearing. I know that some things in your head might be classified, some things might be for official use only, but unclassified. Talk to us about the stuff you won't get in trouble for sharing.
Yeah, and in this administration tread very lightly. They appear to come at the folks.
But what's tea, sis? That's the question. What's tea?
What we really knew coming from the 2016 election was that there was foreign interference into our elections, and Russia interfered in our elections to try to get a favorable outcome for Donald Trump. That is what the intelligence community said. Right. It wasn't anything that was speculated. It is what the IC said, and the IC came out with a report in early 2017. Since then, the House of Representatives, at that time, the Democrats were in the minority, but under Congressman Benny Thompson's leadership, who was then the ranking member, he actually stood up a task force on election security in the 115th Congress. And then in the 116th Congress, efforts to fight disinformation, efforts to fight misinformation were still continued. One of the first bills passed this Congress was H.R. 1, which pumped money into states and which pumped money to help fight misinformation, which also tried to reduce some of the voter suppression efforts that you all see. However, we've seen lately, Russia, Iran, China have tried to interfere in this election. And also there have been efforts by this administration, the Trump administration, to actually suppress some of the intelligence that has come out that stated that there were reports that Russia was trying to stoke disinformation about Vice President Biden. There's misinformation that is targeted at Black and Brown communities. I think we've done a pretty decent effort to overcome that. However, when we wake up tomorrow and we continue on this voting, people have voted already. People voted early. People are still in line today. Stay in line if you're already in line. Please. But as you know, Mayor Gillum, elections are a whole of government approach. Yes. So when it's time for us to look at how we are going to have an election, we have local elections next year. We have federal elections again in 2 years. What are we going to do about misinformation? There will be 435 members elected to the House of Representatives tonight. Right. There will be 1/3 of the Senate elected tonight. Are we going to hold those people accountable for getting money to our state and local jurisdictions to fight misinformation? Are we really going to have real hearings in the House on the Intel committees, on the Homeland Security committees? I know Chairman Thompson is elected again. The Democrats remain in the majority. We definitely will have the misinformation hearings, but are we going to work with the tech companies? Will the tech companies work with us to combat misinformation? But what else are we going to do about some of the suppressive tactics? I don't know if you all saw it or not, but the majority whip was challenged because there are no ballot boxes, drop-off boxes in South Carolina. And yes, to a normal person, you would think that. And someone challenged him and told him that there were ballot boxes, drop-off boxes in South Carolina. And he actually had to check a reporter and tell her, no, they're not there. I've lived in South Carolina all 80 years. And yes, it's common sense to have drop-off boxes, but they aren't. So voter suppression and misinformation are two things that we're really going to have to look at starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope you're exactly right. And I just want to, it's so refreshing to see you, I'm looking at you, every part of it, in our intelligence community, working on behalf of not Democrats, not Republicans, but on behalf of the American people. And I cannot wait for the days when our Congress will return to a place that when this country, the United States of America, is attacked by a foreign entity, a foreign government, we will not divide on partisan lines, but as Americans, we will say that as a fully grown democracy, we're going to stand in the gap and protect our democratic values and principles. And so thank you for doing that every single day. I know the job is not easy, but it's absolutely necessary if we're going to keep it, as they say, this democratic republican that we call America.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Hope. And shout out to my former boss, too, Congressman Benny Gordon Thompson.
All right.
Hope serves under the leadership of that chairman. You all will be right back. We're going to cut to some videos really quick to tighten some things up and make sure that we're still repping Black excellence the whole night.
There it
This
is.
Black America Votes 2020. If you're having any challenges at the polls, hit up 866-OUR-VOTE. We will be right back.
You say vote, and then someone says democracy is a sham. Those people don't speak for me. The system is rigged. You say vote, and then someone says it doesn't matter if this stays red and that stays blue. This thing is already unlocked. You say vote, and then someone says, hey, I'm making a statement by not voting. And then you say, well, I can't hear it. This is not about the White House. This is about your house. If you're not registered to vote, you can't sit on a jury. You can't choose your mayor. You can't choose your city council. You can't even choose your district attorney. You can't decide which measures will help your family and which will put them at risk. Democracy is not a sham. It's a job. It's our job. And it took too long to get it to just let it slide. You say vote because there are still some people out there that don't want you to.
Hello, Pittsburgh. We are kicking off our We Got the Power bus tour right here with a tailgate. We'll have free food, music, and also make sure you register to vote.
Howard, Pittsburgh. Where you at? Where you at?
For future.
We will definitely
We have to come out to vote. You can log on and register from your phone. Thanks, Fred. Come down the wire.
We got a website where anybody can go register online. You scan the QR code, you send it out to 5 of your friends, you get a shirt. That's it.
It's a critical election, right? I know we say that every year, right? People get tired of hearing us say that. For real, for real? This is the most important election ever, right? It's about us. It's about our issues. It's about our schools, our kids, our housing. It's about our lives in the midst of this coronavirus. If we weren't clear before this coronavirus that who's in charge of stuff matters, and equipment, and our hospitals, and whether or not they're even funded, if we weren't clear about all those issues before coronavirus, we best be clear about that right now. Because we don't have time for the stuff about, oh, it doesn't matter, right? Or, oh, there's no differences, right? Because there is a difference when what you're up against is white supremacy.
80% of black businesses did not get a dime out of the trillions of dollars that went to the stimulus package. But his boys did. Where was he then? 50% of black businesses they're expecting to close by the end of the year. Black folks been dying in record numbers from COVID-19, and you've done nothing. But you talking about a platinum plan? I got a plan for you. The plan is you got to go. We don't believe that voting is going to solve all the problems, because many of us been voting all the while, and we haven't seen our communities change to the extent that we need to. But let me tell you something. Voting is a level of power. And ultimately, when people are literally pushing up against you, what you gonna do? Just sit down? You gotta back them up. This ain't about participation. This is about power. This ain't about Biden. This is literally about us.
Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with more election night coverage featuring Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020.
What a gift to be black, 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 black. What a gift to be feared, cause that's what it is. Who are we fooling when reasons become excuses and ropes turn into nooses? But it's no fear, I don't shed a tear, I'm a different tier. Drinking from the fountain that says only whites here. These are not songs, these are songs. Pray before the throne, head bowed, knees bent, black open arms. Hear the ancestors praying how long? Until the Obamas, the Kamalas, Beyoncé's and LeBrons. Cause you black, 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 black. What a gift to be black, 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 black. They call it a curse, but what a gift to be black, 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 black. Fist in the air without a care, nappy hair, what a gift to be black. What a gift to be black, 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 black. They call it a curse, but what a gift to be black, 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 black. What a gift to be black, 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 black. What a gift to be you.
Hey, everybody, this is Andrew Gillum. I just want to thank all of you who have taken the time to subscribe to my newest venture, a podcast where you can hear more than you probably want to hear from me 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday on Quake. Please subscribe to Real Talk with Andrew Gillum. It'll always be real. I hope always illuminating and educational. And I hope we'll be able to find a little bit of inspiration in it as well. So please check us out, look us up, subscribe, and become a listener and a supporter of the show. I wanted to also take a moment to just speak just briefly about the stakes that we right now find ourselves as we approach the November 3rd presidential election. And I say presidential election, but I should go even further to say that in many states, there are U.S. Senate races that are up that can determine the outcome of who controls the United States Senate and therefore whose agenda gets to move, hint, hint, whose judges get confirmed. You also have governor's races that are occurring in states around the country. You've got your state representatives and your state senates, your upper and lower chambers, your local municipal races, your superintendents of schools and aldermen and alderwomen. These are people, state's attorney, district's attorney. These are people who sit in powerful positions that have a pretty consequential impact on your regular life. We don't talk a lot about them, but they matter. Now, I realize a lot of us are motivated, obviously, by trying to get Donald Trump out of office. And I will tell you, he could not leave soon enough for me.
We are back. Thank you all so much for being with us. Again, it's Black America Votes 2020. I hope you're using that hashtag. Sitting here today with my good brother, Andrew Gillum.
What's going on, sis?
Man, everything is going on.
That is a true statement.
Everything is going on. And to help us break down just how everything is going on, we have with us our dear sister, the founder of Until Freedom, Tamika Mallory, joining us to tell us everything she saw on the ground. I got to even run into her in North Carolina, AG.
I'm a huge fan of Tamika. We've never, connected, but Tamika, we're so glad to have you with us. Sister, you have been standing in the gap on behalf.
It's a little dark where I am, y'all. I'm sorry about that, but I am.
Stay right there. That's a good angle. We see your melanin now.
Thank you. And I have Tiffany Lofton over here
Hey,
shining
Tiff.
her cell phone light on me. I am rushing from polling site to polling site. We've been stopping by different places. Until Freedom and Woke Vote have stations set up with food trucks and DJs all over Michigan, where we've been traveling around, just making sure that things are going well. We're going to be outside until the last person votes at the different polling locations. So that's what I'm doing right now. We've been seeing a lot happening on the ground. We've been seeing people showing up in large numbers, which I think is the most important piece right now, that especially people of color and Black folks particularly have been on the lines and have been showing up at the polls. Of course, we are on a nonpartisan tour, and therefore we have not been encouraging people who to vote for and how to show up, but just to show up in general. And that's definitely happening.
That's excellent. First of all, thank you for the incredible work that you do day in, day out.
Yes.
Y'all, for those who do not know, follow this sister. She is a freedom fighter of this generation and of this time. And we're fortunate to have her often on the front lines out there. I wish, honestly, that we could have her on more good news stories. But the truth is that the dilemmas in our community, the situations that our communities face, really do require fighters like her to be there and to be present. I just wanted to mention, I got a note in here about some of the Florida numbers where Republicans are now up over 200,000 in their turnout so far over Democrats. And although this isn't a partisan conversation, I'm wondering, how are you interfacing with this repeated question of Black men's role in this particular election? You talk to everybody, but you got a particular charm, I feel, and a sincerity with brothers where they bear it with you.
Yeah, it's been a challenge. Well, first of all, let me just say that I love both of you as well. And I'm so happy to see the two of you together. It's such a dynamic duo, two incredibly intelligent and strategic individuals who care about the Black community. So I'm so happy to see you all up there. And of course, my sister Angela is looking fly as usual, because that's what she did.
Thank you.
You know, it's been real tough, Andrew. It's been tough dealing with Black men. It's probably been the hardest thing that I've had to deal with as we have been on a 9-day tour. And in fact, these conversations, the 9-day tour has certainly been difficult. However, we've been on the streets of Kentucky and other places around.
Tamika Mallory is on right now.
For the last 6 months.
I said Tamika Mallory is on right now, and it's 6:06.
Uh-oh, I hear someone.
I know, I hear them.
Sorry
It
about
sound
that,
like
Tamika.
damn
Go right
Casper
ahead.
the Ghost. Keep going,
Go
sis.
ahead,
We're
sis.
reclaiming your time.
Yes, please. And so, you know, it's been about the last 6 months since we learned of the murder of Breonna Taylor. We've been on the road, traveling around the country. We also went to Minneapolis when George Floyd was killed. So we have been having these conversations, and Black men are dealing with serious trauma. You know, I don't blame them for they have. Many are hurt, they feel damaged, they feel underrepresented, and therefore it's showing up in a lot of ways that could be very dangerous for our communities. And we've tried to level with them, we've sat with them, we've talked with them. And as I was saying to Angela, when she rolled up on us in North Carolina to help us knock on doors in a housing development there in Raleigh, we understand the trauma, totally get the perceived economic advantages. And I have to say perceived because when we really begin to pull back the onion, we find out that all that people believe they might get for voting in a certain direction is not necessarily true. But what we've been doing, especially as Black women, is helping to describe what happens to our bodies, literally, physically, if in fact the wrong decision, and again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the tour, this is Tamika Mallory speaking on behalf of myself tonight, and not on behalf of Until Freedom. But if the wrong decision is made, or if no decision at all is made in this election and for the last few hours that we have, I could literally lose the right to control my body. And I've had to explain that to Black men. I've had to talk them through a lot of the areas of danger that we're facing. A lot of times, and what we've been finding is that most of our brothers get it, and they understand the importance of them at least showing up at the polls. And that's all we can ask for at this point. But with the other pieces, we've had to commit, and we are committed, and you two know me very well, that we are going to fight the president, whoever it may be. So it could be Donald Trump, Joe Biden, doesn't matter who the vice president, does not matter. We are going to be in the streets no matter what, because we know we need something different. We know that. And we know that there is no, and again, Tamika Mallory speaking, there's no white man that's going to be the savior for our communities. We are going to have to push back and push whoever is in that seat to do things needs. And I think that has been the winning strategy to get people to understand that we will not leave them standing alone, holding the bag, but that we promise we will continue to mobilize and to be on the streets no matter who is elected tonight.
Tamika, we received those words, and I just want to say, not only will no white man save us, no Black man will save us, no individual will save us. We're in this thing together, and I just want to applaud you for bringing to our consciousness this conversation around mental health and trauma amongst Black men. I know when I was going through my rough patch, I had brothers who told me, bro, I just can't hear it, man. I love you. I don't want to hear all the stuff. We can't deal with all of that. So it's amazing. A thing I get from my therapist oftentimes when I react in a real, manner that she feels is inconsistent with who I am. And she says, Andrew, you need to check if this is the adult version of you reacting or the wounded child. And that's deep, and that's not going to be solved in an election. We got to put real time, energy, and effort into what it means to totally heal. And we haven't begun that yet.
And speaking of that healing, Tamika, I'm so grateful that you are on the streets every day to make sure that Black lives matter, that our votes matter. I've seen you do the work both on the activism side from a police violence standpoint, and I just saw you canvassing, sis, COVID-conscious canvassing.
Kobe.
So I know that you got to get to these polls to make sure that folks have their voices and their votes heard. We cannot wait to celebrate your activism at the very least on the other side, and it may be celebrating some other types of liberation for our people. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank y'all so much.
Thanks for holding the light, Tiffany.
There she is. Thank you, sis. We're supposed to have Tiff too.
I know. We love her.
Okay, we love you, Tiff.
Man, we're lucky.
Oh, we're so fortunate. We're fortunate because not only do we have these voices joining us today, but we also know that they're doing this work every single day, whether we're watching them or not, y'all. So we thank you so much for tuning in again. We're using hashtag Black America Votes 2020. We want to hear from you tonight. Yeah. We want to know if you're feeling anxious, if your wounded child is showing up. Andrew, that's okay. This is a safe space. This is for us, by us. We're ensuring that you hear from folks who look like us and definitely folks who are allies. We have a great night that is continuing as the polls continue to close, as the results start pouring in. I know that we have a panel of journalists also joining us. I don't know if we have an update. Someone get in our ear and let us know, because otherwise, me and Andrew can talk.
I would tell you, we'll talk each other to sleep, but I will tell you, this is not to sleep. But Angela, that kind of level of dedication, commitment, service to our community, someone who is willing to drive in a state they're not from, not familiar with, making sure that every single person who has an intention to cast their ballot, that they're able to do that and that it is legally counted. I could hear her.
Right? Have you watched all this stuff with Trump folks running people off the road?
They can't be they're not our idols. These folks are vigilantes.
It's crazy.
We can't call them anything else. They're not malicious. They're not going to arrest somebody lawfully and take them to the woods and run a trial.
KKK without the hoods. That's what I think.
These are domestic terrorists.
Yeah.
And it is about high time that we start to call it what it is and stop over-sympathizing, not even simplifying.
Yeah, I hear you.
Sympathizing with people who mean other humans, other Americans harm for no other reason than the color of their skin or the candidate of their choice for president of the United States. So it's quite crazy. But Angela, tonight we will be joined by a group of journalists. We are in the 7 p.m. hour at this time, which means some polls have already begun to close. You told me to pull up my map rather than having it projected up here.
No, I mean, if they can project it, project the map. But we have one right here. We know that the total count is 538. The president has to get to 270. Again, Andrew, one of the things that we promised each other, so we're going to keep reminding you all at home too, is that we're going to focus not just on the presidential. So often we tell our community, you got to focus down ballot, but then we have election night coverage and we only focus at the top of the ticket. And so what we're going to do tonight is not only talk about the presidential, we're going to talk about some key and majorly historic Senate races tonight. We're going to talk about some ballot initiatives. We're going to do all of that. I know that we're waiting for the rest. Yeah, we're waiting for the rest of our panel.
Nope, I think we're going to go ahead and get into it. They're journalists. They got more than enough to say. I think we have Sybil Wilkes. Hey, Sybil. And we got Tia Mitchell.
Hi.
Obviously, Sybil, you are a extremely familiar face and voice all the way across Black America. Hopefully, when we are out of COVID time, I can join you again on the Tom Joyner cruise. But also a woman who spends every single day doing her very best to bring real, critical information to the Black community. And then there is Tia Mitchell, who is joining us. I must admit, I know Tia Mitchell well. She is a graduate of the Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University. Go Rattlers. But in addition to that, she is the Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Ladies, welcome and thank you for putting up with us so far tonight. We're now in the 7 o'clock hour, and that means a number of states on the East Coast have already begun to close the polls. Early numbers are already beginning to come in. So you all probably know more about this because Angela and I have been talking to everybody. Give us an update about where we stand right now in the election. Tia, I'm going to kick to you first.
Sybil? Okay. Well, you know, a lot of states, of course, we know are still voting, particularly, you know, on the West Coast. And in Georgia, where I am, I'm here in Atlanta, polls just closed, so they have not yet started uploading. I pulled up the election website just now just to make sure. And the only thing that's reporting really statewide is some of those early voting totals, but we're expecting about 6 million votes to be cast in Georgia alone. So it's just, this is like the time where everybody just needs to take a breath because it's that in-between time when polls are starting to close, but really before we can start calling all but the most, you know, but the most lopsided races.
Yeah, so Tia, just on that as a follow-up, we realize that this is early in the process, and Angela and I will probably remind us throughout the night that we got to watch this thing all the way through just because of the number of early votes and ballots that were cast. In the state of Georgia, Tia, can you tell us whether or not you all open and count your absentee and early votes prior to Election Day, or does the law mandate that it be after?
We should pull that graphic.
So in Georgia, they actually changed the law during the coronavirus crisis because so many people are voting by mail. And so what they did was they allowed the supervisors of elections in all the different counties to process ballots ahead of time, you know, do the signature matching, do the verification. However, in Georgia, you cannot count mail-in ballots until polls close. So all across Georgia has 159 counties. They are just now starting to count absentee ballots. However, because they were processed ahead of time, we're hoping that'll be a relatively quick process. There is at least one county in Georgia that the polls are open until 9 because they had some issues earlier this morning. So in at least one county, they can't start counting those mail-in ballots for 2 more hours.
Got it. That's helpful to know. Tia, I'm going to circle back around to you to ask specifically about the Biden and Harris campaign who have trafficked it across Georgia. And who would have thunk it that we would see a Democrat in the final days of the race competing in Georgia. But Sybil, I want to quickly go to you. Sybil, one of the things that I love a lot about you, but one of the things that I find fascinating for someone who is as busy as you are, that you stay in such close connection with everyday working folk. You get their feedback, you get their questions, you get their compliments and their comments that should have stayed in their head. I'm curious to know, what have you been hearing, as particularly in the Black community, as we've approached this day and now decision coming up soon?
You know, Angela and Andrew, this has been the joy of a lifetime. I love this. This day is what I live for. And I used to get a lot of laughs on the Tom Jordan Morning Show because they didn't understand why I just loved election night. And it comes from growing up in Chicago and all of that kind of thing.
Chicago do it different.
Oh man, do we ever. We vote early and often. And so, you know, it's a situation now where, having been with the Tom Jordan Morning Show, where we were together for almost 26 years, being a part of a community, and as you say, people have no problems telling us what they feel and things that should not come out of their heads. And that's what we have continued. We have a newsletter now called What You Need to Know. And in that newsletter and with our YouTube show, we are constantly in contact with all of our people who are just telling us, you know, what's going on in their communities, how they're gonna, the plans that they made for today, all of these things, the plans they made for early voting, the plans they made to go out, those who wanted to wait until election day. We get all of it. And that is what Tom Jordan taught us, to super serve the African-American community and to always keep the channels of communication open so that we can get that back and forth with all of us. And that's what we do every day.
Well, I would tell you, y'all have been extremely effective at it. You can't be on radio as long as you all have been unless you have the pulse of the people. And Sybil, if I could just follow up with one more question to you directly.
Let me just tell you a little bit about Texas.
Yeah,
because
please.
That's where we are headquartered. And so this Texas thing is crazy. We had 9 million early votes at one point. It was probably more than that now that we've gotten close to 100 million early votes throughout the country. But in Texas, and just yesterday, the federal judge ruled that the drive-through voting lanes were legal. And so 127,000 votes were included in all of this. The polls have not closed yet. And in some cases, it was really just a day in which it was just almost anticlimactic. You had people early in the day, of course, like 7 to 9 a.m., but through the middle of the day, it was virtually very little activity. And then this evening, of course, as people are getting off from work, but there is a lot of excitement. There is, and the possibility of changing the state of Texas is really what has impelled people to go to the polls.
Hey, listen, if y'all flip Texas tonight, we about to flip this table. I mean, look, I'm glad to know that you all are out there voting in the way that you are, and I appreciated that Texas update. Angela?
You know, I have a quick question for you, Tia and Sybil. We spend a lot of time, and of course, election night coverage every 4 years centers the presidential, but we know there are a record 94 Black Democratic nominees running for federal office. Of course, beating the previous record just from 2018 was 73 candidates. Talk to people about why it's so important to pay attention to these other races that may impact their everyday lives, whether it's at the state level, the local level, or even some of the ballot initiatives that also will be historic if they pass.
Tia, you want to go first for us?
Sorry, that's the bad part about asking a double
No,
question.
it's okay.
No, it's true.
You able to hear us, Tia?
Now I can.
All right. You want to? Did you hear the question? I'm sorry. I know the technology's been rough.
I did not.
Okay, I'll run it back really quickly. So I was saying that we are facing a record number of 94 Black Democratic nominees running for federal office. It beats the record of 78 in 2018. But federal offices aren't even the only places where we should be paying attention. We hopefully will be celebrating Black history there too. But talk about the importance of state and local races, why folks should be paying attention to voting down ballot, to holding these folks accountable who impact their everyday lives, as well as to these ballot initiatives.
Angela, you're so right. We say voting matters, and I think sometimes it comes across like a cliche, but that county commissioner, that state legislator they're really passing more laws and putting in more ordinances that have an effect on your everyday life. So a lot of times we look to the federal offices, we look to the president because those folks are high profile, but it's really those races that are closer to you that are having the most impact. Because let's be honest, Congress sometimes isn't doing much. They're not passing a lot of legislation. There's a lot of gridlock in Washington, but you know who passes a lot of bills? Your state legislator, your county commission, your city council. And they're the ones who are, by and large, controlling your taxes, your property taxes, your sales taxes, your schools. So many things are at that local and state level. And I know it's hard. Folks have, they see a lot of offices on the ballot, and you're trying to figure it out, but it's important to keep on top of that so that you can hold your elected officials accountable if you don't like what they're doing, or you can let them know that you think they're on the right track, because that's the only way our democracy works.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, okay, well, and at this time, I think that we have what we have right now is Denise Clay, who is a reporter and editor for the Philadelphia, for a Philadelphia paper. I do not have the right title here, but Denise Clay, please correct me on your title. And Andrew, I defer to you. I know you couldn't wait to hear from Denise on what's happening in Pennsylvania.
Well, I couldn't, not only could I not wait to hear from you, Denise, and Denise, put your thumb up if you can hear us okay. Awesome. But one of the things we wanted to do in this segment, and you can see this by the guests that have been assembled, the states that are closing at 7, that close at 7, we've now got journalists from those places who can give us firsthand information and knowledge. And so all we know about the state of Pennsylvania is that the president has trafficked all over y'all for about the last 2 days. And prior to that, and maybe in coincidence with it, you had the Biden campaign all over the place. Now, I know Florida is a critical state. It also happens to be my home state. But what is going on in Pennsylvania? What's the mood on the ground that you're experiencing? And do you all believe that you will have a result, statewide result, this evening?
Well, hi. First of all, thank you for having me. And second of all, no, I don't think we're going to have a winner by the end of the night, because in Pennsylvania, this is our first time doing mail-in and early voting. And it's been fun in a lot of ways. And I mean that in the most, sarcastic way possible. And I say that because during the primaries, you had people who never got a ballot. And some of that happened here during the general election as well. And you also had people who didn't know how to do the ballot correctly. So we ended up with naked ballots, and those weren't counted. And I don't think we're going to get a final tally in Pennsylvania. Also because when we did the law that we have that allows early voting, doesn't necessarily allow for votes to be counted early. The earliest that we could start counting was this morning at 7 a.m. And when you're looking at what I keep hearing on the ground is Obama numbers. In Philadelphia, just in Philadelphia, former President Obama got nearly 800,000 votes. So just out of the city. So if we're looking at Obama numbers, and most of those numbers are coming from early and mail-in voting, we're going to be a while just counting Philadelphia. That said, everybody's being really patient about waiting in line. There are a whole lot of things that people are doing to try to help you pass the time, like offering meals. There's a place where if you tweet out a picture of a line of voters, you can get free pizza. And there's, things like that we're doing because we know that for some reason, the president has decided that he does not like Philadelphians voting, and he's going to keep an eye on us. And I'm putting that in quotes. And a couple of times there have been a couple of instances of so-called Trump voter protectors trying to get into polling places. And one of those polling places just happened to be staffed by a state senator who, kind of shut that down. So it's going to be interesting to see just how this whole thing shakes out in Pennsylvania, even after tonight, because we know this is going to court. We know that Philadelphia and Philadelphia's votes are going to court. So it's just going to be interesting to see what happens.
Got it.
Well, I cannot thank this panel enough. We will not hold you because we know exactly how important and critical it is to have an independent media. And Sybil, I'm including you and part of that conversation to bring us the straight news as it is. I wish you all the very, very best as we close out this particular conversation, but I hope you'll stick around in case we need to circle back a little bit later in case something breaks off. But in the meantime, wish you all very well as we close out election night. Thank you.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, Pittsburgh. We are kicking off our We Got the Power bus tour right here with a tailgate. We'll have free food, music, and also make sure you register to vote.
Howard, Pittsburgh. Where you at? Where you at?
And then, so we're not.
For our future.
We will definitely
We have to come out to vote. You can log on and register from your phone. Thanks, man. Come down the wire.
We got a website where anybody can go register online. You scan the QR code, you send it out to 5 of your friends, you get a shirt. That's it.
It's a critical election, right? I know we say that every year, right? People get tired of hearing us say that. For real, for real? This is the most important election ever, right? It's about us. It's about our issues. It's about our schools, our kids, our housing. It's about our lives in the midst of this coronavirus. If we weren't clear before this coronavirus that who's in charge of stuff matters, and equipment, and our hospitals, and whether or not they're even funded, if we weren't clear about all those issues before coronavirus, we best be clear about that right now. Because we don't have time for this stuff about, oh, it doesn't matter, right? Or, oh, there's no differences. Right? Because there is a difference when what you're up against is white supremacy.
80% of black businesses did not get a dime out of the trillions of dollars that went to the stimulus package. But his boys did. Where was he then? 50% of black businesses they're expecting to close by the end of the year. Black folks been dying in record numbers from COVID-19, and you've done nothing. But you talking about a platinum plan? I got a plan for you. The plan is you got to go. We don't believe that voting is going to solve all the problems, because many of us been voting all the while, and we haven't seen our communities change to the extent that we need to. But let me tell you something. Voting is a level of power. And ultimately, when people are literally pushing up against you, what you gonna do? Just sit down? You gotta back them up. This ain't about participation. This is about power. This ain't about Biden. This is literally about us.
Stay tuned. We'll be back shortly with more election night coverage featuring Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020.
stay 6 feet away. Remember how long 6 feet is. Put the mask over your nose. And don't be a Karen. Use hand sanitizer if there's any. Much hand sanitizer. I want everybody to be able to have a house. I don't want to see anybody being killed or hurt. I don't want to see racism. I want to see sexism. I don't want to see homophobia. And no people being killed for who they are. I mean, it's not fair. I can't change who you are. I'm not old enough to vote, but go vote for me this November.
All right, polls are beginning to close across the East Coast, and it's looking very, very close to call right now. We're keeping very, very close eye on Florida, North Carolina, South Carolina. I understand that in Georgia there were some irregularities, not unusual in Georgia, so they're extending some of the county voting there. Georgia, if you listen, you still have time. But you know, as we start to get some more results in here, we want to pay close attention to a couple of things here. We're paying very, very close attention to how black voters are showing up in places like Florida and Georgia and North Carolina, where the only way Barack Obama was able to win a majority in those states is by overperforming the black vote, by surging young voters. And so we want to make sure we're paying very, very close attention to that, because we've seen black men's support for presidential candidates dropping since 2008. In 2008, Barack Obama won 95% of black men's votes. And since then, that has continued to drop. And so we're going to pay very close attention, especially in Florida, as it tightens up here. You know, we're running some exit polls across the East Coast, and while only 7% of black men that have already voted say that they voted for Donald Trump, another 17% refuse to tell us who they voted for. That is a concerning statistic. So we're going to keep paying very close attention here. But black men are not only consequential to the presidential vote, but also to the Senate races. So even when we look at some of these Senate races, you know, because what's interesting is that Joe Biden's diverse coalition could in fact deliver him a victory even at 75% of black men's votes, because he's overperforming with seniors, because he's overperforming with white women. What concerns me about that is those are the same voters that are sophisticated enough to split the ballot, to vote for Joe Biden at the top of the ticket and then vote for Tom Tillis in North Carolina. So while Joe Biden can in fact succeed at 75% of the black vote, Cal Cunningham is going to need the 95% that Barack Obama got in 2008 to carry North Carolina. Gary Peters is going to need the 95% that Barack Obama got in Michigan, especially running against John James, who is a black man running for the Republican Senate candidate in Michigan, who is from Detroit and comes from a prominent Detroit family. And we see here, this was just in September, folks, just a month ago, 17% of black men were considering voting for John James. So those are the kinds of things we're going to be paying very, very close attention to as exit polls continue to roll in.
Terrence, I don't want to mess up what you are doing here, but this black male vote thing is something that we really got to understand at a much more granular level than just the race of who's voting. And I'm looking forward, I don't know if tonight's presentation will allow an opportunity on that, but it would be good to hear.
Absolutely. You know, we spend a lot of time understanding black men, their priorities, their preferences, their values and attitudes. And frankly, you know, as a party, we have to lean in here. Black men are disaffected and cynical, not towards Joe Biden, not towards Democrats. They are cynical towards a system that they believe has failed to deliver for them. Yeah. And so when I'm in focus groups and I ask them questions like, how has your life gotten better from voting? And they can't answer that. Yeah. We have work to do there.
Yeah.
But we also have quite a bit.
Let me ask you that too. When we say we have work to do, part of the work is done, but it's the framing. You talked a little bit about that earlier. I know you also do messaging work a lot as well, and there's not a lot of time, but I'd love to know what you think the answer back should be from Democratic candidates who raise that as an issue. When the voters say, I don't know the difference. What's the response?
One thing that I think Democrats definitely could have done a better job in is, black men don't feel represented in this party, right? They don't know in Detroit that there's an Andrew Gillum in Florida and a Hakeem Jeffries in New York. They definitely don't know that we have 3 black men running in the South, right? 4 black men
for the U.S. Senate.
Running for the U.S. Senate in the South right now. That is a story that we should have been telling black men in Detroit and in Philly, because people like Adrian Perkins and Raphael Warnock speak to a voter in America that does not feel represented, not just by Democrats. They don't feel represented in politics. So seeing an Adrian Perkins in Louisiana are ways that we can activate and demonstrate to black men that the Big Tent Party is a home for them as well.
Thank you so much for that, Terrence. This is awesome and informative.
And the old folks saving the day just
listen,
like
and
this.
but guess what?
All the time.
They didn't save the day last time. It's about time they come back around and pick up from the mistake that was last left off.
And he walked
Well,
off
listen,
camera
we're gonna be paying very close attention, guys. We have exit polls coming in every minute here, so we are definitely paying close attention. I can't wait to come back and tell you what we're seeing.
Yes.
We can't wait. I'm particularly interested to hear how white women are performing.
That's right. We're paying very close attention.
Better
there.
reclaim themselves.
That's right.
They better
Thank you, folks.
redeem themselves.
Yeah.
So we can reclaim our time.
You know what, Angela? Sometimes I know it's confounding at some level, but then on the other level, you got to understand. If you, as a person, a black male voter, feel like you've been dissed every single time around, at what point do you say, this is insane?
That's right.
Why would I keep doing the same thing if I keep getting the same outcome? So I think we've got to dig into that.
And you know what? There's no better group of people to help you dig into that.
That our
next
panel.
We have joining us today Stephanie Brown James, our dear sister and co-founder and senior advisor to the collective, where they're killing it.
Yes.
CC Battle. You know what my mind is on the ballots. CC Battle, Executive Director of People for the American Way Foundation, Young People For, and certainly our other dear sister, Latasha Brown, who is the co-founder of Black Voters Matter.
These
Thank
are
you
bad women here.
Black women here to save the day, checking in. What you got, Andrew Gillum?
Well, listen, first of all, the polls have already begun to close. I know you all have been following some of the early returns. I should mention CC Battle is the former director of Young People For.
Oh, I'm
she
sorry.
She has started her own enterprise now and is a Floridian by nature. Nonetheless, I would love to hear from CC, Latasha, Stephanie. Can y'all give us, from the early returns that we've seen so far, what are you experiencing? What have you experienced on the ground? Has your mood changed about what the outcome of tonight's election might be post getting through the closing of the polls on many of the eastern states? And I'll start with you at the top there, Cece.
First, thank you so much for having me. And for those who don't know, I'm calling in from Miami, Florida, where I've spent the last 8 hours monitoring the polls with Guardians of Democracy and Florida for All. The short answer of how I'm feeling, I started the day, leaning into optimism, saying, I believe in us. I've spent the last couple of weeks working with folks, educating folks, making sure that they had the information that they needed. But I will say, aside from the optimism, I'm a bit concerned. One of the locations that I spent most of my time at today, we were helping folks understand that it was no longer a polling location. As you know, in Florida, we are the Wild Wild West, and a lot of supervisors of elections like to change polling locations at the last minute. So where I was, a library that has been a location every voting cycle was no longer a polling location. So over the span of 8 hours, we saw 572 people who were confused about their polling location. But the good news is they were excited once we told them where to vote. They were frustrated, like, hey, I don't understand. I voted here before. But we're like, listen, polls close at 7 o'clock. We need you to get there. Here's where you need to go. And they're like, I'm on my way there now. So though that confusion brought up a little, frustration for me and the voters, I'm really optimistic because folks were turning out.
Yeah.
When I was looking at the reports from folks who were also participating in this program, Guardians of Democracy, over 166 other polling locations, everyone was taking pictures of long lines, people dancing in line, people passing food out in line. So people are motivated. I will say that motivation is not only for Joe Biden, the motivation is also for Trump. I saw a lot of Make America, Great Again flags and caravans and organizing efforts from the Trump campaign. But for the most part, folks are really organized and excited to participate. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good.
Thank you for that. Latasha, I know you look like you still on the bus. I know you have been on the bus.
I am.
Okay. I called it.
You know that life.
Hey, y'all got a bathroom. I can see the bathroom door. Listen, I'm just glad to know that.
You know this life.
I know this life. But it's so good to have you with us.
Yes.
Tell us, what are you seeing, experiencing on the ground? What's your mood right now, considering we're at Decision Day?
So I'm similar to Cece, other than I will say that I feel real grounded. I feel that Black voters have come out and showed out all over this country. And so I think the best that we can do is the best that we can do. I think what is going to be revealed this day is we're really going to know what the temperature and what America, what are the values of this country. I think that's going to be reflected tonight. What I am very proud of and what gives me hope is that Black voters in Georgia and all throughout the other states that we've been working in have been calling me and been working all day to really be able to get out the vote. And so we just came from Columbus, Georgia, and it was really interesting. Most of the people were a little worried because we didn't see a lot of lines, but most of the people that we said they had voted early. So I do think that the campaign to get people to vote early was very effective. I do think that Black voters responded to that. And I think we're at the point now, that we are just have to sit back and watch the results. I even push back on some of the critique around the exploitation that even where we're talking about Black male voters, some that have supported or supporting Trump, there's always been white exploitation of Black pain and Black trauma. And so then again, instead of putting the focus and the on Black men, the truth of the matter is over 90% of Black men are not voting for Trump. And so that has to be a part of the narrative and part of the story. And so we have to be clear about Black voters, I think, are showing up in record numbers, and I think that we're handling our business.
Hey,
that's what I've seen.
Sis, that word will preach, as they say. I realize we have been spending a bit of time on Black men, and I want to make sure that as we talk about Black men and their role in this electorate, that we do it in a constructive way that leads us towards solutions, some food on the table that gives them something to go with. Stephanie, you have been in this work quite a while as well. It don't look like you on a bus right now. She ain't on the bus. But isn't Ohio is crib.
Yes.
And that is an important state, and we're going to be watching what happens there. Ohio seems to have sent all of their older retired white voters to Florida. So if you pick on us, I'm coming back to pick on you. Tell us what you were experiencing there in Ohio and just your assessment nationally.
Yeah, I have to agree with my sister Cece and Latasha about their assessment of Black voters. I can tell you, going in tonight, the one thing I can proclaim at what is now 7:50 p.m. Eastern time is that Black voters make the difference. They make the difference because coming into Election Day, we know over 5.8 million Black people in 11 battleground states. And the battleground state number keeps increasing. Let me just say that. But in the states that we know have the highest electoral votes and are the most up to grabs, we know that Black people are turning out in droves. If you look at the South, the new South is rising.
Yeah.
You look at Georgia, North Carolina, Texas. We have seen record turnouts from Black voters in these states. Over 90% of Black folks have voted early in those states compared to 2016 numbers. So even if, we're still tomorrow trying to figure out who won the presidency, what I can tell you is that attitudes and behaviors of Black voters have changed. You can see that they have become more empowered. They have become more understanding of the power we have as Black people to not only protest, but to go to the polls to make sure that our issues are heard and that we're getting the policy makers in office to create the policies we need to see.
That's a word too. Listen, Angela and I wish that we could spend the whole night, frankly, digging further into this. But I just want to say a huge heartfelt thank you, not just for tonight, but for the work that you all do every single day, electing candidates, training leaders, getting in there and meeting people where they are and exposing them to their own political power. You all are doing incredible work, and we can't thank you enough. Angela?
Thank you so much, y'all. I know that I wish we had more time, but we're a little behind schedule. We had some technical difficulties, but they got to see y'all's Black excellence. I'll be sure that we post these clips. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to hop right into our next panel. Andrew's running point, but I'm going to read these intros. Michael Harriet, who is a senior writer at The Root, is on. And we are also getting Sean Pittman, who is a lawyer and strategist in Florida, where Andrew's dropping phones from Florida. And Joe Biden right now has a very, very 0.1 percentage point lead over the results that are coming in right now. And so... Well, actually, and I just wanted to mention... Oh, they're right here.
I know they are here, but this will set up for a question I'm going to toss to Sean. Because I just saw that Floridians have voted. Turnout is expected to be 11.1 million at this point in the state of Florida. Amazing. But the Miami-Dade numbers are not looking great. Clinton won it by 30 points, and it appears that Biden is up only by 10 points at this juncture. Now, obviously, they're still counting votes, but Sean, I just need to, you know from your own experience with me as a candidate in statewide office in Florida, that a lot of people nationally really don't understand how Florida Hispanics perform and why their performance is so different than what you would find maybe in New Mexico or Colorado or California or Arizona. Can you illuminate, in addition to what we've already seen in some of the early numbers from Florida, talk to us about this difference that folks are experiencing with Hispanics in Florida?
Well, thank you, Governor Gillum. I'm sorry. Wait, you're still our governor, so I'm sorry.
Yes, he is the damn governor, Sean. Don't get me started. I was therapy.
I'm sorry.
Brandy
I'm sorry.
Almost doesn't count.
He gets mad at me all the time when Angela, when I do this, he gets mad at me because he says, Sean, I'm not governing. And okay,
we're governing. We have a different story.
Child, that's for damn sure. Don't get me, look.
See, we're off topic. Sean, back to the politics.
Okay, listen, Florida is a very dynamic place. It's not just the most beautiful climate-wise, have the most beautiful beaches. We have the most diverse group of people, not only outside of our silos, but within our own demographics. And that's where we are with the Latinos in Florida. The Cuban Americans are largely Republicans, and they are and they are a great percentage, a majority percentage in Dade County. So that's part of what you see in Dade County. And you're right, Andrew, this is what we're seeing in Dade County tonight is the damaging information that we had back when you were running for governor. The numbers are way too low. As you said, Hillary Clinton won with 30% of the vote in Dade County. And at this moment, this very moment, Biden is up about 10%. That's not good. It's not good because while he leads just a little bit, in a minute, the panhandle will close. The west part of the panhandle at 8 o'clock. And what we typically see west of the state capitol is a whole bunch of red, a sea of red. And man, that's not good for us right now. In fact, I'm gonna pour another drink because this doesn't feel good right now.
Sorry, really quickly, you guys, this is the thing that I was worried about. There was all this celebration about 103 million people early voting this morning. And I've had this, this concern. And, I have to go to you, Michael, because you have been so very thorough, not just in your reads, but with your receipts on the route. And you communicate to us in ways that other folks just can't. Can you just talk to me about how you're feeling? Forget the polls for a minute, the exit polls, the entry polls, the side polls. Talk to me about how you feel about where we are, in particularly around the Black male voter issue. In the last panel, Latasha just talked about how she's concerned that we're not talking about the 90% of Black men who are actually voting for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. What's your sentiments about that, and how are you feeling about where we are so far on election night overall?
Well, I think what we don't understand about this issue is, first of all, we don't understand it, right? So we're comparing the fact that everybody Black voted for Obama and says, well, why didn't Hillary Clinton get all these black voters. So we're comparing it to Obama's total when we know Barack Obama got the highest voter turnout in the history of black people in modern elections, right? So we can't expect that from these mayonnaise white candidates, right? So what we have to look at is the history of black male voters, right? 13% voted for Reagan, 12% voted for Reagan the second time, 15% voted for Bush, 12% voted for the second Bush, right? So about the same percentage voted for Donald Trump as always votes for Republicans. The only difference that we've ever seen is when everybody voted for Barack. So Barack Obama was the unicorn, and that's why we misunderstand these black votes, because the Democratic Party has started to think that it was the Democrats who got black people out and not Barack Obama. That's the misunderstanding. And as far as how I'm feeling right now, right, I'm kind of about this, but I think that what we have to understand about Florida and Georgia is that what the results that we're going to see, we know black people have turned out, right? So what we're waiting for is to see how much voter suppression worked, how much disinformation worked, how many votes they threw out. All of that will tell the story. Black people already turned out, black people already voted. We know we got to find out how white people are going to act tonight, how racist they will be, and how much they were able to shut down black voters who did turn out. And that should be the story of this election and the last election.
Well, Angela, I think that's why you began by complimenting the clarity of Michael when he speaks directly, y'all. He don't mean for you to miss the point. Yeah, and Sean as well, another political talent in the all-important state of Florida. We're going to continue to watch these numbers. I hope that you all will continue to make yourselves available throughout the night as things change, because the truth is, we don't know where this thing is going to go. And hopefully we'll be able to engage as brothers in a conversation, quite frankly, about what we could be doing better. Forget party affiliation, but what needs to happen better, more, so that more black men who are already performing, not talking about underperforming, are less misunderstood, and fewer people who are not black men describing the state of consciousness of black men. So I'm looking forward to that conversation and looking forward to tying back to you all as we talk a little bit more about these election outcomes in the coming hours.
Thank you, guys. So like we promised you all, we're going to be following hashtag Black America Votes 2020 for your comments. First, I just want to take a moment to just send you all love, because you all have been on here, they're mostly tweeting you. They're saying, they're just quoting you. And I just think it's so amazing to see you all paying attention and being this engaged. I hope that as engaged as you all are on Twitter, especially for folks in the Midwest and the West Coast, that you are also going to the polls. If you already are going and you made your plan, make sure you take someone with you. The most important thing is that we exercise our franchise. John Lewis once said that the right to vote is precious, it's almost sacred. And I hope that we will continue to move in that vein. We were hoping to get a voter suppression update. I'm worried. Kristen's not joined us, which means there's probably a lot going on. So hopefully we'll be able to get that update from her. But in the meantime, we are going to go ahead and bring into this conversation Wesley Lowery and Desmond Meade. We need to have a conversation about reform. And there are two people. I'm just kidding. Again,
well, no. This is a setup. And
I'm not kidding about reform. I'm kidding about the fact that we don't have them yet. And I just was told that we're going to bring them in, but we don't have them.
But Angela, you were going down the right road here, which is the need.
They have them now. I think we might be getting punked. Ashton Kutcher, where the hell are you?
So how about this?
What's going on?
They can't hear what we're hearing. So let's keep rolling. This is what's going on, y'all. As Angela stated, where we are is at a place for real systemic reform. There are not two better people to discuss this topic, what's been going on in the states. For some, their very first opportunity to vote today, after having had their rights, their civil rights taken from them. And I'm so excited that I think, Angela, have an opportunity to bring in, I don't know if it's...
we do have them now.
Let's get it.
Yes, hi. Oh, and Rashad,
Man, what a good-looking group,
Oh,
man.
my goodness.
I see your lighting, Desmond.
I know. He's got the whole glow. So I want to just come to you. I want to start with you, Wes, because there's nobody better to set up the story of where we are. You have done so much work around just educating the American public around what needs to change in our policing system. This is something that was built off of fugitive slaves or fugitive enslaved people being chased down and returned to their masters. That system is one that can't really work and serve us, right? Protect and serve the people that it was once designed to oppress, frankly. You've done so much work here around police violence and then the need for police reform. Wesley, talk about how important this is going into 2021 and how we can hold whomever becomes our next administration accountable to ensure real change here.
Of course, it's going to be a major issue. We're having this conversation just a few months after people flooded the streets, not just across American cities, but across cities around the world, as we were reminded yet again by new cell phone videos and new cases from Ahmaud Arbery, which wasn't a policing case, but was one that spoke to our ideas of race and justice, to Breonna Taylor in Kentucky, to George Floyd in Minneapolis. I was just this last weekend, a few days ago, up in Philadelphia, right? And so the reminder that these processes play out and continue to play out even as we focus our attention for the moment to electoral politics. Now, this is very much at stake in this moment and in this election, that we have two different tickets that in their words and in their deeds present two different potential pathways forward. And that's not to endorse either of them, but to discuss the differences and in what has been proposed and rolled out. What we have in the Trump administration is an administration that, as one of its first steps, began undoing the police reforms put in place by the Obama administration, stopped conducting patterns and practices investigations into local police departments, stopped using the relatively limited DOJ oversight that existed, said we're not going to do any of that anyway. And in rhetoric, which we know the power of the presidential bully pulpit, started saying, look, cops, we've got your back. We're not going to criticize you. We're not going to ask for you to raise your standards. You'll remember Donald Trump saying, when you put a suspect in the car, don't put your hand on top of his head so he doesn't get hit, which, this is a president who says a lot of things, but it is pretty remarkable, essentially, to have a president of the United States tell a room full of police officers commit civil rights violations. On the other hand, you've got a Democratic ticket of two people, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who both are eager to show that they are in the right place on these issues. Two people who have talked openly about past decisions they've made that perhaps they would make differently now. Both people who there are voters who I think might be reasonably skeptical, be it because of Joe Biden's involvement with the crime bill, Kamala Harris's work as a DA. But it is very interesting for me when I listen to Joe Biden talk around these issues, around policing, around justice, also around voting. All right, you very often hear him frame himself aspirationally as some type of sweeping figure, a Johnson, a Roosevelt. The idea that, I frankly, I get the sense that Biden doesn't ever want to hear the words crime bill again. And so you wonder, what might he try to do were he elected, and if he had a Senate, that might move the conversation. So it's going to be fascinating one way or the other. I'm going to shut up in 1 second because when I'm on the line with Rashad Robinson and Desmond Meade, I don't need to be the one talking. But the last thing I would say, though, is that especially on the criminal justice conversation, we can't overstate the extent to which, while federal and national politics certainly matter, that these are fights that play out locally. These are fights that play out with who is your local district attorney, who is your local mayor, who is the councilman who runs the public safety committee on your city council and hires and fires your police chief, right? That we live in a country, because of the way it's set up, that a lot of the power as it relates to criminal justice, policing, is something that's held locally. And so what we see when we see these turnouts, when we see Black people being engaged and having these conversations, we start to see real change. That in these last 4 years, Donald Trump has been the president, someone who has not been supported by the vast majority of Black Americans, no matter their gender, no matter their location. But what we've seen is we have seen movements locally supported by, again, national organizations like Color of Change and others that have elected new district attorneys in big, important places, in Chicago, in Orlando, in Boston, right, that have started to change some of the state laws, right? We've got measures even this year up in Kentucky and other places. And so again, as much as this is an ongoing struggle and fight, as much as this is an ongoing conversation about what we want the criminal justice system to look like, it certainly matters who's in the Oval Office, but it also matters who's being elected to all of these different positions across all 50 states, across all types of jurisdictions, and that even if, for folks out there watching, if Florida doesn't go the way they want to go this year, or Georgia doesn't go that doesn't mean that down ballot there weren't changes that were ushered in today by voters that are going to have real impact in the future.
Yeah, and Wes, thank you so much. We clearly need Wes back on for a whole podcast.
He can take my slide.
This is so important. Rashad, I want to come to you because Wes, of course, started talking about something that is your cup of tea. That is these district attorney races. We have to talk about that tonight, Rashad. While we're talking about that, I want to bring up a very important infographic that we have, the clemencies and pardons under Obama versus Trump. Why am I bringing that up? Because it should be front and center here in this conversation. Donald Trump has tried to proclaim, as you know, Rashad, that he is the savior of Black people and criminal justice reform, savior in chief, a new bar. But if you look at this chart, you see the number of clemencies received, pardons granted, clemencies granted. The number of pardons granted under the Trump administration is 27. The number of clemencies granted are 11. There's no conversation. The numbers speak for themselves. But Rashad, people on the ground in local communities, our DAs have more to do with our futures as it relates to the criminal justice system than anyone else. Please talk about the important work that you all are doing at Color of Change PAC to ensure that DAs begin to represent our interests. That's the interests of the people.
Well, first of all, it's so good to be with both of you. I'm so glad that you are doing this on this platform. To Wes, who I just really appreciate all the work you're doing, and to my brother Desmond on getting to vote. Congratulations. Right. I just all of your incredible leadership, Desmond. You just are so inspiring, and what you built is so fantastic. What I want to say about the district attorney work, which I think is really important, is they're the most powerful actors in the criminal justice space. They make decisions every single day about who gets prosecuted and who doesn't. They make decisions about how police are held accountable. And there are 2,400 of them. And what we've tried to do through this work is really raise the floor on what's acceptable and push up the ceiling on what's possible. Because what we recognized when we started this work back in 2015 is that district attorneys were not nervous about disappointing us. And that's how we think about power at Color of Change. If those in power are not nervous about disappointing us, it doesn't matter what kind of plans we have, what kind of hearts and minds we change, because if we can show up time and time again, and if they don't fear us, then there's nothing we can do. To the point around the clemency and to all of the points, I think, heading forward. And we don't know what's going to happen towards the end of this night, but I think it's really important as we think about whether it's justice, whether we think about voting rights, whether we think about corporate accountability, that if we do get a Biden administration, that we don't let what happened over these last 4 years lower the bar on what we should expect and what we should demand. A lot has happened this time that could make us think that any type of change is better and any type of change is worthy of our efforts. You know, President Obama was a change candidate. Donald Trump was a change the rules candidate. It's a different type of archetype. It means that you throw out all the rules, all the ideas. We may have disliked the previous Housing and Urban Development Secretary, but we knew that they actually knew something about housing and urban development. That's what Donald Trump has sort of gotten us. Joe Biden is a restoration candidate. And that means that we are going to have to push him every day if he becomes president. And I just want to prepare people for the idea that regardless of what happens, we won't be in the same resistance moment if Donald Trump wins. And we will not be in the same moment with, you know, a Messiah candidate that we have to sort of tiptoe around because maybe some of our people love them more than they love us. We will be in a moment where we will have to push. And we'll have to recognize that we will have the potential to win more over the next 4 years than the previous 15 years, but only if we keep a high bar for what we expect. And that means that even in the clemency process, President Obama didn't do enough. Right. And he could have done more. I remember going back and forth with Sally Yates at the Justice Department on letters of her stalling it. She didn't do enough. I want us to make sure that we continue to just be fully honest and tell a full story for people, because I don't want folks to walk out of this election thinking that our work is done. Regardless of what happened, I want people to know that this election is a point on the arc of our work, and that we have to continue to work and fight regardless of what happens.
That's right. Listen, Angela, we both could give up our seats. These three brothers are preaching tonight. I can anticipate what we're about to get from Desmond because he's in my home state of Florida. Yeah. But this brother, just picking up on Rashad and Wes's points that were made earlier, when you talk about being in this fight for the long haul, not just an election cycle, not just a year, Desmond Meade, when nobody believed that it was possible to put a ballot initiative on the state of Florida's ballot requiring 60% of Floridians to agree to reinstill voting rights, democratic voting rights, back into the hands of people who have made a mistake in their lives. They have now re-entered society, paid their debts to society, and deserve the opportunity to vote. I happen to be the Democratic nominee for governor in Florida on the ballot when this issue was on the ballot. And while I was disappointed in my defeat, this issue got more votes than the governor who got elected, than me, than almost anything else on the ballot. Desmond Meade drug that thing through with very little support up until it became the popular thing to do. And Desmond, if I'm not mistaken, good brother, I don't know where Sheena is, but I imagine she's somewhere nearby. This election was your first time voting since having your rights restored.
Well, actually, it was my first time ever voting in the presidential election.
Wow. Incredible.
This past August was my first time voting in a primary for over 30 years.
Wow, man.
So I have to say I'm honored to be among esteemed guests, in Wes and Rashad, and definitely you, Governor, and Angela. I heard Sean Pittman already, and we believe that so many people have that same sentiment. But listen, at the end of the day, the short thing is that there are new players in the game now, and we're playing that long game. Yeah. Somewhat of what Rashad said, we have right now, there's over 193,000 people that's on the voting roster with previous felony convictions. We know since we passed Amendment 4, over 87,000 returning citizens have been registered, right? And when we look at that, we know it falls far short of the 1.4 million that should have been benefiting from Amendment 4. Right. But let me tell you, with COVID, with the resistance from the governor and our state legislature, I think we did extremely well. And matter of fact, when you compare it to the margin of victory in the 2000 election, we're way ahead of the game, right? And then when you compare it also to the margin of victory in your race, Governor Andrew, we know that we are well positioned to really play that long-term game. And like Wes said, there's a lot of factors in there, but one of the things that's going to have an impact, a greater impact on criminal justice reform, are the new set of voters that are participating in elections who are directly impacted by these policies, right? Yes. Yes. And so I have a huge smile on my face because while the outcome of tonight's election is extremely important, really it's going to be determinative of the pathway our country is going forth, I am even more excited because of the stories that we are seeing and hearing every day of a group of people who would never have thought that they would have been able to have their voices heard. People walking out of the voting location with tears streaming down their eyes. Right. We had one gentleman who finally admitted that all these years he's been watching people vote. He's been jealous, right? And then we have this young lady in Oslo, Florida, who the doctor gave her 6 months to live. 6 months. And she never thought that she would be able to register to vote because of a drug addiction and a felony offense. As she was filling out her voter registration form and signing her name on the bottom, she looked up and she asked our canvassers to pray that God would allow her to live long enough to cast the ballot.
My.
Andrew, we had a woman who was given 6 months to live, and her dying wish was not to go to Disney World. It wasn't to visit an exotic location or to meet a celebrity such as yourself or Angela. Her dying wish was to be able to feel what it was like, the feeling that I had when I voted for the first time in over 30 years, that feeling that I had when I voted in my very first presidential election. And I'm telling you, that sentiment is shared with thousands upon thousands of returning citizens. We know over 40,000 returning citizens had voted early already, right? That 40,000 sound familiar, right? We are here for the long game, right? And we're gonna make sure that our issues are heard. And I'm just excited because what I'm seeing in my community, I just left Paramore on the way here, and what I seen was a group in the field of about 30 returning citizens who were having a party to celebrate the fact that they were voting for the first time in their life.
Hey, man, partying for democracy. Desmond, Rashad, Wes, powerful, powerful, powerful brothers, all playing unique roles in this long-term systemic change.
That's right.
This is what Angela and I really wanted as part of tonight's coverage about the elections. It's not about a single election. And the long-term change these brothers are talking about is exactly what we ought to be focused on.
Desmond, I just want to tell you, I remember meeting you on Breakfast Club. To my dear brothers, Desmond, Rashad, and to Wes, I can't wait to continue this conversation. We're going to go to Kristen really quick for a voter suppression update and go to BT right after that. I hope we can hear back from y'all again later tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Kristen Clark, do we have Kristen Clark from the Lawyers Committee with our voter suppression? There she is, sis. Thank you.
Attorney counselor.
Tell us what's the deal. How's it looking out there, Kristen?
You know, we got worried when we couldn't get you on. I was like, she working.
That's
Sister's working.
Said too.
What's going on out there?
Man, our team has been working hard all day. So we've got our election protection program in full effect across the country. An army of 42,000 trained legal volunteers who've been taking in calls all day. So what have we heard? Let me start with your state, Florida. Florida's been kind of a hotbed of the intimidation complaints that we've heard about today.
Right.
People rolling up in trucks and blocking access to polling sites. We got a complaint like that in Palm Beach. People, two men who purported to be law enforcement officials, asking people questions as they were going into the polling site. These weren't systematic, kind of intimidation efforts. They were really kind of sporadic, nuisance level attempts to discourage and deter people. But I think what we're seeing this season is that people are not folding, they're not bending, they are not deterred, right? This has been a remarkable election season, unprecedented turnout numbers during early voting, unprecedented numbers of people who took advantage of vote by mail. And what it's meant is that we've had slightly lighter turnout than we would have expected at in some parts of the country today.
Can I ask?
We're shattering records in terms of turnout. We just saw, I believe, the mayor in Minneapolis, who said that about 2 hours ago they have officially exceeded turnout from 2016. And I think that that's going to be a story that we see across the board in a lot of parts of our country.
Can I ask you, Kristen, the election protection hotline, curious to know about the very cases you're talking about, folks experiencing a truck blocking their access to the polls. How is the hotline going? Are people calling into 866 Our Vote with tons of stories? Are the lawyers flooded? What's happening there?
Yes, so we've got 42,000 lawyers who are working remotely. I'm here at kind of our command center where we're making sure that all of the technology pieces, kind of come together, because we can't afford to have anything break down today. But we've been helping voters all across the country. Tens of thousands of people have called the 866 Our Vote hotline, 866 Our Vote, and we're troubleshooting and resolving issues. Sometimes that means getting on the phone with election officials. Sometimes that means threatening a lawsuit so that we can get them to understand we are serious and we will litigate if they don't take action to cure the problem. Sometimes it's empowering voters with accurate information, because too often voters go to sites where poll workers will tell them the wrong thing. We'll ask for a photo ID in a state where there is no ID requirement. We'll tell them, I don't see your name on the rolls, so you got to go. But in a federal election, you've got a right to cast a provisional ballot.
That's right.
So we've been doing a lot of work to pull people back from the brink of disenfranchisement to make sure that everyone ultimately is able to have their voice heard in what is most certainly the most consequential election of our lifetime.
Kristen, first of all, y'all are doing remarkable work, and it's so necessary. Unfortunate that it is so necessary, but obviously with the gutting of Section 5 of the Civil Rights Voting Act and the removal of pre-clearance, some of these laws would have otherwise been evaluated by DOJ and determined whether or not they were right. My question to you is, and I know we don't have you all night, so I'm gonna go real quick, and that is, under a friendlier administration to voting rights, what would be your number one priority first 100 days as we go into potentially a new administration, maybe a friendlier administration to voting rights in this country?
Clean house in the leadership ranks. I mean, this administration has decimated the Civil Rights Division, has decimated the HUD and the Department of Education. They have abandoned the mission that has been in place for these critical agencies for decades. And look, I worked at the Justice Department during the Bush years. I started at the end of the Clinton years, and I worked through the Bush years. But what we have lived through in the last 4 years has been devastating for Black people and people of color in our country. So we need to breathe life back into the Civil Rights Division of the Justice Department. We need to make sure that they're back in business again. We need to make sure that they are enforcing the Voting Rights Act, that they are standing up when there is housing discrimination. We need to make sure that they're not filing cases attacking affirmative action, which is literally what we're seeing right now. In every respect, we have seen the Justice Department just do a straight 180 when it comes to protecting the civil rights of Black people and vulnerable communities in our country. So to me, that would be agenda item number one.
And then, Kristen, and again, I told you we're going to let you go soon, but this is this issue sits so permanently at the crux of our democracy, democratic society, for our ability to truly stand up and be that nation upon a hill where people have relative security, relative assurance that when I go in there to cast my vote on this day, whatever day that may be in the voting process, that I will be able to legally cast that vote and then walk away and be relatively well assured that that vote will be counted. I realize that a lot of your work from the legislative side is looking at what's happening at the federal level. But assuming we don't get a removal of a Mitch McConnell, which means you can still obstruct whatever may come out of the House, is there any advice, any guidance that could be given to those who may be listening and say, I want to do something in my own county? What would you recommend?
And Kristen, I'm sorry, we're going to have to wrap in just a second. So it's really
We've got about a minute.
No, we have a little under a minute.
Oh, my bad.
Just
Graham, North Carolina. That is the answer to the question. I mean, this is where Black people on Saturday peacefully marched to the polls, and they were viciously assaulted by the Alamance, North Carolina Sheriff's Office. You had children out there who were marching to the polls, and sheriff's deputies fired pepper spray on them. We filed suit yesterday under the Ku Klux Klan Act and the Voting Rights Act because these actions violate federal law. But today, that group continued their march to the polls. Just about an hour ago, the group reassembled under the leadership of Reverend Drumright and continued their march. power starts at the local level, and we need to never forget that. We need to continue to organize, to rise up, and to fight for justice in our home communities, in our home base. And Graham, North Carolina is a perfect example of that.
Thank you so much, Kristen. I know you got to go,
Thank
and
you.
so do we. We thank you so much for joining us. We're now going to go with Mark Lamont Hill, who's in New York for BET.
We're in Jacksonville. We are at Big Bethel, and it is big. A great first stop in the state of Florida. We are right here in this parking lot at this church. We have the power to change this state. And in changing this state, we have the power to change this country.
We are going to fight. We're going to stand until our community gets its just due. And it won't just be elections. It is literally around us really radically reimagining every single system in this country.
It's about getting the word out, getting the truth out, the facts about how easy it is to vote. It's about how we change the dynamics and narratives in our communities. And the first step to doing that is, utilizing your right to vote.
Turnout all around the country, and we'll quickly be rejoining our simulcast of CBSN. But first, we wanted to take just a couple of minutes to talk about key issues related to our community. And to do that, we're going to turn to some very, very special guests. Joining us from Washington, D.C., we have CNN political commentator Angela Rye, and we also have former mayor of Tallahassee, Andrew Gillum. Thank you all for joining me.
Mark, how are you, brother?
So good
I
to
am
see you.
happy. I'm happy to see y'all. I woke up this morning, I went and voted in Philadelphia, and I saw long lines of black people wrapped around the corner that made me optimistic. Now I'm looking at these results, and my stomach's in knots. I'm a little bit nervous. Do I have a right to be nervous? Should I be nervous?
Yeah, you should be nervous. This is gonna be, as my dad would say, nip and tuck. This is gonna be tight. And I think the reality of it is voter suppression isn't just what happens at the polls, Mark, right? Like, we know the amount of disinformation that used a grain of truth to poison the well on records. And I'm not talking about the records that should be rightfully questioned, but the choices here are clear. It's not a lesser of two evils. It's whether or not you want a fascist in the White House. And unfortunately, when folks are in communities like so many of our family members and our friends and people we grew up with, and they can't tell the difference, as we've talked about all program, Andrew, it makes it really tough.
Well, I wouldn't give them that much credit. They can tell the difference. They're making the choice, many of them, the very conscious choice to elect a president who has spent the better part of his 4 years in office essentially stoking the flames of a potential race war. And they've seen the consequences of it, and they've arrived at the conclusion that they're willing to throw this country into chaos to preserve power. So they're very clear choices that are being made. They may not be the ones
about a different thing.
sorry. No, it's all good. But the truth is, Mark, I'm worried. I'm very worried, but I'm less worried about so much the individuals, Mark, than I am of what it says about the rest of us. Like, I was devastated mostly in 2016. I wanted Hillary Clinton to win, but it was also like, I'm about to go back home where I live, and every other white woman I see, plus one, will have voted for Donald Trump, and I'm wondering what signal she's trying to send to me.
Let's talk about those numbers. You're referring, of course, Mayor Gillum is referring to the 53% of white women nationally who voted for President Trump in the 2016 election. This time around, we're seeing some interesting trends. We see a spike in new voters, people who are voting for the first time, which signals that they saw this election as a necessary one to intervene in. We're looking at some exit polls in states where we're seeing high numbers of black people voting for Biden, of course, but we're seeing a creeping number of black people. In some states, we're looking as high as 10%. In a state like Georgia, for example, where we're seeing black turnout for Trump. What does that mean, and what does that say about the chances of seeing a transition in power this evening?
Well, he's already said that he wasn't planning on a peaceful and clear and easy transition.
Well, he's literally built a wall outside of where we are.
we're here in
the White House.
D.C. and in the wall that he promised some of his fascist supporters, he instead of building it at the border between the United States and Mexico, he just said, let me build it across Treasury and the White House. So that's what we're seeing right now. But I think the other most important thing is this is really an election about our better angels. This is about a moral responsibility. I don't even think it's a partisan responsibility. This is just like, again, whether you want fascism or not, and again, going back to my point about they, and this time I'm talking about Black men and some folks who have felt marginalized, disenfranchised, and oppressed by the system of government as is. We have to do a better job, as we talked about with Terrence Woodbury here earlier, of communicating what is the difference between the parties when you don't see it immediately out front of your doorstep, when you don't see it in your children's schools. We have to communicate that better to people. That is not my position. That's what I've heard on the ground. I was in Durham, North Carolina.
Right. Yeah.
I was in Detroit and Flint, Michigan. I was in Atlanta, Georgia. And these are things that I heard repeatedly. Do you know what scared me the most, Andrew? Hearing somebody tell me that Donald Trump gave them some money and they ain't never got no money like that from the government.
Wow.
That's
an interesting analysis.
The stimulus check, that is their money. That's not Trump's money.
But it's also a stimulus check that came because of a COVID pandemic that was handled in a very funky way. So, I mean, it's like you got the check, but at what cost? I want to bring in Jamal.
By the way, that the Democrats negotiated.
People dead.
That the Democrats negotiated and practically had to hold the Republicans hostage.
Still on the HEROES Act too.
Hold on, y'all. One second.
We're trying to take over your segment.
No, y'all good. I know who y'all. I know who I was getting when I had y'all on here. Let me bring in CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons. I want to bring him into the conversation. Jamal.
Hey, Angela, Mark, and Andrew. How y'all doing?
Well, good, brother. We are sitting here and we're looking at some results coming in right now. Here at CBS, we've called some states, but one of the states that we have not called, of course, is Florida. We also have not called Georgia or North Carolina, and of course, we haven't called Pennsylvania. Those are states that seem crucial. If Biden wins these states, his path to victory is very clear. If Trump wins those states, it seems to be his only clear pathway. Where are you leaning right now in terms of what you're seeing on the ground and what you're hearing from people in terms of what's possible?
Yeah, so I'm talking to a few folks in Florida and South Carolina because I'm concerned about our friend Jamie Harrison. Also looking at Texas and Ohio. So what's weird is there may be something happening where Donald Trump wins the state of Florida because Miami-Dade County, the margin is so narrow. But his margin is narrow in Miami-Dade, but he's winning Duval, which I think Andrew won, and then he's kind of winning in Pinellas. So that's weird. But Biden may lose Florida, but then he may win Ohio, and he's possibly going to win Texas. Or at least he's making Texas really very interesting. So
Jamal,
this map is really all over the place. I mean, what we're seeing...
No, real quick, Jamal, if Joe Biden wins Texas, we're going to be all out of this studio real early. Is that safe to say?
I'm flipping the table, Mark. I'm flipping the table.
Child, I'm just figure out what numbers we looking at. They're different than them.
For people out there, just so you understand, California's is 55 electoral votes. That's obviously leaning very heavily toward Joe Biden historically. Texas is 38 electoral votes. If he wins those two, I mean, you're looking at 93 electoral votes out of two states. Very rarely, historically, does a candidate of either party get both of those states. And the fact that it's even competitive is a signpost. But Jamal, I did cut you off. Talk to me about what you think is happening here with Pennsylvania and Ohio and Florida. It's fascinating right now.
So I know folks who've been on the ground in Ohio, particularly in state legislative districts and a couple of congressional swing districts. And what's happening is these are people who were in 2016. In 2016, they were saying, well, Hillary Clinton might win Ohio, but she's not winning any of the districts that I'm working in. But now they're saying Joe Biden is actually doing pretty well in these swing districts of Ohio. So I don't know if Ohio comes across the finish line, but it is telling us something about this these new group of voters that Joe Biden seems to be appealing to while he's dropping off, particularly with Latino men in Florida, in South Florida.
I need some more insight into Florida because, again, Florida is an important state. It's a swing state, 29 electoral votes at stake. Andrew Gillum, you're from there. That's your town. You've been a successful politician there. What is it that Trump is doing to appeal to these voters? I mean, because after the last 4 years, some people thought that this may tilt Democrat just because of the natural ebb and flow of politics. But Trump is right in the thick of things right now. What is it that Trump's doing to appeal to voters, and which voters is he particularly appealing to statewide?
Well, I mean, so first of all, if I had Florida figured out, I'd be its governor. I'm born, raised in Miami-Dade, Florida. I know the tensions that exist in Miami-Dade, Florida, largely between the Cuban community and the African-American community, as well as the tensions that exist between various Hispanic communities. For instance, Puerto Ricans who are largely in Central Florida and those that are in South Florida, and how Cubans tend to interact and what they think about those voters. I will tell you structurally what they have done. One, I'm not sure if you all remember Project Libre that we heard about a number of years ago, which was a well-funded effort by the Koch brothers to go into evangelical Hispanic communities and organize them politically, similar to what they did with the radical right and with the religious right coalition. That is still underway. I will add to it. Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, did a really strong job, and I mean really strong job. When Trump was throwing paper towels, Rick Scott was in Orlando and in Central Florida and in Doral and down in Miami, doing everything that he could to show himself as a public servant to that constituency. And finally, I'll say this. It confuses me, it dumbfounds me, but the Venezuelan community that exists in Florida is a large community. Donald Trump refused to extend to them protective status as immigrants in this country, and yet his popularity amongst that constituency is practically through the roof. Didn't do anything, and if you ask, the response would be, at least he's talking about us. At least he sees us.
Angela, we see a similar thing in the middle of the state of us in places like Pennsylvania and again Ohio, where Biden seems to be successful in a place like, for example, Philadelphia, a place like Pittsburgh. But when you get to the middle parts of these states where you have people who do everything from coal mining to other forms of blue-collar work, they seem to be drawn to Trump. What is it about Trump's message that's so compelling that people in these states are doing this despite?
Child, please. You asking the wrong damn person. You better get you a Republican commentator on here.
Lord,
here's the thing that
let me ask
I'll
it
tell
different.
you.
Why are you all not winning?
Let me tell you why I know that Donald Trump should not be the next president again.
We all know he should.
I'm just gonna say this. It is because Mark, you sound like an air traffic controller. So I know that if Donald Trump wasn't the president, we would have a better system. But the other thing I'll tell you is what we heard from Terrence Woodbury earlier. I think it's very important in this moment while we're guessing, prognosticating, and forecasting that we also use data. And Terrence Woodbury, of course, is a wonderful pollster. Mark hailing from the same university as you, Morehouse College.
It's not FAMU, but welcome.
Lord, and Jamal. And the thing that
don't leave me out of that, Angela. Don't leave me out of that.
I said and Jamal. I mean, let me reclaim my time from all these black men.
You mean people who went to black colleges,
really
but continue.
quick.
And we went to black colleges.
That's great, and I am black here, sitting here, blackity black. Now, I grew up with a black daddy who has me named after Angela Davis, carrying right along.
Mind you, she ain't got no lighting over here, and you still can't see me.
So anyway, Terrence Woodbury talked earlier about the 3 most important issues to black folks, and it's how we opened our show, Black America Votes 2020 today, and that is COVID, the economy, and racism. And so what we have to understand is it doesn't matter what type of things, rhetoric he's spewing to people, it's not rooted in fact. We had a chart up earlier that talked about clemency, the number of pardons and clemency issued under Trump versus Obama. It's like, what are we even talking about? It's light years difference. So we could go on and on. I don't know how long we have.
You didn't ask me about this, but this is, it's crazy because
give me 1 second, y'all. I have one thing to announce here. CBS News has reported that West Virginia has been called for President Donald J. Trump. Just wanted to add that to the mix.
Okay, you were about to shock me if you were going to say
Look, I'm just doing my job.
I
didn't. No, if I said anything other than Trump for that.
I apologize because I cussed on air.
And just to be clear, for anyone out there who is concerned, that was not a surprise. So whatever outcome you expected, it probably hasn't changed. Whether you think it's Biden, whether you think it's Trump, this doesn't really sway that. So, but
no, that's not going to do that. But what could sway it, and this was the point I was going to get to make, Mark, I apologize for interrupting. But this piece of, so first of all, it makes sense that black men at this stage, after repeated disappointment from the party structure as it exists today, could be lulled away by the right kind of talking point and the right kind of communication strategy that says, we see you, and by the way, how much worse could it get? Because for many of these people, they were living in hell yesterday, they're living in hell today, and they don't have a clue about when they're going to get out of hell. Right. And so if I'm gonna keep voting for the same people who supposedly are keeping me in this system of intergenerational poverty with very little opportunity for lift, why would I continuously vote for them? Now, that being said, we need a deeper analysis here as to the structures that have been put in place. Right. Who the hell is going to believe a Donald Trump and his economic plan for black people when for 4 years you served as president and ain't none of that got done?
Well,
none of it.
And here's the problem even with that. When you put out something where you're not afraid to say black and you've been abused and ignored, they're responsive to it. We know better because we know the nuances of it. What we have to be responsible with is if there are things that uplift the community, we've got to talk about those things unabashedly, unafraid, because we have a candidate who ran away from it.
We can talk about it, Angela. My problem is that's about as equivalent to me as a black candidate showing up in a black church on a Sunday and my white colleague showing up at the same church. He gets way more credit every day of the week than I get for having gone.
No question, but that's
a challenge.
We got to run in 1 second, y'all. I want to bring Jamal in for one more piece here. Jamal, talk to me a little bit. It's all good, Jamal. Jamal's gonna be back with us. Y'all gonna be back with us every hour.
I've learned to stay away from that. I mean, the two of them get going. I do not want to be in the middle.
That's probably why
conversation happened right there.
That is a wise choice, good brother. When we talk about this election right now, and again, we see Virginia, of course, is far from being called, but it is skewing toward Joe Biden, is leaning toward Joe Biden. Maryland has been won by Joe Biden. Of course, Connecticut and Rhode Island leaning toward Joe Biden. When we look at these numbers, if Joe Biden turns out to be successful tonight, what will have been the reason? What will have been the thing that got him on this path to victory in terms of messaging?
Listen, I think the country is sitting on a precipice. That's the reality. I mean, are we going to just choose to go in a direction where more Americans get to participate, whether or not you are all the way down with Black Lives Matter, or if you just think that Black lives ought to matter enough that we don't kill people and black and brown babies shouldn't be separated from their mothers at the border. I think that we're questioning whether or not, one, are we going to have a society where we all participate? And then two, are we going to have a society where laws regulate our behavior? And I think there are people who decided they would rather, I think Andrew said this earlier, they'd rather hold on to power for their dwindling minority than give up some of this control to let everybody else participate. And that is the question that we're on. Biden very early started talking about bringing the country together and the soul of the nation. And if he wins this campaign, it will be because there are enough people who decided that they also believe we are in a battle for the soul of this nation, and they wanted to go in a better direction.
Well, we'll certainly be finding out where the soul of the nation lands tonight. I want to thank you all for your insights, and make sure you check out Andrew and Angela's live stream. It's on our BET YouTube page. They'll be going at it all night. I promise you don't want to miss that. Right now, we're going to turn our coverage back over to our colleagues at CBSN, and of course, we'll be back during the 9 o'clock hour. Stay with us.
That the president may be struggling a little bit more.
Every election, there's all this whining.
Kids always hollering about the environment.
About jobs.
Health care. No one's ever given me free money.
And what are the girls going on about still anyway? Pay gap, pay gap, pay gap. Come on, honey.
Maybe if you worked harder. War on straws? What's next?
Life can't always be brunch or drip or TikToks. People don't know what real problems are.
Like, thugs and looters.
And preserving our heritage.
I'm just saying what everyone's thinking.
And I'm voting.
Oh yeah, I'll be voting.
I'll be voting.
You know I'm voting.
We're back with election night coverage featuring Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020.
Hey everybody, we're back and I'm so elated to bring in one of my good friends. He is the president of the National Basketball Players Association, and he has also been on the road, hitting the streets, COVID conscious canvassing. I always mess that up.
That's right.
Andrew, I'm so elated that we have Chris here with
Chris
us
Paul, everybody. What's up, man?
Appreciate
Welcome.
No, appreciate y'all having me.
Thank you so much for being here. Chris, I know that you were just in North Carolina, in your home state, knocking on doors, campaigning with the Biden-Harris team. Talk about some of what you heard. I want to hear some good stuff and some of the things that gave you a little bit of pause.
Yeah, please.
I mean, just on that tour, first and foremost, I think actually going to the campuses and seeing these kids who really have an impact. And I think the thing that I try to spread to them is that they're not our future, they're our right now. And the dopest part, I think, was when I was over at Winston State. I was asking the kids, I was like, have y'all registered? Have y'all registered? And they looked like I disrespected them. They was like, registered? We done voted already.
Oh man.
Yeah. So that was nice to see, because I kept telling them at 18 years of age, there was no one who was talking to me about the importance of voting. So as long as they understand their power and the shift in community and education right now, I think that's a huge deal.
That is a big deal. And I love the righteousness of those brothers and sisters being like, of course we have registered to vote. And Chris,
Right.
you probably know this, but it's kind of the tradition within HBCUs, man. You get registered and you go and vote. And the absence of doing that might cause you some public shame and embarrassment. But the truth is that is not the situation, unfortunately, across all of our community. What I know about you, aside from being a phenomenal basketball player and an awesome community advocate, is you can walk into a place and you get automatic credibility with, say, for instance, a group of Black men. And right now, we're struggling to make sure that Black men are seeing themselves reflected in all aspects of society and also want to be included in what is the vision for the American dream. And the absence of getting the ladder that leads to that American dream can cause great frustration, political angst, a decision to pull out of the process completely. And I'm just wondering, for you as a brother who interacts so often with us, what are you telling? What advice do you give? How do you stare that challenge directly in the face and still say it's worth it to stay in the game?
Man, Andrew, that's a hell of a question. That's deep. That's real deep. And I like to say to that, I think a lot of times people see you where you are now and don't necessarily see where you came from.
All right.
And all that different type of stuff. So for me, one of the things that I know is that a lot of people from where I grew up and a lot of people back home, a lot of times they don't see the necessary changes that they would like to see. So they say, why the hell should I vote? Yeah. You know, does my vote count? Does it matter? I think also as men, especially as Black men, a lot of times we're afraid to say what we don't know, right? Everybody assumes that we're the smartest, we know this, instead of saying, I don't know. And that's why I'm forever grateful to Angela and When We All Vote and all the stuff that I've been taught about voting and the education. And it doesn't just stop there. You know, you start talking about COVID and everything that's going on right now. We're not educated on health, right? And eating and our different health choices. So, you know, just, I mean, I am a Black man. Obviously, I paid a lot of attention to my father growing up. So for me, I think the coolest part about the times that we're in is the fact that we're starting to talk to one another, right? Start to have real conversations, educate each other, and finally start to come together, because for so long we've been put against each other. Everything is versus. I can do what he doing. I can do what he doing. And as long as we start, continue to communicate the way we are, I think we headed for change.
Man, I couldn't appreciate your response to that more, in part because the stigma amongst Black men about just sharing the vulnerability. Yeah. You said what we don't know. And I think that goes side by side with this perception that we always have to be strong that we always have to put on this armor that shows that we're in charge. That's why my daddy, when he would drive around the neighborhood and everybody else's neighborhood so much, because the brother was lost and would not ask for instructions or directions. Yeah. And so your example of just being willing to show that level of vulnerability, I think helps to get us just a little bit further down that path. Angela?
It really does. Chris, I just want to take this moment to say thank you. I know you squeezed us in. We had some technical difficulties earlier, but we're so grateful to see you.
I tried. It wasn't for the lack of trying. I tried.
No.
Thank you for
on our
back.
side. That wasn't on you at all. So I was just telling you thank you for making time again after all of that. We really appreciate you and all the work you did in the field.
That's right. Keep it up, man. Wishing you well.
Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Now joining us to talk about a winning coalition, the importance of intersectional coalition building, our panelists like no other. We have Mike De La Rocha of Revolve Impact and my partner with Elect Justice. We have Charles Booker, who is from the hood to the holler and also he was a Senate candidate in Kentucky. And finally, we have Alexis McGill, who is the president of Planned Parenthood. Thank you all so much for joining us.
Great group. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome. Thank you guys for all this that you're doing.
Oh, it's so important to have you all here. As we talk about the pathway to 270 in the presidential election, what we also have to talk about is winning coalitions for elections beyond the presidential, down the ballot, and also winning coalitions to ensure that our issues actually get moved at the state level, at the local level, and at the federal level.
That's right.
Alexis, you know a little bit about what's going on at the federal level, especially after having to galvanize some folks who are probably a part of that 53%, the white women who voted for Trump in 2016, as well as so many others in marginalized communities, particularly Black and brown communities. Talk about the path forward. I'm not hearing Alexis.
Got it. Can you hear me now?
I got you.
We got you.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, look, I think that you framed it so well, Angela. And first of all, it's so great to see you and to see you, Andrew. I think that, you framed the conversation so well around the power of intersectionality. And I just want to pause and say why intersectional organizing is a lot different than building coalitions, because coalitions are really about building power in a moment, right? It's getting together to figure out how we're going to get this candidate through, how we're going to pass this policy, how we're going to, focus on this issue and get our groups aligned and figure out what our trade-offs are. But building at an intersection is really forcing us to think as movements, what is at the center, what is common about all of our movements, what is the kind of infrastructure that we need to build around all of it so that we can all get all of our issues passed. And so I think that infrastructure building around intersectionality is critical, because coalitions really by definition are temporary, but infrastructure building and intersectional building is actually really about the long game. It's about sustainability. And I think what we've seen, whether we're talking about reproductive rights, we're talking about democracy, we're talking about immigration rights, we're talking about the racial justice reckoning, moment that we're in, is that at the center of all of those movements, are our bodies our own? Are we seen? Are we celebrated? Do we belong? How do we engage in this? And what are the policies that really capture us all? That's really allowing us as a set of organizations and movements to come together in a way that feels really solid. And to me, that feels like the outside game is actually, if we can do that, then the outside game is going to be stronger than the inside game, which means we're going to be able to move policy differently than we've ever been before. That's what gives me hope.
And before we go to the next panelist, I just want to welcome our good brother, David Johns, who is the executive director of the National Black Justice Coalition as well. So David, thank you so much also for joining us. I'm not sure if he's going to pop up on the screen, but he's here, y'all, I assure you. I want to go to you, Charles. You're doing some work that is historic in nature, in part because you're also bridging the gap between poor people in all communities. We're talking about folks in Appalachia, which you've talked about when we did an IG Live together, as well as Black and brown poor folks. Talk about the significance of that work when people consistently vote against their interests, trying to aspire to, I guess, whatever they think the American dream might be, which now I guess looks like paying $750 in taxes.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to join this incredible panel. And, you know, the conversation we're having here in Kentucky that we're lifting across the country is so to the point that you just raised, actually, is the idea of people voting against their interests. And what we have unpacked and what I'm helping to show here in my work with Hood to the Holler and our run for US Senate is that we're actually not listening to people. When we listen, one, we find our common bonds. Two, we see the challenges that people are facing in a very structural way, and we find paths forward. And we have to do that work now, because as the conversation evolves, and I know you all are listening up throughout the night, how do we advance an agenda for Black people? How do we push for structural change? We have to understand that that includes all of us. That's in a collective effort, and uplifting Black people uplifts all of us. So how do we bring everyone to the table in an authentic way? We meet them where they are. We talk about our common bonds, and we build infrastructure that will support sustainable coalitions. And that's what we're doing here in Kentucky. That's what we're trying to spark across this country. And essentially, it's a new Southern strategy.
Absolutely. Mike, I gotta go to you. After a pretty successful run with Elect Justice, we've tried our best to bring Black and brown communities together. Mike, so often we're pit against each other. Talk about why that is and what we can do to ensure that is no longer our reality, so we can attain and obtain real power. And
Mike, if you want to throw any Florida references in there on this coalition building, feel free to do that, my man.
Well, I just want to say, first off, thank you all for this opportunity. I just got back from Skid Row, where a Black-led organization, Los Angeles Community Action Network, arguably the leading anti-poverty group in LA, and myself, a person of Mexican descent, our love of each other as people, Angela and I's relationship, that was the basis for us to really provide historical context, but also go and really meet people where they are, just like what Charles just said. And I think for us, a symptom of white supremacy is allowing us not to see the underlying structural conditions that are pitting us against each other. But also as a person, a Chicano, when I think about how proud I am right now of the fact that 8.6 million Latinos have voted today, 2.4 million being first-time voters, including my father-in-law. But when I think about Latinx, I also think about Black Latinx folks. I think about the diaspora and how deep it is. I think about, you know, when the slave ships came to America, they stopped at Latin America first. And so I don't think we have a rich understanding of our common ancestral lineage and blood. And I think Elect Justice for me has really shown that if we center culture, Black, brown culture, which is, I argue, global culture, that's the entry point in. And that's why, Angela, when we got to get Snoop, to have him vote for the first time, it wasn't just for the Black community. Us as brown folks, we love Snoop. We embrace Snoop. It's the culture that brought us, that allowed us to come here. And so for me, coming from Skid Row an hour ago and seeing predominantly Black poor folks smiling because they were being seen, because we were loving up on them, the same thing we did at the forum a few weeks ago, that's the entry point in. And it's about voting and building power, like Alexis said and others have said around here. Like, it's about creating the infrastructure, because it's like activating our vote. And I will end with what Pete White just told me. He said, make sure you say, no two old white men are going to be the saviors for our communities. But we are the people we've been looking for. We are the people that are be able to create the change. And to your point, Andrew, if you look at folks like the Dream Defenders in Florida that are multiracial, predominantly Black and brown, that is what gives me hope to keep moving forward.
Thank you. And David, I want to come to you, last but certainly not least, to talk about what needs to happen in our community to ensure that we embrace the whole of our community. There's been so much trans violence, but for whatever reason, there are people in our community who don't want to include that in Black Lives Matter mantra. There are people in our community who are homophobic and will blame it on the Lord, right? So I just want to talk a little bit about the importance of us also embracing the whole of Black America.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm so very proud of you, Angela, and you, Andrew. Thank you for all that you continue to do for our community. For those who don't know, I lead the National Black Justice Coalition. We're the nation's only civil rights organization that remains intentionally and unapologetically at the intersections of racial equity and LGBTQIA+ equality. To Mike's point, one of the consequences of white supremacy is a flattening of Blackness. And people forget that as long as there have been Black people, we have been incredibly diverse. And even on the continent of Africa, while the words lesbian and gay didn't exist, Some says the word gatekeeper existed. So we know that Black, queer, trans, and non-binary people not only exist, but often live at the very forefront of a lot of the movements that we're now celebrating when we talk about the global movement for Black lives. And to your point, Angela, just this year alone, in October, we have lost more Black trans women, femme-identified folks, and non-binary folks that we know of. I say that we know of because too often, based on stigma and shame and the lack of understanding about the nuances and intersectionality, to the point that Alexis made when we started, members of our community are dead named and seldom get the kind of justice that other people get. And so reflexively, so many Black people can say the name of George Floyd, but too few people remember that Tony McDade, a Black trans man, was murdered by the police in Tallahassee that very same week. The point I'm attempting to make is that unless and until all of us are free, none of us are free. And so I would submit that we cannot have a Black agenda. Too often I remark that white people are never forced to come up with a single agenda. That's something that is a trap that people suggest that we have to fall into as a community. We have to have Black agendas. And at the top of those Black agendas has to be ensuring that we can just be, literally show up in the world without the threat or fear of stigma, bias, and harm. And what we now know is that there was a woman who was just set to the Supreme Court who has white supremacist ideologies, what Black feminists refer to as the matrix of domination, the signs, systems, and symbols that allow white supremacy to work. She hides behind originalism as a concept, but we know fundamentally that she does not believe that people based on race or ethnicity or sexual identity, gender orientation, or expression should have the same rights that she takes for granted. And sadly, I know that members of our community, Black, queer, trans, and non-binary people, we live with other Black people. We live in the states where it's legal to discriminate against us, to deny us access to public accommodations. And I say all of this to say that there remains so much work to be done, especially after how dangerously productive this current administration has been. And so anyone who purports to care about Black lives has to care about Black, queer, trans, and non-binary lives, has to understand that without the work of Bayard Rustin or Marsha P. Johnson, we would not be here at this very moment, getting into good trouble. And so I hope that people take us up on the invitation to lock arms and aims and to do the work required so that we can all get free one day soon.
Yes, thank you so much. I don't know if...
Yeah, I do. And I don't know who wants to go first shot at it, but I am curious. Every time I hear the word collaboration, coalition, organizations and individuals who lead those, and not y'all great folks, because y'all have figured this out well, but it almost feels like you have to lose a part of yourself, subjugate what's important to you for the importance of others. David, I want to pick up, from somewhere you left off. I was talking to a group of Black men, and we happened to get on the subject of sexuality. And these were Black men who had identities that were on the spectrum, who did not want to carry the banner of their LGBT identity because they felt like it would then force them to have to subjugate their Black experience to sexuality, which is personal and wouldn't necessarily result in their death by a police officer, maybe and maybe not. These were their words, versus their race and how that impacts the way in which they get to walk, live, breathe, work, love in the world. So anybody can take this because I think you can take it to any one of the issues that folks are advocating on. But how do you get groups, individuals over? You can work with me on this thing, and this could be our collective advancement. Versus, well, if I join that thing, then the thing that I really am working on gets subjugated. It's less than.
I'll jump in first, and then I'll make space for the brilliance of my co-panelist.
David, you're going to be our last answer because we're over, but I want to hear from you. I love you guys.
Okay.
There's not enough time tonight.
I'm sorry.
Put it in the chat.
I'll try and be quick. So I don't use the term gay, in part because gay is a white male political identifier, and it has everything to do with the reasons that you just articulated, Andrew. Instead, I use the term same gender loving. a term that has love in it, which is often not centered when we have conversations about Black, queer, trans, and non-binary people. It's also a term that aligns with the political agendas that traditional legacy civil rights organizations and that leaders like Alexis, Mark, and Charles have already committed to, because those are the things that matter most. And so we have to embrace intersectionality. It has become the word du jour, the buzzword, almost like when Obama was first elected and people were talking about how quickly can we scale something. But what we know, based on the teachings of Black feminists like Patricia Hill Collins, is that if we center the multiple lived experiences of people who are marginalized in this country based on their lack of access to power, then we can truly get free. And so we should lead in ways that acknowledge that we are not designed to fit comfortably in boxes. And too often Black folks with disabilities, Black folks who are sexual minorities are forced into boxes that are not designed to contain our fullness and our brilliance. And so if we lead with intersectionality, if we focus on the least of these, to use the term that comes up for us often in church, then we can truly get free, and we can truly lead in ways that allow us to build coalitions that center the least of these.
Mike, Charles, David, Alexis, brilliance. And the only wish I had is that we could do this longer and more frequently.
We got to do that.
I can't thank y'all enough for sharing your brilliance with all the folks that are watching tonight. For those who are watching, we still do care about the elections. We will hear more about election results, but we want this night to be more than just about a winner and a loser. We want this to be about community transformation. Absolutely. And that's why we're talking around so many different issues this evening. Angela? Critically important.
To Andrew's point, we want to be building an agenda while we're also watching for these results. Some of them are scaring me, and to help us refocus back on an agenda. Champion of a bill that is so important in Congress. It passed the House. George Floyd Justice in Policing Act was passed and championed first by the Congressional Black Caucus. Congressmember Karen Bass is the chairwoman of the Congressional Black Caucus and also working diligently now on the Jobs and Justice Act. Congressmember Bass, thank you so much for joining us today.
No, I'm happy to be here and happy to see both of you.
You too, Congresswoman.
Thrill. If you don't mind, we haven't gotten into all of the nitty-gritty yet about an agenda and the importance of building one. It's gotta be frustrating though, to be in your shoes and to hear all of this chatter about we don't have no Black agenda, nobody's ever working on one. Y'all had a 155-page white paper that was turned into a bill. Talk about that process and why it's so important for people to understand the significant work of the Congressional Black Caucus.
Absolutely. And Angela, you know better than most how difficult it is just to get our message out because trust me, we are working on so many different issues. You mentioned the Jobs and Justice legislation, which is actually 200 pieces of legislation. It's 4,000 pages. And basically it covers just about every issue that our community faces. The George Floyd Justice in Policing Act is absolutely a transformative piece of legislation. It's composed of bills that individual members of the caucus had been working on for a long time. But it took the horrific torture and murder of George Floyd, the millions of people that protested literally around the world, for the political will to be there to actually move a bill forward where all of the Democrats voted for it. And Angela, you know that was just not the case before. You couldn't get Democrats on a policing bill, and to get all of the Democrats and 3 Republicans on the bill, it sits in Senator McConnell's graveyard. But you know, I am very hopeful before the night or the week is over that we will have taken Democratic control of the Senate and won the presidency so that we can put it on President Biden and Vice President Harris's desk.
All right.
In January.
We got a Chair Bass projection coming up here.
We're claiming that right there. I received that, every word of it, Congresswoman.
Claiming it.
My advice to how you can get more attention for what y'all are doing in the caucus is do less. Apparently, Donald Trump does practically nothing on criminal justice reform, does nothing on getting people their rights restored. But all of a sudden, this man's the savior for all of Black America. Now, I'm joking. I'm going to get to something serious here. Which is to say, one, I don't know of someone who has arrived in Congress as accomplished and as decorated a legislator, a lawmaker, a deal maker without compromising your core belief system and the things that brought you to this work in the first place. What I love about this Congresswoman is that she started as an organizer herself, began organization, putting people to work, bringing the issues of the community first and forefront, and then navigated her way through the corridors of power while at the same time staying deeply cinched in the community. And I gotta say, that isn't the majority experience in the place that you get to sit and make decisions. And so I'm wondering for you, as we think about the 4 Black men right now, tonight, who we're waiting for their results to come in the U.S. Senate races across this country. I'm thinking about the young person who wants to have an impact, but isn't wealthy enough, didn't come from the right background in the right schools, but wants to be able to have its footprint and its fingerprint on how things can change, and more specifically, to the brothers out there who know what's wrong when they see it happening, but yet feel so disempowered and disconnected from the system, so much so that they withdraw from it completely until something changes. How are you, and how is the caucus working to build? I know the work y'all are doing in the halls, and I know that you got your constituent works, which drags you every which direction. But I'm sensing a crisis here of hopelessness and an absence of a future, and we got to get to that somehow.
Absolutely. And, you know, from one organizer to another, because that's you as well, we know that we have to have long-term strategies and tactics in place and to do the organizing work. So I will tell you that one of the things that the Black Caucus did this year to attempt to address this is at the beginning of the year, before COVID, we had an emergency summit because we knew that this was going to be a critical year. But at the beginning of the year, we thought it was critical because of the census and because of the election. A few weeks after the summit, we get hit with COVID, and you know that out of those 230,000 dead Americans, that a disproportionate percentage of them are Black, Brown, Asian, and Native American. And so we started holding telephone town halls, Zoom meetings. We have held, geez, I don't even know how many, 20 or 30 on every different subject that you could think of, so that we could expand our outreach. Because the caucus, again, the biggest frustration is getting our word out about what we're actually doing. Because Andrew, when you're talking about the Black men who feel hopeless, I view that as my responsibility to tell them what they get when they vote.
That's right.
You know, I'm tired of just telling people to vote, and then we don't show them what they get from their vote. But that's my responsibility to do that. So we've tried to work very hard. We've had these telephone town halls and Zoom calls once or twice a week on different subjects. And we're having one tomorrow, as a matter of fact, looking at the courts. Because while we have focused on what's in front of us, the Republicans have had this long-term strategy of essentially taking over the third branch of the government. There's the executive, the presidency, the Senate and the House, the legislative, and then there's the judiciary. They took over the branch of government that gets lifetime appointments. We have to figure out what we're going to do about that.
That's right.
That's exactly right. Ms. Bass, I have to ask you, I know you're busy in a race of your own, of course, with members being elected every 2 years. I want to know if there's another race that's front of mind to you, or if there's a ballot initiative that you're paying close attention to in California. I know you're paying attention to the whole thing, but if you had to pick one, what's one thing you really want this viewing audience to be aware of?
Oh, I can't just pick one. Give me two.
Okay, I'll take two.
Yeah, brilliant over there.
Proposition 15, which overturns the property tax initiative that essentially took all the money out of schools many, many years ago, and it provided an exemption for major commercial properties like Disneyland, for example. They're paying the same amount of taxes today that they were paying in the 1970s. And then Proposition 16, that puts affirmative action back into state policy. So here's what I'm really excited about, and I want you to hear this, Andrew. Over the years in California, we have built the capacity to put our own ballot initiatives on. So we have ballot initiatives covering criminal justice reform as well. We've reached the capacity as activists and organizers to raise the money, to do the ground game, to put our own ballot initiatives on, and we have several on the ballot today. So I just stopped at 2. We have some more.
Look, you can go on as far as I'm concerned. Now Angela's running the clock here.
No, I'm just trying to make sure we don't keep you too long, and of course we don't run over. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, so this is, I don't want you to get nobody in trouble, Congresswoman, Madam Chair, but
that's okay.
This presidential race has created quite an interesting set of bedfellows. People who may have issue and policy disagreements, who have set those to the side for the sake of the presidency and, frankly, just getting back to a place of reasonable. Whereas there are a lot of progressives around the country who are right now sitting mum. They voted for Joe Biden because they want a Democrat. And they want you to be able to lobby him for a stronger progressive agenda. Yeah. But I feel that there may be a reckoning coming should we have our desires and we get a Biden-Harris ticket. As a leader in our party, I'm curious to know how you all are thinking about how we navigate. I just don't know that it can be kicked down the street much longer. People have real anxiety about these kinds of issues becoming top of the agenda for Democrats when they get power.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think a couple of things. We have to make sure that President Biden and Vice President Harris have a Democratic Senate, or we know what will happen. They will not be able to govern. So that's, issue number one. Yeah. But in terms of what they have to deal with, from my point of view, we can't get to anything else on the agenda until we deal with COVID. We have to stop our people from dying, literally. And we are not going to be able to get the economy back together until we deal with COVID. So that's where I believe there's a strong basis of unity. Because even though people might have an agenda where they want Medicare for all or Green New Deal or whatever, we have got to keep our people alive. And right now we're on track to have another 200,000 people potentially die before they're even sworn in. It's just unbelievable.
It's incredibly unbelievable, and a complete, total disregard and dereliction of duty by the President of the United States, and he has led his administration down this same clueless, science-less rabbit hole, which has resulted in the death of lives that could have otherwise been preserved. Congresswoman, you are extremely generous for having given us the time that you have this evening. We are pulling for you. I'm in Florida, but I adopt you as my Congresswoman as well.
All right.
Keep leading, keep glowing, keep growing. You're a real leader, a real bright spot for so many of us around the country.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's great to be with you and great to see you both again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
So, and now we are bringing in your mayor's panel. Andrew has a roundtable with the mayors.
We got mayors, everybody. Put them up, because I don't know who's on it. I know one thing. I wanted to get as many mayors as we could as a part of this conversation, Angela, because we talked before about politics and people's confusion about where does the buck stop, who makes what decision. And so this evening, we've been fortunate to be joined by 3 pretty awesome mayors. I want to bring on to this, oh, there they go, I see you. Hey, gentlemen. I want to bring on to the screen Mayor Melvin Carter, Mayor of St. Paul, Minnesota. Mayor Savante Myrick, Mayor of Ithaca, New York. And Mayor Michael Tubbs, I don't see his face yet, but I know he will be with us here soon. And Mayor Tubbs is the mayor of Stockton, California. 3 really awesome, amazing cities. These mayors also participated in an endorsement video that I thought was incredibly powerful. And then I got to say this because I know some people are going to ask, where are the women mayors? We had 2 of our other colleague friends who were not able to join us in this particular hour. We've got elections happening everywhere and people's attentions are split. But I know we can hold it down here. So I want to say, first of all, welcome, 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 y'all. We are spending our evening talking not only about election results, but about good public sound policy and the change that we want to see. So before I take you all into your sweet spot, which is public policy, because I know y'all, I want to talk to you first about politics. We've got early results that are coming in from so many of our states. I'm going to start on the East Coast and we're going to go west. Savante Myrick, Mr. Mayor, what say you? Now, if we got to worry about electoral college votes in New York, then yes, I'm about to toss this table over. But tell me what you're hearing and what you're experiencing around this race.
Sure. Well, I'm confident that we've delivered Ithaca, New York for Joe Biden, and I believe we've delivered New York State for Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And we've been active and intense everywhere because the people in Ithaca and the people in New York State know that no matter how great your mayor is, and believe me, your mayors are great.
Yeah.
I'm proud to know a great many excellent mayors, including Mayor Gillum, who work overtime. And if the halls of power in DC were filled with servants of the level of so many of these mayors and city halls, our country would be better off. But it doesn't matter about your mayor or your city council person if they are being actively undermined. And I mean this, undermined by a federal administration that is openly hostile to cities. Cities, whether they're run by Democrats or Republicans, this administration has gone after, attempted to withhold funds from cities, attempted to handcuff and restrict them, and gone out of their way to preempt cities' ability to deliver high quality services at lower costs, which is what this is about. So it's not just about Ithaca, but the people of Ithaca, myself included, have been campaigning across this country from Wisconsin to Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, and Texas, because if we're going to succeed in Ithaca, it's because we need a better administration. What am I noticing, Andrew? As you know, I've been at this I've been in elected office for 13 years now. I've been intimately involved in 4 different presidential races. Mm-hmm. I've never seen this level of energy and enthusiasm, including even in 2008. I think we're going to have a higher level of turnout this year than we did in 2008. And I believe that what that's going to mean is that in those critical states, people are going to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, not just because they want decency and leadership in the White House, but because they want more potholes filled in Ithaca, New York, because they want the returning citizens in Tallahassee to have the right to vote, because they want to guarantee that their children will be safe.
In the world, is it so difficult for ideas like the ones that you all are championing back in your respective places that is receiving support across partisan lines? Why can't we see this version of a New Deal 2021 or a New Deal 2020 that includes the kind of bold and courageous and audacious ideas that, in my opinion, if we talked more about, we wouldn't be dealing with percentages tonight about who's going to walk away with the presidency and the U.S. Senate, because the other half of the American public who is eligible to vote and is not voting might actually get energized and say, you know what, I can vote because I understand how that thing helps me, my family, my household. So one at a time. Mark, you can go first. Carter, you after him. What advice do you have for this administration, of which we have all endorsed? This would be the Biden-Harris administration, for how it is you get real bold, creative ideas and then put your stamp on it and advance it forward?
Yeah, it's the right question. It's a great question. And I think the answer is simple. Why can we do these things at the city level, but not at the national level? It's because the incentives are misaligned. Right. President Trump could not get elected mayor of any city in America.
Amen. And
he got elected president. How does that happen? It happens because people don't want to hear the sort of things they enjoy hearing from President Trump, the name calling, the scapegoating, frankly, the whining. We could never get away with that. Not in Stockton, not in Minnesota, not in Ithaca, because when people stop you at Wegmans at the grocery store and they want to know why that pothole wasn't filled on Plain Street, they don't want to hear the Democrats obstructed me, the Republicans wouldn't let me do it. Right. They want results, right? Now, why is it at the federal level that we don't even expect results? It's because the rules are so broken. The rules of the game are so broken. We need to correct the rules. So my advice to this administration is fix those rules on day one.
Yeah.
Make HR 1, the passage and signage of which, your top priority. Get money out of politics, reform our elections so that people can get elected without being sideshow clowns, right? Without just trying to get the most possible attention they can from one cable news network or another, say like a certain governor of Florida or a certain president of the United States. If you can do that, then suddenly you can have elections that work the way mayoral elections do, in which the best ideas win the day. And you can propose something that might seem unpopular at first, but that's okay, because you can go door to door and have face-to-face conversations about how this is going to improve your life. Obamacare is the perfect example of a policy that was sound, but when dark money flooded the airwaves, it made it so unpopular that so many of these swing congressmen who voted for it lost their positions.
Sure.
That could be the fate if President Biden and Kamala Harris win tonight, if we win the Senate and the House, and we don't change these rules to make the incentives aligned with the actual interests and values of the American people, then they could pass one or two progressive priorities, and we will see the same kind of Tea Party movement that we saw in 2010 sweep our people out of power. If we don't make sure that these millionaires and billionaires can't keep buying these elections, flooding the zone and drowning out the voices of average, hardworking American people.
So Mayor Myrick is on the rules change, which Republicans are real hip to, because they have used the rules to steal Supreme Court justice seats, to hold back federal judicial appointments during the Obama administration, and then to literally arrest those seats and put people who have never tried a jury case onto a federal bench, either as a judge or a prosecutor. Mayor Carter.
Let me say this. Here's what they know that we don't. Every time they take power, they do whatever they can to undermine organized labor, to attack unions. Every time they take power.
Look, let me tell you,
do we bolster those unions? Not always.
If they come for you, they mean to kill you. And I don't mean like literal kill you, but they're not going to come for you to simply undermine and injure you. They want you gone. So Mayor Carter, you are a master of communicating in ways that people can hear it, and that is simple enough for them to understand. Y'all are doing amazing things as mayors in cities. What communications advice do you have for our leadership at the party level for how we can get more people on board onto these ideas that people want to typecast as radical, but are basic, commonsensical, and make a difference in people's lives at the end of the day? What do you want to tell Kamala Harris to be communicating? What do you want to tell Joe Biden to be communicating?
It's such an important question because obviously what happens next is so critical. Look, 3 years ago, I ran for mayor in a crowded 10-way field, and we just said really simply, we're going to make St. Paul a city for all of us. We said, just plain and simple, we're going to raise the minimum wage. We're going to rethink the way our economy works. We're going to rethink the way public safety works in a way that we're going to take these institutions that have worked for some of us and against some of us historically, and we're going to rewire them all in a way that works for us. We won that race, 10-way race with 51% of the vote, and we've gone to work doing all of those things, as you mentioned before. My advice is, let's go big. A mentor of all of ours, Mayor Steve Benjamin in Columbia, South Carolina, recently said 2020 feels like 1918, 1932, and 1968, all in a matter of a few months.
That's right.
Well, that's true. And that points to just the magnitude of this incredible moment. But it also points to one other thing. As I think about those eras, I think also about women's suffrage. I think about the New Deal. I think about the Civil Rights Act. All of those moments when America has been at the level of crisis and challenge that we're in right now have been met by America, by American presidents, by American national leadership with fundamental shifts in the way we think our economy and in the way we rethink participation in our democracy. My advice is, this is not a moment for us to tinker around the edges. This is a moment for us to look the American people in the eyes and say, we have to fundamentally rethink the way this works. We've learned in 2020 that as long as any one of us can't afford a home to social distance in, as long as any one of us can't afford to take a week off of work to care for a sick child or go to the doctor when we have symptoms, that this doesn't work for any of us. We have to fundamentally be willing to fundamentally reshape it. We have to walk into Washington, D.C. with a bold, big vision. And you're right, in the same way as in our race, we didn't have to have a really long conversation with people who feel disaffected to tell them why we need to raise the minimum wage. Americans will get that, especially now.
I tend to agree with you, and I absolutely agree with the point on going big. I never understood, and I think it was candidate Elizabeth Warren in one of the debates when everybody was poo-pooing her big ideas, and she said, "I cannot understand for the life of me, why would anybody run for the most powerful office in the land only to tell us what is not possible?" It was a powerful statement, and mayors, you all embody that. Nearly every mayor I know embodies what is possible, but then something happens, y'all, when you get into the system at different levels. That sense of courageousness and idealism and go for the gusto tends to dissipate. And I just want to encourage you all as we wrap this session up, if there's something you could tell our viewing audience about what they could do, because we don't exist in this by ourselves. I don't want to make martyrs out of any of you. I don't want to send any of y'all on suicide missions. I want you to serve your communities, serve them well, be reelected, and let that take you to wherever it is your destiny is meant to provide. But you can't get there by yourself. So what is the advice that you are giving tonight on a big election night, regardless of which candidate wins or loses? Those residents get up the next day. What do they do to change the environment that they're in? Not to accept the world as it is, but to go to work trying to change it in a way that they'll be happier, they'll be able to build and raise a family that's much better off than it is today. Mayor Tubbs, Mayor Myrick, Mayor Carter?
Yeah. Look, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I defer. Look,
no, fight amongst yourselves, please.
I think it's important that we engage people. We engage our elected officials. Sending somebody to Washington, D.C., sending somebody to City Hall, sending somebody to the state capitol doesn't work. We've already tried it and proven that. We got to go with folks. We got to stay engaged and stay with them. I tell my constituents all the time that if people think that when I say something, I'm just speaking on my own behalf, it doesn't matter what I say. If they know that I'm speaking on behalf of an engaged electorate, then we're starting to build power around a concept or around an idea. I'll tell you, the first controversial vote I ever took when I was a young city council member was about whether we should buy tasers for every police officer. And I just didn't feel comfortable about it. And I sort of stonewalled a public hearing, and I was feeling all by myself, a room of about 200 people. And I was feeling all by myself, and the other council members were going to vote for it. And I was the only one who was going to vote against it. I looked behind me, and right behind me, there were literally four people in a room of 200, 4 people of color from the neighborhood that I represented. They looked at me and they smiled and they nodded and they gave me a thumbs up, and it gave me strength. So a lot of times we remember to get up, we remember to shout, we remember to rally, we remember to tweet when Donald Trump says or does something outrageous. But sometimes we forget to stand up behind the folks who we think are doing a good job for our communities. That's the number one thing I would say is don't just show up for what you're against. Show up behind Mayor Tubbs when he's talking about universal basic income. Show up around these mayors, these elected leaders, the folks who are coming into office today, and be the wind in their sails.
Hey, listen. All of y'all would give amazing speeches in this very moment, but they told me I ran over time, and that's because I love mayors. Mayor Carter, Mayor Myrick, Mayor Tubbs, continue to lead bravely, courageously, and I have no doubt that the people will reward you with where you want to go, because when you get there, you're bringing them with you. That's what real public servants do. Good luck tonight as we continue to watch these elections. Thank y'all for joining me, and look forward to talking to you on the other side.
Thank you, man.
Take care. All right.
Thank you, Andrew.
Take care, Andrew.
All right, everybody.
Dog whistling to the white, more conservative part of my district, trying to have them believe that in South Los Angeles is such a terrible place. And so we've done, some ads. One of our TV ads shows SpaceX in our district. It shows Loyola Marymount. It shows the airport. It shows the 2 community colleges. It shows the Maxine Waters Employment Preparation Center. And it shows small businesses throughout the district. And so we've had to certainly, define our district because he was absolutely lying and trying to make those in the more conservative areas believed that it was such a terrible place. But that's, of course, what Trump does. He did that to John Lewis's district, and he did that to Cummings' district. So we know where those tactics come from. Well, I think it's probably what you and others have been saying, and that is, this is the most important election of our lifetime. This president has so divided our country. This president has so been such a dishonorable, deceptive human being. Not only has he tried to divide us, he has aligned himself with Putin and Russia and undermined the democracy of this country, refusing to ever, even let the words come out of his mouth that Putin was undermining our democracy. And so on any level, almost at any level that you can name, you can mention, this president has been one of the worst representatives. It is not about whether or not he's conservative and we're so-called liberal or progressive. It's not about that at all. We've had many conservative presidents, and we've had many that we have not certainly liked the way that they have governed and the way that they have led. But this president is dangerous. When he tells the Proud Boys to stand down but stand ready, what he's doing is he's dog whistling about the Civil War that he's trying to create. And so he's a dangerous human being. We've got to vote him out of office.
Yeah, Congresswoman,
People have got to go to the polls and vote if they have not already voted, and they've got to vote like their very lives depend on it, because that is what is happening.
They do. And Congresswoman, they put down the dog whistle a long time ago. This man's got a bullhorn.
We spend about 4 hours a night, every single night, in focus group with Black voters. I mean, and what we are really seeing is a Black clapback. I mean, Black voters have been waiting for 4 years to express their discontent, to express their dissatisfaction. Almost 90% of Black voters have disapproved of Donald Trump since he was elected.
Wow.
90%. That's damn near universal.
What's the pathway to victory at the top of the ticket? And I would love to hear anything you heard about folks voting down ballot, if they care more about those races. What does this election mean to Black people as Democrats? Like, I want to hear all the things.
I feel pretty good about victory here. Joe Biden has assembled a very, very diverse coalition, and the Biden-Harris coalition is very different from the Obama coalition.
Yeah.
The Biden-Harris coalition involves him winning a majority of white women, a majority of white seniors.
Wow.
These are groups that Democrats typically do not win a majority of.
That's right.
And that really does put Joe Biden in a very different position. But more importantly, the Black clapback is putting Joe Biden in a very different position.
Talk about, what is that? The Black clapback is what?
It's what I've been joking about. Donald Trump probably should have disenfranchised Black voters privately the way Republicans normally do. Because when he got on that podium every single day and started talking about which votes wasn't going to be counted and what the court should do and who should stand back and who should stand by, well, Black folks stood up.
We're back with election night coverage featuring Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020.
Hi, everybody. We're back. It's Black America Votes 2020. We hope that you've been sending in your comments and your questions. We're going to get to some of those just shortly. But before we do that, Andrew, again, keeping our promise to this audience that we would stay focused on some of the races we should be paying attention to. In the interview with Congressmember Bass, we had a conversation around some ballot initiatives that she is really looking at this time. Affirmative action on the ballot in California from polling wasn't doing well.
Yeah.
And it's surprising because, again, when you think about these progressive states, one where I grew up, you think that things like that will go well. There was a cash bail initiative on the ballot. A lot of conflict around it because there are folks that felt like this model they were setting up with that ballot initiative would actually result in more Black and brown people going to jail than less. I can say firsthand from having to bail out someone in my family this year that's not something that I think serves us well. You end up staying in jail if they find you to be threatening or a threat to society.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, the system is built around making more money.
Yeah.
There is no really good public policy goal to be achieved here other than, in my opinion, the transacting of dollars. I mean, we have examples, and these are not rare examples, of people who have been arrested for nonviolent offenses and have been in jails, county jails, for over a year without ever having been found guilty of a crime.
Yeah.
Where is the justice in that? That the only reason why that individual has not been released is because they couldn't afford to pay a money bail system, not that they are a threat to society or that they've been found guilty of a crime. We got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And these ballot initiatives can be very helpful. I will tell you, unfortunately, I haven't been able to look closely at Florida's, but there is a ballot initiative in Florida that because rights restoration was approved in Florida by voters, marijuana legalization for medical marijuana was legalized in Florida by the ballot. Tonight on the ballot, minimum wage increase, which is likely to pass. So because Republicans who control the legislature obviously hate these policies, which are, when they pass, representative of 60% at least of the people in that state, they've decided to change the rules that when you want to change the Constitution through a ballot initiative, it has to go on not 1 year's ballot, it's got to go on a subsequent year's ballot.
Right.
So it's like, oh, we don't believe you the first time when you went and voted. Now, we believe you the first time when you went and voted for me or for the President of the United States. But on that issue where you want to pay people a wage that they can live on, we're going to let you vote this year, and then next year we want you to vote again just to make sure that that's right and what you meant before it changes the law.
Which is kind of a suppressive tactic, too.
Well, I know you're joking.
No, but yeah, a little bit. So, or being facetious at least. We have audience questions that have come in. And one
Lord.
is a hot topic that we wanted to address anyway.
Okay.
As we sit here stalking the presidential race, as well as so many others, but we have a path to 270 of the total 538 electoral votes. Electoral votes is the buzzword or the buzz phrase, Andrew Gillum. People want to know, what revisions would you make to the Electoral College, if any?
Yeah, well, my legislation would be very, very simple. We would abandon the Electoral College.
Yeah. Why is that?
Well, it is undemocratic. We were built as a democratic republic. We hold ourselves out there as the world's greatest democracy that ever existed, yet you can have 6 million more people vote for one candidate, and the person who wins is the one who got 6 million fewer votes from the American people. It doesn't make good sense to me. The United States Senate, we all talking about Mitch McConnell and how we're going to get into a place where we change the makeup of that group so that it is a more representative group and the wheels begin to turn on all kinds of public policy. Well, if these states, some of which are the size of the city that I served as mayor of, are able to send 2 members to the United States Senate and they have an equal vote to Kamala Harris in California, that's got millions more, tens of millions more people. I don't understand how it is democratic that these individuals who represent a minority population of the United States, and I would even argue a minority view of the American people, get to decide who becomes president, what bills become laws, or to obstruct the United States Senate process. To me, it is I don't know if it ever was necessary, but it is an idea whose time is past. And it's time for us to truly embrace real democratic society by having direct election to the presidency of the United States.
We also have some Senate races that we're watching very closely. We promise y'all really Black election coverage. There are 5 Democrats running in Senate races, Black Democrats running in Senate races to watch. Let's pull that graphic.
Yeah.
We know, and also I'm going to give John Ossoff a black card because he's also running in Georgia. So that would make us 6 seats in particular that I want to pay attention to.
We will definitely give him an important race card, yes.
That's fine. Georgia, we have Raphael Warnock, and as I said, John Ossoff, who's running. Raphael Warnock is in a 3-way race. As we see here, we have in Louisiana, Adrian Perkins, who's currently the mayor of Shreveport, super impressive. And we have Mississippi, Mike Espy.
Yes.
South Carolina, Jamie Harrison, who is also a good brother of mine. And in Tennessee, Marquita Bradshaw pulled up quite the upset in the Democratic primary. Andrew, what do you think about, one, this historic run for Senate in 2020 with all of these Black folks being on the ballot and the ticket in their states, all in the South?
Let me tell you, the New South, this is representative. What we have here is representative of the New South. It is not easy to become the nominee. Even in a southern state where you have large Black population, it is not easy to become a nominee for a major political party. Let's just establish that first and foremost. So salute to these folks being their nominees. Once you get beyond that, darn, I wish there was a training school for what it meant to run for a statewide office. How much time, how much money, how much energy, how much effort, no, I'm not.
You should.
But I would train for it. But I don't think God wants me on that mission. I'm a little hurt from my own experience, but these folks have been through the ringer. I'm so proud of them for putting themselves out there. And where we right now find ourselves, I haven't been able to, unfortunately, we've been doing this thing, so I haven't been able to see the results in many of these places. But what we've got to do is continue to invest in these places. The one thing I do not want to see, Angela Rye, is that if these candidates, any of them, are unsuccessful, that we let them go back out into pasture, into their regular lives, without bringing them back into this process, letting them know that there's another opportunity if they want it, train them up, get them out across the state, get them talking about the issues that matter to everyday people, and maybe the next time that they make this attempt, we will have done as a political party the grassroots building necessary in their state to make it just that much more ready for any one of these candidates to compete and to win in those places. But the battle is uphill because you're dealing with states that have been run by conservatives who have done everything that they can to impose and erect voter disenfranchisement and disengagement laws and efforts that just compound the compression on our vote. I don't know if you have, if you looked across at any of the 5 that are up here, how you think, whether you think where our best position is to win.
South Carolina, because Raphael is likely to be in a runoff. And so, yeah, I think it's Jamie Harrison. In the polling data, both received internally for him and externally, he was polling 1% difference between he and Lindsey Graham. So it boils down, frankly, to turnout. Andrew, and this is, the conversation we've had forever. I know we have to wrap in a minute because we have another great panel. But one of the things that is deeply concerning to me is why the Democratic Party writ large will continue to pour resources, like tons of resources, at into disaffected voters, but they won't invest in their most loyal base. Again, I know you said where you're carrying your wounds, but where I think you were so brilliant is in reinvesting in the value of the Black voter to build Black political power like every other community should. And so I think that the folks who focused on that in these races will probably have the most successful outcome.
I don't think you're wrong at all, Angela. And I also don't believe that it is a choose one or the other. I was very clear about going after voters of color. Ain't no doubt about it. Made no apologies for it. But I also went to the villages, the most conservative area in the state of Florida, because I wanted them to know, not from some commercial who I was, but the fact that we may have public policy differences, but what we share in common is that we both want a better state to live in, to grow in, to retire in, and that's what I wanted too.
Yeah. Well, Andrew Gillum, thank you very much. We got more. Somebody asked about self-care tips for a black voter. I want to know about for a black candidate, but we'll have to do that when we come back. Right now, we are going to bring in a very dynamic black women's panel. Andrew's going to get a break. He needs a snack, y'all.
But before I go, y'all look amazing, and thank you for the brilliant work that y'all do every single day to continue to uplift our communities and democracy.
Thank you. So you guys, I want to just check in with my dear sisters. We have Stephanie Young, who is, I believe the title is Chief Creative Officer for When We All Vote. She does all the things, head of strategic partnerships and all of that. I also want to bring in Joteka Edie, who has been doing yeoman's work in organizing black women through Win with Black Women. Joteka, hello. Alencia Johnson, Senior Advisor to the Biden-Harris campaign. Thank you, my dear sisters. How are you all?
I feel good. I'm exhausted, but feeling good. I feel really good. Staying positive this year.
I'm looking at the wrong camera. Sorry, y'all. So, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Y'all are feeling good. I'm looking at these poll results. Alencia, I gotta come to you. Are you at all on pins and needles like I'm on pins and needles watching all this red across this doggone country?
Well, here's the reality. Folks, first of all, should stay in line. There are some places where people can still vote. They're still in line and their vote has to be counted. The other thing that we have to take into consideration is that each state is a little bit different when it comes to counting the absentee votes, the mail-in ballots. And so we just have to be prepared to wait until every single vote is counted. And when I look at these lines, I see two things, right? You see enthusiasm, but you also see voter suppression. What you also see in these lines are people who look like the four of us here, Black women who have brought their communities and said, we are ready for change and we're going to show up. There are some numbers out there that do show that overwhelmingly Black voters in the 90% still, we're doing our job and showing up for Joe Biden. And so I am anxious and I'm optimistic because it's not over until the last vote is counted. And we know that that might not be tonight. And so we just have to brace ourselves and encourage people to stay in line.
Yeah, Joteka, I want to come to you again. Just applauding the almost spiritual work, really real spiritual work with Win with Black Women. And one of the things that I want to come to you on is you thought it necessary to organize Black women in this way. There's been a lot of attention about Black men and the fact that they might be voting for Trump. It's not as large of a percentage as perhaps the news stories have been. But I think it's really critically important for you to talk about why you thought it was important to organize and engage Black women, because some of us weren't all the way there either, Joteka.
You know, sis, and it's just wonderful to be on this panel with all of my beautiful sister friends here. And, you know, to answer your question, I think that all of us in this moment recognize the moment. And what we've always known is that Black women we have always shown up. We've always been considered the backbone of the Democratic Party, the backbone of America. And it was important, I believe, and I think so many of us believe, that Black women stood up in a very meaningful and very, demanding, unapologetic way to say, no, we're not only just the backbone, but we as Black women, we are the leaders. We set and define culture. That the reality is that there has never been a pathway to the White House without the blood, sweat, tears, and brilliance of Black women. And it was time in this moment for Black women to take our rightful place in leadership, both on this ticket and in every aspect of this election. And we have done it. And so the reason why this morning I feel so good is because I feel that Black women, we have done our part. We have left everything on the field. Black women, we have been leading in movement. We have been leading every aspect of this election. We have been leading, and we have seen record turnout of Black women, even in early voting. So I believe ultimately that when the story is told, and I feel very confident about what I'm seeing, as my sister Alencia shared, the long lines is voter determination, but also voter suppression. And so we are voting in spite of voter suppression and all of these long lines. But I believe very firmly that when the story is told, that it will be the story of Black women and how Black women carry this election once again, but also how Black women carry this election understanding and winning and leading in this election.
Steph, I want to come to you with the nonpartisan question. You've done a ton of work with When We All Vote, and knowing you as well as I do, voting is always something that you're talking about, even when you're not on air. I would love to share with the audience why this is such an important focus for you, given that there are these other pieces, right, of democracy that we should be paying attention to, but you are very clear about the fact that this is where it all starts.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you know, Ange, I grew up in Cape Town, South Africa during the transition from apartheid to democracy. So I got to see firsthand what it looks like not to have any type of political power and the fight for it. And I also got to see how these people didn't let anything deter them. The moment they were able to vote, I'm talking about miles long lines of people standing there ready to vote and cast their first ballot in the new South Africa in 1994. So to be a child at that time, it made such a huge impression on my life. And I understood how sacred this act actually is. And what I've realized over the last couple of years, especially working for the federal government on Capitol Hill, but also in the private sector, is that voter suppression has permeated every aspect of our lives. And it is psychological just as it is physical. And the physical manifestation of it might be voter ID laws, might be the long lines, might be all of the confusion around how to do it, when to do it, all of those things that we make it so hard for voters in this country to do. But the psychological side is for people who think it doesn't matter. My vote doesn't matter. My voice doesn't matter. So even if I vote, it's not going to have an impact on my life. And that is from years and years, I'm talking about centuries of training to make us feel as if we don't matter. And we do. So it's going to take a long time for us to really change and push the culture so that people really understand how important their voices really are. And that when we talk about activism is one part of it, but you also have to vote so that we can ensure that we have the leaders in place who represent our values. And if they don't, we can hold them accountable. So it's going to be up to all of us beyond tonight to continue to talk about voting consistently if we actually want to see this country change in a real way that reflects all of our values.
Yes, absolutely. I want to talk to you too, Alencia, now about what important steps the Democratic Party needs to take. This is an opportunity for us to really engage in some soul searching, regardless of the outcome of this election. One outcome would be preferred, of course, but I want to hear from you on where you think we should start with this really necessary and honest conversation that it's past time for the party to have.
You know, and this is me speaking as a political operative who's been doing this for over a decade, not just right now working with the Biden campaign, but one, it is past time for us to pass the Voting Rights Act, right? The John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And we also need to make sure the election day is a national holiday, that voter registration is automatic. There are so many easy, tangible things for us to do to make voting a lot easier. The other thing too, as my co-panelists and my sisters have said about voting and every last vote, we know in 2016, this election was decided by 77,000 voters in 3 states. And so to the point of us being anxious, we have to wait until every last vote is counted. And so I think as people who push the party, some of us on this panel who push internally, some of us externally, we have to push for a passage of legislation. But we also, as Black women and all of us on this panel, talk about culture work, right? How we as Black women create culture. We're at the center of culture. We've also got to start talking about voting in that space, right? Make voting a piece of our culture work so that people don't feel, to what Stephanie was saying, the psychological suppression that keeps us from engaging up until the last moment. And so I think it's work that we have to do to push the party to give us the resources to not show up 2 months or 2 weeks before we need to win a major election. Yeah. But then we have to have this conversation when it's not sexy and make sure that we're reducing all of these barriers.
Yes, and so I have to go back to you, Stephanie, on this. And I actually want to hear from you too, Joteka, because this is another part of the Win with Black Women organizing work. It wasn't just a kumbaya. This was about real demands and requests of the campaign and folks that have to engage us. Steph, I want to come back to you, Joteka, but Steph, I want to hear from you on the importance of people really understanding what was accomplished under the Obama administration. I'm coming to you because, of course, you served over as the Director of African American Outreach in the Office of Public Engagement, and you know the record because you had to write the report, sis. So I want to hear from you on what people really need to understand about the Obama era accomplishments. And Joteka, I want to hear from you on what Win with Black Women's got to do next to hold feet to the fire during this next administration.
Yeah, so I mean, look, I think that the way that we communicate has changed so much that people may not know what this administration did to work on their behalf every single day for 8 years, besides the imagery of the first Black man, the first Black family in the White House. And also this comparison to what this administration has done and the other, there's just really no comparison, and it frustrates me to no end. But when we think about criminal justice reform, that was something that the administration really honed in on, probably mostly in the second term. We created the task force for 21st century policing, where there was a roundtable of, I'm talking about police sheriffs to mayors to Brian Stevenson to everybody who plays a role in the criminal justice system to figure out how we can tackle and create a system that is more just and more fair. And the bill that was just passed during this administration was the work of the previous administration. And let me just be very clear, a watered down version of that as well. And also this administration has completely demolished the Civil Rights Division of DOJ, which plays a major role in criminal justice reform, as does the Attorney General. So from My Brother's Keeper, which is the initiative the president started after Trayvon Martin's death, to ensure that every agency, every government agency was thinking about Black men in the way they wrote policy and figuring out how to create policy around Black men, more specifically to the economic recovery, which impacted every American, obviously impacted African Americans, mostly, as Angela, you know, unemployment was at about 16%. When we worked at the Congressional Black Caucus and did our CBC Jobs Initiative, that was during the president's administration, but we saw unemployment fall for African Americans during the administration as well because of the Recovery Act and all the things we were able to do. The Affordable Care Act provided 3 million Americans with African Americans with coverage that were not covered. We also had a Council on Women and Girls that focused on African Americans as well. And we raised the minimum wage as much as we could, but we also have to understand that the president was gridlocked, considering the Senate was not going to cooperate, was not going to create any legislation that complemented what the president wanted to do. Neither was the House once we lost it. So all we had to lean on was executive orders towards the end, which harangued the administration in a number of different ways. But when the president took office, after he took office, over 1 million more Black and Hispanic students enrolled in college. The president also ordered the Justice Department to ban solitary confinement for juveniles. And he did a number of efforts and work under the Small Business Administration, and African American women lead when it comes to creating small businesses. So there's a number of things. There's a whole document you can go look into. But I think that the broader point is this: a president can only do so much. He has to have, or she has to have, a Congress and a Senate that support the work and the will of the people. And when you have someone who is leading the Senate who says, my greatest accomplishment in life is standing up to the president and telling him that they will only, that their only goal was to see that they only served one term, that is not a conducive environment to do any work in. So even against all of those odds, the administration consistently worked to ensure that everybody was at the table. And one thing I will have to say is this: the Office of Public Engagement, which was really created under President Obama's administration, ensured that we brought everybody to the table, no matter if they disagreed with policy or not. We wanted everybody at the table to have that dialogue so that everybody's voice not just was heard, but everybody's ideas were considered. And everybody also had a chance to tell the president what they thought, so that we could really push the needle forward on things that mattered most to the community, especially the African American community. And that's something that is of value, not just for this presidency, but should be of value for every president, every candidate, every person who seeks elected office has to have that doorway to the people. And I know that we worked overtime in the Office of Public Engagement to ensure that people had that doorway into our administration as well.
Absolutely. Joteka, clearly Stephanie is the daughter of a bishop because she preached that sermon. And so because we are really tight on time, if you could take us out with what's most important to focus on as we get ready to hold an administration accountable. What do you see Win with Black Women focusing on up and coming, and take us home?
Yeah, I would say three very quick things. And I would add that I am a daughter of the AME Church. So shout out to Stephanie. But three things. Number one, win with Black women is not just simply, as you said, Angela, a kumbaya hashtag. Yes, we feel good when we see it. It's empowering. But win with Black women has been and always will be a demand. It was a clear demand, and it is important for history to know that it was Black women that demanded that there was a Black woman at the top of this ticket. That work was done by Black women. It was Black women that gathered leaders such as Melanie Campbell, Mignon Moore, Donna Brazile, Siobhan Arline Bradley, Karen Finney, Star Jones, Cleola Brown, and so many others that I can name that came together in April and penned a letter. There was an op-ed, Angela, I know you were a part of that, and so many others that made it very clear that there needed to be a Black woman on this ticket, because what we knew then, which is now manifested now, is that Black women would fundamentally change this election and that we could truly win with Black women. And we know that the math, we know that the map, and we know that the money has fundamentally changed because of Black women up and down the ballot. Second, it is going to be important for us, and I think it's clear, and we say this over and over again, that voting and the election is just the beginning of the process. It is not enough for us to cast our vote, feel good about it, enjoy the results, and go home and sit down. We have to hold each and every one that is elected into office, regardless of whether or not we voted for them or not, accountable to our agenda and to our issues, because what we have and what this boils down to is our power. Our vote is our power. We are a powerful group of Black women. We are a powerful people as Black people, and we truly understand our power. And I think we're seeing that power in this historic turnout that we're seeing in this election, is that we have to take that power and hold them accountable to our issues. We have to make sure that we have Black women in pivotal positions up and down throughout this administration. We have to have our agenda on the table and the issues that matter to us, whether it is healthcare, criminal justice reform, whatever the issue is that is affecting our community. Because if we're going to deliver an election, let me tell you, you're going to deliver on the policies that impact our communities. And the third thing that I would say is that elections have always been about us. The candidates play a very important role, but the election in itself isn't about us. It is about us, the people. And that is why we must never lose sight of our power and what that power can do and what that power will move in the communities that we care about. That is what winning with Black women is about. It is not just about winning on election day. It is about winning in our communities. It is about winning transformative change that ultimately changes the lives of Black women and the people that we care about in the communities from which we come.
Absolutely. Ladies, thank you so much for joining me this evening. Joteka, Alencia, and Stephanie, I am so grateful for this time, and I feel a little bit stronger knowing you all are all here. I don't know about these results, though. Okay, let's go now to my good sister friends also, Brittany Packnett Cunningham, who is a MSNBC and NBC News contributor and a former fellow at Harvard's Institute of Politics. We also have Alicia Garza, who is the co-creator of Black Lives Matter, and she is also the founder of Black Futures Lab, doing some incredible work. And last but certainly not least, my dear sister Jamel Hill from The Atlantic, and she does all the things, y'all. She's got a new show on Vice. I hope y'all are watching. She is killing it. Hi, girls.
Hey, sis.
That's about as happy as I'm gonna be. What is going on with these returns? Can we just start like we would on our text thread? What is going on?
Wait, can we curse or no? That's what would happen on the text thread.
I want to know what's going on. Somebody give me some comfort.
I mean, I think the comforting thing for me, at least this is what I told my mother, and I believe it, is that it is early. We have some trauma from 2016. We wanted to have an early result. We wanted to see Florida come in really early because, frankly, we are wondering whether or not we can trust white folks to do the right thing 4 years later. And so here we are hoping we could put it to bed early, that it would be an overwhelming result. That's not necessarily where we are, but that doesn't mean all hope is lost. So if you are doom scrolling right now, you should stop.
If you are following returns that are making you anxious, you should stop and you should just pay attention to these important conversations that are happening amongst family, because it is still early in the night and there is a lot of work to be done. We may not know the result tonight. It may take days, weeks. So it's important for us to be patient, to call on that faith that our ancestors and that our elders teach us, and to remember that there's a lot of fight in us left.
Okay, Britt, I hear you. Alicia, I gotta come to you. We wrote this whole ass op-ed, and the op-ed talked about, we wanted a Black woman Supreme Court Justice, a Black woman VP, and we wanted a Black agenda. And we got one of those things. We have the commitment that there will be a Black woman Supreme Court pick, but Amy over here slid in where she did not fit in. And I just gotta ask you, sis, on the agenda part of this conversation, where you see Donald Trump just saying Black in a platinum plan outline in bullet form, and that was significant to sway somebody, at least the online conversation. How does that feel for you, knowing how much work you put into Black Agenda 2020 through Black to the Future?
Well, I mean, it feels a lot of different ways. Honestly, that's not really a plan. That was a flyer that he put out with some bullet points. That was not a plan. And honestly, if it was easy enough to remedy the challenges that have been facing Black people in this country for generations, if it was easy as 2 pages to unrig the rules that have been rigged against us, we wouldn't be here having this conversation. So that's that on that. But moving forward, I think there is a question about what does it look like to really make sure that regardless of, neither Trump or Biden, quite frankly, can deliver Black America what it is that we need.
Yeah.
And so we have to continue to keep building independent Black political power that holds politics accountable for making sure that they are meeting our needs and that they are helping us advance our dreams.
That's exactly right. I gotta come to you, Jamel, on that point. Alicia just talked about independent Black political power, not necessarily citing party affiliation, but the idea that we can be free from the burdens of a party construct and always vote our interests. What do you think is the pathway to getting us a little bit closer to that reality, Jamel?
Well, I mean, I've tried to explain this to people that it's not that Black people have just some overwhelming gratitude and attraction to the Democratic Party. It's just that they have just been the easiest pathway. That's it. And so I still think that the best pathway is through them, only because the systems and what we have come to mean to their party and frankly, their survival will allow us to hold them accountable in another way. I like to steal something that Chuck D told me when he did my podcast recently, is that with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, you see an hourglass. At some point the sand runs out. Right? So we know that if they get into office, it's not about an overwhelming, blinding support of them, but we know if they get into office, there is a pathway in which we can say, hey, you didn't do this, so therefore you gotta go. And everybody's comfortable and cool and okay with that. So I think, one of the discussions that got lost as we were in this very highly emotional, polarizing political cycle, that the endorsement of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was never about the fact that we were so all in on them that we believed that they were perfect candidates. It was because we knew that there was an agenda that we could achieve through them and frankly, without them, if need be, and that they would have to hold themselves accountable to us. As I told many people, look, if they get elected, this is just the baby step. This is just step one, all right? The real work begins as soon as they're in office. We cannot afford to fall asleep at the wheel like we did before when Barack Obama was in office. And I hope, prayerfully, now everybody understands that.
Yeah, I have to ask you ladies, in this moment where, this was the top of the ticket, how concerned are you, or are you thinking about already whether or not this actually suppressed some of the down ballot races, including South Carolina, Jamie Harrison? Jamie Harrison was going back and forth with Lindsey Graham in polls about whether or not he would be the victor. Do we think that possibly folks were saying they would vote for Jamie, just like they said they would vote for Hillary in 2016, but didn't even have that intention? It's 55% Lindsey Graham, and the race is called in South Carolina. Britt, I'll go to you.
I mean, it's incredibly disappointing. But we do know that there has been at least one Senate seat flipped tonight, which is not nothing. We also know, though, that, again, that there are still states that are calling their election. And look, we've got to face this thing down at the local, state, and federal level. That has always been the conversation. If you have been listening to the folks on this panel and folks that you have had on air, you and Andrew have had on air all night, we've been saying two things very specifically. One, to vote up and down the ballot for better conditions for organizing for our agenda, that we should stop looking for saviors, and that we should recognize that systems that were never built for us in the first place are going to require a great deal of sustained effort on our part in order to actually achieve full liberation. And that brings me to the second thing we've consistently been asking people, is to think of voting not as an end, but as a beginning, as a single tool of our liberation, but not the only tool, and to recognize that we have to be connected to local and national organizing collectives, that we have to be pushing on things like Black Agenda 2020, that we have to be making our voices heard every single day in order for us to see the kind of whole-scale transformation in our communities that we really deserve. So are there going to be more disappointments tonight? Potentially. The one that you named, Angela, is a big one. Yeah. But I always have faith in Black people. It will never waver, because I've seen what we can do. We've watched our ancestors, we've watched our elders, we've watched our peers face down the impossible. And we have seen victories over the course of this year, especially when it comes to issues of policing, right? We've seen moves made to actually disband police departments. We've seen moves made to pull police officers out of schools and out of libraries. We did those things. We got the entire world paying attention to not just our pain, but our promise. So I know that it can feel like everything is riding on today, but I want to remind folks that we've always been saying it was never just about today. So I don't concede today fully by any means, but I do recognize that when we wake up tomorrow, whatever wounds we have to lick them, and we have to keep on marching forward.
We got to keep on marching forward, and we have to do that even in this program. But my dear sisters, I will be all in your texts throughout the rest of this night, especially when we wrap. Alicia, Jamel, Britt, I love y'all so much. Thank you for being here, and thanks for sharing the truth and the hope, Brittany Bishop, with the people. Love y'all.
Love you, Ange.
Love you.
We'll be right back with Mark Lamont Hill in New York.
You say vote, and then someone says democracy is a sham. Those people don't speak for me. The system is rigged. You say vote, and then someone says it doesn't matter if this stays red and that stays blue. This thing is already unlocked. You say vote, and then someone says, hey, I'm making a statement by not voting. And then you say, well, I can't hear it. This is not about the White House. This is about your house. If you're not registered to vote, you can't sit on a jury. You can't choose your mayor. You can't choose your city council. You can't even choose your district attorney. You can't decide which measures will help your family and which will put them at risk. Democracy is not a sham. It's a job. It's our job. And it took too long to get it, to just let it slide. You say vote, because there are still some people out there that don't want you to.
I'm Black and I'm voting.
I'm Black and I'm voting. I'm voting for the world I want to see.
I'm voting for safe and affordable housing.
I'm voting for better schools for my children.
I'm voting for streets free from police violence.
I am voting for candidates who respect women.
I'm voting for health care that I can afford.
I'm voting for equal pay for equal work.
I'm voting for her.
I'm voting for us.
I'm Black and I'm voting.
What are you voting for?
Who needs a little love today? Who needs some love sent their way? Who needs love? Who needs love? Who needs a little love today? Who needs some love sent their way? Who needs love? Who needs love?
Here now, your host, Mark Lamont Hill.
What a momentous night. So much going on tonight and so much still unresolved in the 2020 presidential election. We'll be rejoining our simulcast of CBSN in just a few minutes, but we wanted to get some more real-time analysis from our very special guests. Of course, we have in D.C. CNN political commentator Angela Rye and Andrew Gillum, former mayor of Tallahassee. What are we seeing, y'all? Many people, I've seen maps that had Biden up by a landslide. I saw maps that had Trump winning handily. There seems to be a little bit of complicatedness here. You know, I'm seeing states like Texas that were contested, still not won, still not called yet, but contested with Trump having a slight lead. Georgia, obviously, very much in play or was. And Pennsylvania and Ohio completely up in the air. I mean, is this what you all expected?
Ooh, that's a loaded question. What I expected or what I hoped for?
Tell me both.
Well, you didn't hope for it, for sure. You didn't hope for this.
Hell no, I didn't hope for this. But I think that the question really is, you know, I'm really trying to check my ego in this moment where you just want to be like, I told you. Like, you cannot ignore a base of people in the middle of hot racial tension, racism. I don't even want to call it racial tension. You cannot do that to people who feel sidelined, unheard, unappreciated, and expect for them to break their necks in the middle of a pandemic. You just can't do it. And so what I'm hoping for is that these early returns that we're seeing right now don't tell a story that we hoped against. I'm hoping right now that I'm wrong, but I've been feeling this way for months, and I'm just like, we told y'all, like, there's no pomp and circumstance, there's no symbolism that will put this party back into the good graces of people that have saved it and carried it on their backs for so long. You just cannot do it that way. You just can't do it that way. You know.
Andrew, it's emotional.
Yeah, Andrew, I mean, speak to that point. I mean, some of the challenges we've seen here right now, we see Florida, again, it has not been called, but it is seen as leaning toward Trump. Texas, of course, not a super surprise, but there was a hope that it would be competitive, and it was. But it's leaning toward Trump as well. We see South Carolina, Kentucky, Alabama, Indiana, Tennessee, Arkansas, San Diego, and North Dakota, South Dakota, all called for President Trump. What is missing in this? If Joe Biden turns out to be unsuccessful in this run, what will the problem be? In your state in 2016, people said there was a sector of Florida that Hillary Clinton didn't touch enough, that there was a sector of Michigan that didn't get touched enough. What's your sense of what's going on with Joe Biden right now?
So Angela and I have been engaged in public policy conversations for a good part of this night, and so I'm actually just coming up for air to take these maps in, and I will tell you, I didn't talk to Joe Biden. I haven't spoken to Joe Biden since I shared a plane with him when I was a candidate for governor in 2018.
Wow.
I am the last Democratic statewide candidate nominee for governor of Florida and got closer than any Democrat running for that office in the last 20 years.
That's a damn shame.
So what would I have to say to them? What would they have to ask me about how we got within 30,000+ votes of becoming governor of the third largest state in America?
In a midterm. Like, and I'm saying that because they need to understand that you were able to have that kind of turnout, Andrew, not in a presidential year.
We had historic level turnout. We also got more of the black vote share than Obama did in either one of his races in Florida. Wow. He had the benefit, however, of having won my state. There looked like there was an underperformance in the Hispanic community in Florida, underperforming Hillary by possibly 20 points, and underperformance in the black community.
What's the gap, though? Help me understand the gap here, particularly given the 3 points that you all raised the last time we spoke in the previous hour. If we're talking about the economy, we're talking about COVID, we're talking about racism and state violence. There's never been perhaps a sort of a confluence of those three things at one time, like we've seen in 2020. People are feeling economically pressed, people are dying in the streets, and people are dying from COVID. why would he underperform in relation to the Clinton campaign of 2016, given those factors?
So I said from the beginning, after my race for governor, the only thing that I said repeatedly any place I went was, whoever the Democratic nominee is for president of the United States will not win the presidency simply by saying Donald Trump is bad.
That's right.
Or Donald Trump is a racist. Or Donald Trump is a sexist. And the reason why that won't work is we all already know that.
Right.
For black people, a lot of black people think a lot of white people are racist anyway. It's baked into the pie. Not a lot of votes shift and turn on those grounds. And so people needed to hear a message that they could see themselves in. And unfortunately, because of the mixed bedfellows that the campaign felt it needed to pull together in order to pull off a victory, may have cost themselves something in the process. I will tell you this, I haven't had an opportunity for a serious diagnostic on this race. But if we lose this race, if the Democrats lose this race this time, we will have to do some serious soul searching. I remember when they told me I was too progressive because I got out there running for governor in a state like Florida, talking about the things I believed in from my heart. Issues that I thought mattered to people every single day, and they said I cannot win because I'm too far out of the mainstream. And instead, we got the closest of any candidate for my office on the Democratic side in over 20 years. And so something has to give about this process.
Yeah.
The idea that the way you win in a state like mine or any competitive state like this is by basically reducing your value set, talking less about what you believe,
right,
under the guise that the people who don't like you and don't agree with you on your policy in the first place will maybe like you more but still not vote for you. Trumpers are going to trump. What I'm dealing with is that maybe tomorrow I have to run into some people who I got to look at their room and know half of them don't like me, what I represent, what I stand for. I thought that 2016 was going to be the last stand for the kind of racism and vitriol and hatred that drives so much of the American electorate.
And here's this.
And it isn't.
Angela, give you the last word.
Oh, sorry. Dang, we ran.
You have the last word?
No, I didn't know we went through that much time. But I would just say to what Andrew's saying, we're talking about diluting our values. That's the heart of what you were just saying. How do you dilute your values when you're asking people to risk their lives to go to the poll, when they have to go masked or double masked or with a face shield to the polls? And we expect people to risk their lives for what? Because you might not pack the courts, because you might not believe in qualified immunity, because you might apologize for your crime bill, you might not. Like, I need us to be clear about the fact that the most important thing for the people, for this country, is true liberation and freedom, and that should not be race specific. It should not be to uplift white domestic terrorists to the sacrifice, to the detriment of Black people, of brown people, of immigrants. Of kids, of seniors. Like, Hey,
Mark, you hit us at the wrong time, man. This is extremely emotional, and it's mostly emotional because it has everything to do with our personhood.
Yeah.
It has everything to do with my ability to live, breathe, exist, not just for me and for my family, but my children and my children's children. So we're right now sitting here fighting the fights of the 1960s.
Absolutely.
And it's infuriating.
No, it is.
In a party where the stakes are so high that we still keep doing this silly calculus that really is arithmetic gone bad.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, Angela, Rye, Andrew Gillum, thank you so much for joining me. And we caught y'all at the right time because that's the kind of honest sentiment that we want to hear from. And it's also what so many people are feeling right now. And again, this race is not over. There's a long way to go. A lot of returns to still come in, but we will keep you abreast of everything that's going on. But right now, I want to bring in CBS News political contributor Jamal Simmons. Jamal, it's good to see you again. Thanks for coming back. There's a lot of things happening right now at the same time.
Every election, there's all this whining.
Kids always hollering about the environment.
About jobs.
Healthcare.
No one's ever given me free money.
And what are the girls going on about still anyway? Pay gap, pay gap, pay gap. Come on, honey.
Maybe if you worked harder. War on straws? What's next?
Life can't always be brunch or drip or TikToks. People don't know what real problems are.
Like, thugs and looters.
And preserving our heritage.
I'm just saying what everyone's thinking.
And I'm voting.
Oh yeah, I'll be voting.
I'll be voting.
You know I'm voting.
We're back with election night coverage featuring Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Andrew Gillum, my colleague, Angela Rye. We have been going at it for several hours now. Some really dynamic conversations over the course of this evening, mainly talking about under the theory that you win power. What kind of change do you make that improves the outcomes and the lives of the people who right now don't feel very heard and don't feel represented? I have to admit, and I just said to Angela while we were transitioning between some of the electoral conversation, that because we've been so raptured by public policy change and shift, we actually haven't paid a whole bunch of attention to these maps. Myself, I'll speak for myself, glancing between segments to try to catch up with what's going on. And I've gotten my first real dose of the fact that Democrats may lose the White House. And I'm prayerful that my first dose is early enough in the evening
that it's
going to get better, right? Life gets better. Tonight will get better. The outcome will get better. But if it doesn't, I am at a loss in many ways for where we go from here as Democrats, where we go from here as Americans. I am petrified for the recklessness of this administration, this president, and what a second term will do to this country. And I'm personally humiliated by a very, very powerful signal that's being sent by the electorate. One that, at least in this moment, tells me that my life doesn't matter as much as I thought it did. Worse over that my children's lives don't matter as much as I thought they did. That our lives are so transactional in American politics that your comfort with a white supremacist as a president gives you the opportunity to sleep better at night than the ability for me and my children, off of the strength of our hard work, our effort, our decency and humanity, that we ought to be able to compete on similar playing fields. This is a battle. I said it in 2016, and I feel it so much more right now, about supremacy and power. And so this is a really difficult conversation for us tonight. And as we dig further into the results, I think, a lot of people are going to have to balance with what is happening. We are really, really fortunate, Angela, right now to be joined by a very good friend to both of us, an amazing leader in our nation's capital, a man who feels deeply, who was raised by the right kind of mama, and he then helped to influence the raising of his other brother, who happened to be a secretary in a U.S. administration. Will y'all please just, from our stage, we're going to give it up for Congressman Joaquin Castro. What's going on, Congressman?
Hey, how are you? Great to see you, Andrew and Angela. It's great to be with you.
It is really, really, really good to be with you. We're, Angela and I have been obviously in the midst of this program talking about a whole range of issues. And the way we thought we would talk about election night was not just in who the winners and the losers might be. We wanted to talk about it in the sense of what does an agenda look like? What could we potentially stand to gain? How do we fill up this big bucket of hope with real ideas that change lives? You had a front row seat to a race for the presidency as you helped to chair or co-chair your brother's presidential campaign. Very few people that I've ever seen run for president captured the heart, soul, mind, spirit of the complexity of issues that confront this country quite the way that Secretary Castro did. As we sit here tonight watching the returns, I keep wanting to say early returns, the returns, what is going through your mind right now about the election, yes, but the state of the Democratic Party?
Oh, that's a great question, Andrew. Of course, you know, we don't know how it's all going to turn out yet. And I'm still really hopeful that Arizona is looking good. And I'm hoping that the vice president will pull out enough of the remaining states to win this thing. But you're right. I mean, it's, you know, it looks like there's a shot here for President Trump. So it's making me very anxious, just like it is both of you and a lot of other people. You know, look, the Democratic Party, I think most of all, as we think about this election, and again, I still think Joe Biden can win the White House, but we always have to make sure that we're reaching out to every group of people in this country. Yes. And one thing that we've seen already in Texas is in the deeply Latino Rio Grande Valley, a greater percentage of Latinos voted for Donald Trump this time than they did last time. And same thing, it looks like in Miami. And so we've got to go back in there and figure out, you know, how we need to do a better job of speaking to the things that people care about in their lives. You know, and because that's what's going to get you their strong support.
Congressman, can you talk just a minute? Because I'm going to throw it to Angela, but this is challenging because I feel like so many of us do talk about issues that we consider kitchen table issues and try to deliver it in a way that people can hear you and understand the deepness of your connection to wanting to help make their lives better. But we gotta talk about race and racism and white supremacy and the final stand, whenever that final stand is gonna be, and I don't know when it's gonna be, but the stand that says that I can no longer tolerate a president or co-sign a president who believes that a person is a lesser than and should be therefore treated differently because of the color of their skin. I know a lot of us Democrats like to hem and haw on this question of race. I had to balance it in my own race for governor by not calling my opponent a racist, even though he compared me to a damn monkey. But I had to keep myself contained. When do we really get to have honest conversations about and stop feeling so bad about offending whoever we think we're offending by calling it out? When does that happen?
No, and you're right, Andrew. And you know, and I think more of that has happened since the murder of George Floyd. But you think about how remarkable that is, that it took the nation collectively witnessing the murder of a Black man on tape by an agent of the state, in other words, a police officer, for us to start to even have some of those conversations. But you're right, the only way we can approach this is to take it head on and to have what are very tough and uncomfortable conversations for a lot of people, but also be able to tell the truth about history and about what has happened to groups of people in this country over the generations and what still happens to people in this country.
Every single day. You evoke George Floyd. They remembered the inhumanity of that in the moment. They forgot about it the next month and drove Black Lives Matter's popularity numbers down through the dirt.
You know, in addition to the George Floyd moment, as you said, it struck a chord with me too, to go from the summer with George Floyd into this particular election. Can you, for a minute, Joaquin, just talk about the miles we clearly have to go? You sit as the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and of course you're doing this work trying to ensure more diversity in media, in the entertainment industry, on camera, off camera. You're doing that because it tells a different story and it reshapes and resets minds. Talk about that work that we have to do in so many other industries and clearly in our own party.
Oh, there's a lot of work to do. You know, and y'all are right. Look, Donald Trump has shown himself to be a white supremacist. And what's surprising is, to me as an American, is why would the race be this close when you've got somebody like that, and then somebody who is also egged on others who hold the same view. You know, I think you wonder, well, why would you vote for a guy like that? There's this struggle to kind of understand why that wouldn't disqualify a man or anyone, but in this case, a man, Donald Trump, from remaining as president, and why so many people would give him their vote and entrust him with the next 4 years of the leadership of this country. But yeah, I mean, you know, the Democratic Party, within our own party, I think there's still, we still aren't where we need to be in terms of recognizing the role and the importance and the story and the history of the different groups that make up the Democratic Party. And in my home state of Texas, we still have work to do on that.
Congressman, I hate making long-term commitments on the spot, but I know you, and I love you like a brother, because you and I started before you were ever a member of Congress, and before ever was a mayor or a candidate for governor. We were just doing what we could from our local positions. You in the legislature, me in the city council, and your brother, the secretary, had just lost a race for mayor after having served in the city council. What we've got to commit to doing is figuring out a way that we can get a strong, authentic, and real black-brown coalition going in this country, so that one side doesn't feel like they are losing just by the other side rising.
That's right.
Some of the conversations I had with the Latino community in my state after the race, it was painful to sit through, because it was so emblematic of what you see during slavery, right? The dividing of colorism. If you go here, this group goes here, and it's a legacy that just keeps going, that if you get, then I don't, and therefore I got to take you out.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. And I definitely want to hear this answer, because we are all about a rainbow coalition.
We're and not tokenism, but what's real, right? What's real.
Yeah.
Y'all are right. And historically, obviously, African Americans in this country were wronged, right? And that's putting it lightly. And then you have another group with Latinos who were disenfranchised in many places, including in the Southwest, and even into the 1940s and 50s and 60s and 70s. I mean, for God's sakes, if you spoke Spanish in school in Texas, up until the 1970s, probably, you got spanked. You got the corporal punishment. So they literally beat a language out of a group of people. And so, yes, there has to be a stronger coalition among African Americans and Latinos. And you can't let folks turn two groups that have historically been disenfranchised in the United States against each other, or become so envious of each other that you're not working together, or that you're fighting each other's gains.
Well,
we have to absolutely watch for that.
Congressman, as you know, the strategy keeps being tried because it works.
Yeah.
If you keep us divided, you keep us fighting amongst each other, then we don't ever have to take the time to pay attention to the fact that we are being robbed blind right before our very eyes, because they have figured out a way to trick us into believing that I don't have because you have. And you don't have because my daddy has, right? It's time out for that brand of politics. And I don't think we need a Harvard law degree or anything else to know that right now in this country, stuff is messed up. I don't want to hear a Sanders supporter or anybody else coming to me talking to me about the plight of the poor white person in this country, which leads them to then vote against whatever their values and morals may be.
Are supposed to be.
Or supposed to be, because of economic issues. Put that to the side. Let's get to the real talk on this thing, because once is a mistake.
Yeah.
Twice? Come on.
Joaquin, and I do want to ask you about where we go from here. I think I would be lying if I told you that me and Andrew aren't completely hot under the collar right now. This is a really frustrating experience. Of course, Joe Biden is up in electoral votes right now, but I think that what's not sitting right with me, and I'd love to hear your perspective on this, is it should not be close. We've seen what could happen.
Sure.
230,000 plus Americans died because of COVID and an irresponsible response to it. We've seen them tell white domestic terrorists to stand back and stand by. What can we do if this doesn't go the way that we want it to? Or even if it's close and that alone is triggering to you also, Joaquin, what do we do? Where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, look, although it's hard to deal with still at this hour, because I think that we could pull it out, and all of us want to pull it out.
Yeah.
But if it goes Donald Trump's way, I'll tell you, I have been very concerned and in some ways frightened about the kind of country that we could become, even beyond where Donald Trump has taken us
Absolutely.
now. You see how he encouraged his supporters that tried to ram that bus in Austin the other day.
Yes.
I just think that he's going to continue to stoke racial fears and resentment and try to divide people. And I said that there is a good chance that he moves us even closer to living in a fascist society if he wins re-election.
Yeah.
And I don't, none of us use that word lightly because before Donald Trump came around, we didn't just throw that word around. But this is the kind of authoritarian leader that Donald Trump has clearly become.
Congressman, we know that you are there on the front lines. You are bringing the fight. We are fortunate to have your leadership in the Congress. The sky is the limits and beyond for you. And I also believe that for the Secretary. We just want to thank you so much for taking time and talking to us tonight. We are going to have an offline conversation.
Got to.
Because we got work
Absolutely.
to do.
Yes.
Lots of work to do. Thanks for joining us, Congressman.
So much. So we have a panel at the top. I know that we have a little bit of time before we get to the 11. Andrew, but I feel like Joaquin was just tapping into something that's super important, which is the extent of the damage that Donald Trump can cause beyond his presidency. Of course, we touched on executive orders earlier. We know that he has appointed, and there have been nominated more than 230, I think it's 236 judges with lifetime appointments to Barack Obama's over 300. I can't find the exact number right now. But talk about him.
It's a total reshaping. It's a total reshaping of the courts that we have not seen.
Yeah.
That we've not seen in more than a generation.
Yeah.
6-3, not just conservative, because I don't think we do ourselves justice, but ideological. And that means not that you're not just fidel to the limits of what the words that are in the pages of the Constitution. It is that you have an ideological bend around the law that you think should exist, and you bend the will of the law and the justice system so that becomes the real practice. And so I think we have Ellie on. We
do.
We got a lot going on over here. We're dealing with news in real time. This is why I'm never going to be a news anchor.
Why?
TV, like talking about, good stuff with you is good. I could never be a TV anchor.
Well, the good news is we're not just trying to be anchors. We are also trying to help to shape opinions rooted in fact.
Yeah.
And I think right now helping us to do that is Ellie Mistal, who is the justice correspondent for The Nation magazine. Ellie, we already teased your opening. We started talking about these judges.
Yeah.
I want to hear from my dear friend first. How are you feeling so far about these results as they come in?
Borderline despondent, right? And the reason is because exactly what you guys were already talking about. We're looking at a violent reshaping of the courts along ideological lines. The reason why I'm so despondent tonight is because because now the election is close enough, regardless of what actually happens. Now the election is close enough that the courts can throw it to Donald Trump. Like that's the actual problem right now. We haven't talked enough tonight, at least not on the televisions, not on Twitters. We haven't talked enough tonight about the 300,000 votes that the post office suddenly can't find. They were ordered to find, that they just disregarded the court order to find them, right? Don't know where those 300,000 votes are. The reason why I'm still worried about Pennsylvania is because I literally do not know if they will be allowed to count all their votes. I have confidence still that Biden will squeak out an electoral college victory if all the people who attempted to vote have their votes counted, but I can't be sure that that will happen because of what Trump has already done with the Supreme Court and the federal courts. Certainly, if he gets another 4 years after this travesty, we're talking about a whole-scale reshaping of American democracy to the point where voting isn't really allowed for people who look like me. Right. We're talking about a 6-3 court now. Let's not forget that Justice Stephen Breyer is 82.
Talk about it.
And might not make it to the end of another 4 years. So we could be looking at a 7-2 court. Let's not forget that Clarence Thomas is hanging on basically because he wants to be the one to overturn affirmative action because he's that kind of guy.
You're killing me, bro.
It is likely that he will retire during the next administration as well. So we could be looking at an 8-1 Supreme Court. There's no way forward.
With the great news, with the gospel.
No, I mean, I can't. Is there Is there a party later? Is there anything good that we can?
There's no party.
I'm not throwing up. I agree with the comments that have been made. Ellie, I think you made this comment as well. You hinted to it. We're not giving up yet. We don't know what the final result will be. What I am disheveled by is the closeness by which we are having this fight right now.
That is it.
And that just means that people increasingly are lying. They don't tell the truth.
That's right.
Right? All this feigned outrage was just that. And Ellie, when you talk about the courts, we talked about the Supreme Court and what could happen in the making of the Supreme Court of the United States, which is now in its most conservative bin that we've seen in a generation. But the federal judges underneath, the pecking order, the line under which these folks then get selected and become the next Supreme Court justice are packed with young, conservative ideologues, in some cases, folks who ain't ever tried a case before a jury.
Yep.
Are in the pipeline at the highest courts.
Conservative ideologues, predominantly male, overwhelmingly white. Let's never lose sight of the fact that this is a nearly explicitly white supremacist regime.
Talk about
Trump has the worst record on diversity on the federal bench of anybody in my lifetime. And I mean, that I was alive for Reagan, and Reagan wasn't this bad when it comes to diversity on the bench. So we're talking about a wholesale reshaping of the third branch of government if he is able to control the executive branch of government for another 4 years. And frankly, doesn't look great. The votes today don't look great for the Democrats winning control of the Senate either. Looks like we'll keep the House, but that's it. So you started by asking me how I'm feeling. I don't see the way forward, right? I don't see how one works within the system.
Yes.
When the system has been set against upon basic tenets of rule of law and freedom and equality. I just don't see it.
Ellie, that hurts because, Angela, you and I were talking about the fact that the gains that people of color, black folks, have experienced in this country, so many of them have come at the hands of the courts. The evolution of the hand of the courts, right? The setbacks have come there too, but the evolution at the hands of the courts. And so if you lose real balance and justice to be forsaken for political ideology, I don't know where you go. And I hate being where I feel right now.
Right.
Because I want to be more optimistic about the role that we all play in helping to get back to that kind of a society.
And Ellie, I want to come to you on this point that Andrew is, so aptly bringing up, the importance of the courts in now potentially deciding elections. You talked about the many ways in which this election was stacked against us to the tune of 300,000 ballots that are lost. I know that you've been following closely some of the other shenanigans at precincts, mostly in GOP kind of leaning areas, Republican leaning areas. Can you talk for a minute about some of the challenges that may be up ahead and how it may very well end up in the hands of the courts to decide the outcome of the 2020 presidential election?
Simply looking ahead for the next couple of days.
Yeah.
I mean, because that's what we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
We're looking right now, when I turned off the TV to come on here, we're looking at North Carolina being around 60, 70,000 votes, right? We don't know how many late mail-in ballots are coming to North Carolina. We know that North Carolina state laws say that we should count those votes, but we don't know if courts are going to let North Carolina continue counting its votes, which could make the difference between not just Biden or Trump winning North Carolina and tipping the entire election, but certainly could make a difference in the Senate, where Cal Cunningham is running a bit down, about a point down from Tom Tillis in North Carolina, right? So that's number one. Number two, I think the big kahuna here is Pennsylvania, where they won't even start counting mail-in ballots, early vote, which we know overwhelmingly favor Joe Biden so far tonight, until tomorrow. They're not even trying to get a count out, a call out for the next 3 or 4 or 5 days. And we know that if Pennsylvania is the only state that Trump has to flip, if Trump is in a situation where all he has to do is find some way to flip to hold on to Pennsylvania, make it turn GOP, then he will throw every legal trick in the book at the system. He will throw it all against Pennsylvania. And while the state AG in Pennsylvania seems like a good, upstanding guy, the state Supreme Court in Pennsylvania has defended voting rights. We know for a fact that Trump put Amy Coney Barrett on the Supreme Court specifically so she could take the election. She could steal the election for him. He said so. He said it. And we didn't stop him then, right? So we've got regardless of what John Roberts does, and make no mistake, John Roberts is no fan of voting. He is no fan of Black people voting. He has been an enemy of voting rights for his entire career. But even if somehow he is able to be brought to the fold, you're still down 5-4 because Amy Coney Barrett is on the court, and we didn't do enough to stop her. So
Ellie,
that's
they'll
the reality
punctuate
that we're looking at.
No, you're right. That was perfect. They'll punctuate that at the end of the decision by saying, this decision only applies this day to this specific incident and is not intended to be precedence. That's what they did in the 2000 case when they decided to hand the presidency over to President Bush. And so we see, brother, you're so brilliant. Please keep doing the great work that you're doing. I fear for the days ahead, as they will be tough and challenging, but I hope you get some hope and inspiration pouring out of that writing pen soon.
I hope so. I might be doing it from South Africa. I don't know.
Lord.
Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Thank you.
Ellie, thank you so much. I'm always so grateful to have you.
Cheers, guys. Thank you, Angela.
Oh, my goodness. So what we have next is a very important conversation. We know this election, obviously, it's too early to call. We're not in the calling business, particularly when we don't know where they're hiding ballots. And I think in addition to that, what we have to talk about is what it means to not be taken for granted by a party or by this country. To help us double down on that conversation is Wes Bellamy, who is the founder of Our Black Party and is also the author of When White Supremacy Knocks, Fight Back. Okay, that's a long title, but When White Supremacy Knocks, Fight Back is the idea. Is Wes here? Wes, do we have you? There he is.
Hey, Wes.
Oh, you look like you at a campaign party. What you doing?
Nah, this brother's imported his own backdrop.
I see. What you doing, Wes? What's going on?
What's going on? I'm here in LA with Fox Soul, showing some love to the Black Report. So we're out here doing some work. Much love to my big brother and sister, Angela and Andrew. Love you both. Thank you so much for the work in which y'all are always doing. I see a bunch of family on this Zoom. I see well, I don't know if I can say everybody else.
Yeah,
don't be dropping, don't be teasing the next segment. Wes, I really want us to get into this with you because I think it's so important. Yeah. We've had so many offline conversations over the last year, and I want to know how you're feeling, not only watching the returns at the presidential level. I know as a former elected official, you care about folks voting all the way down ballot. How are you feeling looking at some of the returns on these races and the importance of Black people exercising our full political power starting at the ballot box?
Well, there's a series of mixed emotions, to say the least. I think that to a certain extent, the Black vote and Black folk as a whole have been taken for granted. When we see up and down the ballot, there have been a lack of resources, in my personal opinion, that have been allocated to our communities to ensure not only that our voice is being heard, but also that our voice is being valued. And when we look at some of the courting process, quote unquote, as my grandmother would say, I don't believe that Black folk and the Black vote as a whole, whether that be the Black male vote, whether that be the Black woman vote, whether that be the Black trans vote, however we describe it, has been courted, quote unquote, the way in which and for us to be made felt valued in the way in which we should have been. And for that reason, I think it's important for all of us to not only understand our power, but commit ourselves to ensuring that we are going to put ourselves first. We're going to put our politics first. We're going to put our needs first. And in order for us to do so, we must explore the idea, and I hope that everyone would join us as we've recently launched and kicked off again, our Black Party. We're not saying that we're our own quote unquote third political party at this moment in time, but we do have the ability to move as the culture needs us to. And if there was ever a time for us to ensure that we center ourselves, that we own our politics, it's now.
Brother, you won't get a bigger cosign from me than you will in this very moment that we're sitting in, because I have been, for the majority of my life as a public, when serving in public office, the person who really tried very hard to diminish the differences so that we could focus on the places that we had in common. And the risk, or rather the consequence of that, is that all cards aren't created equal. We're not all being treated the same outside of this space. So as utopic as we'd like to make it, there are some systemic differences that exist that produce outcomes that they're designed to produce, not by accident, but because they were built on structures designed to minimize a group of people based off the color of their skin, period, full stop, enough said. And I think we've got to become bolder in that conversation. So my question to you is, how do we make sure that with a revolutionary step as a Black party, that we don't allow ourselves to then get further bifurcated and divided to the point where our agenda doesn't get addressed again, and we get tokenized because, like Trump did, he don't need us all. He just needs 10% of us to go the right way.
Right. Well, one of the things that I've learned, and I'll be honest, one of the things I've learned from yourself, from Angela, from a lot of folks who I consider to be older brothers and sisters, is understanding and doing the hard work of realizing that Black folk are not a monolithic group. Right. And because we're not a monolithic group, it is okay for us to have different ideologies. It's okay for us to have different opinions. It's okay for us to have different ways and different routes for us to achieve our overall goal, which, in my personal opinion, for every Black person, is to feel free. I think no matter who you are, we want to feel free. We want to be liberated. And what freedom and liberation looks like for all of us may be different, but we all want to feel valued. We all want to feel free. We all want to be in control of ourselves. I fundamentally believe that. So when you ask the question of how do we move forward with a revolutionary step like building our own party, it's having a very challenging conversation with ourselves to say that we're willing to put our egos to the side. That goes for each and every single one of us, elected, non-elected, activist, organizer, pastor, preacher, gay, Black, straight, cis, whatever. All of us are willing to put aside our collective egos to do for the betterment of our people. And it's something that we have seen repeatedly, like different parties, and I'm not going to call out one particular one, but as we've seen different parties not value us, I think now more than ever, it's time for us to say we're going to come together to value ourselves. Our Black Party, we work hand in hand, and we're in full support of the Black Futures Lab, Black to the Future 2020 agenda. We think that they have a phenomenal piece of work. We show love and support to the Black Futures movement, we show love and support to Black Lives Matter. We show love and support to several of the groups who are on the ground doing work. And we think collectively that's what it's going to take. Until freedom, Black voters matter, Black lives matter, our Black Party, all of us working together to do what we can to move our people forward.
Wes, and let me ask you, Andrew raised a great point about us becoming further bifurcated or further divided. One thing that we never hear that about is on the Republican side, when the Tea Party wanted to ensure that the conservatives became more conservative and address their issues, there was no challenge there about whether or not they would be more divided. They took their issues front and center. How do you see our Black Party being compared to a Tea Party-like system or party entity?
Well, I think undoubtedly that is what will happen. And we've seen since our launch in July, essentially that happens. Some folks say, well, this is kind of another faction or similar to the Tea Party. And I think that's okay. That's fine. If that's how people want to identify us, then so be it. But as you alluded to, whenever you see, I'm just going to call a spade, white folk doing this kind of work, when they put themselves first, when they say that they're going to mobilize for themselves, there's not any issue. It's only when Black folk decide to put ourselves first where we see the quote unquote stake of we're being divided. And I just want to be clear, America has never been united. America has never put Black folk first. And if we don't do so now, it never will happen. Let's put our politics first. Before you were Republican, before you were a Democrat, before you were independent, you were Black. And there's nothing wrong with Black folk owning our politics. So join us, www.ourblackparty.org.
Wes.
With that.
Good to put eyes on you, brother. I'm so proud for you. Looking forward to following up, doing whatever we can. This is the work begins.
Yes,
So if this thing electorally didn't go where we want it, we got a job to do.
Yeah, we do. We have a job starting right now. Wes, you've given us our marching orders. We love you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Be safe.
Love you both. Thank you.
Love you back, man.
Joining us now.
Oh, we on a marathon.
Well, and here's the thing,
Yeah.
Andrew, before we go into this next panel, you said something so powerful. Y'all, Andrew's my brother for real, so I want to say that. You said something so powerful when we were talking about what we hoped for this coverage to be. And in a moment where we knew things could go not so much our way, I don't think we thought it would be this close. It's just triggering. But in that, I remember you talking about reimagining. And there are some people here to help us reimagine an America that truly serves us and Jackson and Caroline and Davis and all of these kids. There's some folks already here to talk with us. And so I just want to bring them in because they do the work every single day. And in a moment where we need y'all to encourage us. Make us feel better. We know we're speaking for the folks at home. We have joining us now Rakia Lumumba, activist and founder of People's Advocacy Institute and part of Movement for Black Lives. We have Alicia Garza, the co-founder or co-creator, she says, of Black Lives Matter and founder of Black Futures Lab and all the dope work with Black to the Future. And finally, my other dad, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson.
She's aging you. She meant to say her brother.
No, he knows that's my dad. He said that online. I'm good. Who does all the things. He has a brand new job. They got his old title on here. I got cussed out for saying it the other day. But you are now at, where's his new job?
You do know the name.
No, I'm trying to get.
Michael Eric Dyson.
Vanderbilt. I didn't say I just said Dr. Dyson. Vanderbilt. That's it. But they put the wrong thing on here. I was getting to it. But he's got he's at 2 departments in Vanderbilt. He got all the things. They didn't give it to me right.
He got all the words for both them departments.
And all the books too. Anyway, so you guys,
help
y'all,
us.
fam. We're a little tight over here. We're feeling a little anxious. We feel triggered like 2016. So I want to go to Rakia first. And Rakia, you may not remember this, but I met you first, right on the other side of Hurricane Katrina, where you were leading the charge to ensure that people were clear in the press about the work that you were doing in coalition with so many other Black folks. And you have been quietly in some instances and other instances loud and proud, and it's so good, working on our behalf no matter what. In this moment where it feels like yet another hurricane is potentially hitting us.
If it was just a hurricane.
I just want to know, sis, what you think our next steps must be in really reimagining an America that really serves Black folks.
One, just thank you for that reminder, right? Because we need those reminders. So I appreciate you, sis, for reminding me of the work and how we met and how we, have come into this place together. I think that right now we have to do what we've always done as Black people. And that is to continue to understand and believe that we save ourselves, right? We've been saying that since before Katrina. We showed it during Katrina, right? And so what we have to do is to continue that message forward. And so when we saw, millions of people galvanized to the streets, millions of Black people across the nation galvanized to the streets this year, what we saw was not people moving towards moderation, right? We were moving towards transformation. We were moving in a way where we wanted to see something totally different. And that totally different doesn't stop at the voting ballot, at the box. It doesn't stop there. It doesn't stop at the polls. it only begins to be mobilized more at the polls so that we can exercise our true right to lead ourselves, to engage in what I call community-led governance, to engage in this process of moving from being governed to actually governing, to a place where we actually elect people who are delegates that represent our wishes and our goals and implement those things. And so, you know, we can talk more about that because we're doing it here. We're doing it here in Jackson, Mississippi, and we're doing it across the nation and helping other people engage in what we call people's assemblies and other ways of actually engaging in hyper-local, community-led governance.
Hyper-local.
Hyper-local. Yeah.
I love that.
Hyper-local. That's powerful. And we got a whole panel, and I'm just telling you, your words, Rakia, are already speaking to me, and I know these other panelists, and they're going to do the same. Just know that there are a lot of people out there right now who are feeling a little directionless and who have put a lot of their eggs in a very singular basket.
Yeah.
And right now, I just feel like this moment is calling for the kind of courage that we don't even know we have. Y'all have been walking this walk for a while. And so if you had to hearken back before you were the amazing free folk you are today. I got a shirt, I had it on there that it said free-ish. And she was like, get rid of the ish. I was like, nah, I still got bills. But because you guys have been in this work for so long, how do you help the rest of us just take the step? What does that look like? I'm gonna throw it first to you, Alicia.
Well, first of all, hi, I love y'all so much. Oh man, this is like exactly where I want to be on this night. And I also want to say, you know what? Yes, Rakia, you're absolutely right. We save ourselves. And I want us to spend tonight not feeling despair, honestly and truly. I want us to spend tonight looking soberly at the work that we've done. And I don't want us to spend the night doing the droning on of the CNN statistics, because you know what? Tomorrow it's going to look different. It's going to feel different. We're going to be surprised. And so really what I want us to be looking at right now is, did we leave it all on the field? And you know what? We did a really good job. A lot of us have been organizing every single day to make sure that our communities have the things we need. We did an amazing job in the middle of a pandemic. We did an amazing job on the brink of an economic recession, actually really an economic depression. And we motivated and mobilized millions of people who would not have otherwise been activated to not just vote, but people voted to make sure their voices were heard. They voted to make sure that we could get a step closer to the things that we needed. And frankly, I don't think anybody went to the polls this time thinking everything's going to be fine if I just vote. I think people were like, I'm voting to get some air. And so what I'm hopeful for in this moment is that what happens today, tomorrow, and the day after that is that people don't go back to sleep. Because one of the things that we saw tonight, and one of the things that we continue to see, right, is what happens when people engage and continue to engage. We've already seen what happens when we leave stuff on the table. We know other people come to eat the food that we cooked. Okay, right. We understand that already. We know white folks gonna do what white folks gonna do, but you know who showed up and turned out? Our folks. And so today I'm wearing for us our Avoiding Caucasity t-shirt, because I want us to avoid the caucasity and the audacity of thinking that these elections are the end all be all in our lives. With that being said, I do want to push us. I want to push us to look at this as an opportunity to analyze and assess our organizing. We are going to see who did what and for what reason over the next couple of weeks. And I want us to build that into our plans. If we are going to be assembling people who are not a monolith, right? What does it mean to actually build the kind of practical and functional unity that we can do together to actually govern our communities, while also continuing to push our communities to want better for ourselves, to do better for ourselves and each other, and by ourselves and each other. So I'm blessed by Rakia's beautiful words to us, because it is happening. And I just always am thinking about, we have to be able to govern our own communities And we also have to be able to project a new process for what it means to lead each other. And so that is the thing that I have my mind on right now. And frankly, I feel like we're going to get a lot of information over the next couple of weeks. And I'm actually looking forward to it, even though there are results that are going to be disappointing to me. What I also know, right, is that frankly, I worked my butt off this time to get a man elected that I wasn't feeling. Okay.
Yeah, you
So
did,
I'm
sis.
not under any
Really
illusion.
did. You really, really did. I know that we have Dr. Ibram Kendi also waiting to join. He is, of course, the best-selling author of How to Be an Anti-Racist. And we're going to go to him. But first, I got to go to Dr. Dad. Dr. Dyson, we have spent a lot of time this election cycle in particular talking about the significance of Black agendas. Of course, as we just referenced, Alicia wrote a great one after talking to 30,000 Black people all over the country.
Yes.
Isn't it time for the two parties who are the big parties in this country courting voters, particularly Black voters, to really answer to what our demands and our requirements are for survival, freedom, and liberation?
Well, absolutely. First of all, it's great to be here with such an august panel, younger folk, being a gray-haired old man, hanging out with you young Wunderkinds is a beautiful thing. You know,
you're gonna use a lot of words.
The thing is, Howard Thurman, the great African-American mystic, said, refuse the temptation to reduce your dreams to the event which is before you, right? So he said, either you can be a prisoner of the event or you can be a prisoner of hope. Because he said, our slave foreparents with the long rolls of cotton and the rawhide whip of the overseer cracking against our flesh, they imagined a future that was nearly impossible at the moment of conception. And yet we are the living, breathing manifestation of the investment of ancestors who could scarcely begin to conjure the phenomenal reality that we are. So I am not discouraged tonight. I am not in despair tonight, because what I know is this is a long road. This ain't no sprint. This is a marathon. We don't need Nipsey Hussle to remind us that the marathon continues. But it does mean that at every point we check in with each other to make sure we are diligent. As Ms. Garza just said, we got to make sure that we find out how serious we are. If you got a plan for Black America that you shown to both presidents, show it to me after the election is over. Show it to me now, after the consummation and climax of a ritual of political engagement that never had you or me in mind in the first place. Now is the time to step up. We always got a Black agenda. Black agendas in barbershops and beauty shops, as well as, you know, with the beautiful, brilliant folk you have on this panel. You know, whether it's Ibram Kendi or Sister Rakia or Sister Alicia, this is the reality that we have no dearth of insight, no dearth of imagination. Every Black folk I meet got self-published books. They say Negroes are illiterate. Every Black person I got a desire to get on and be something serious when they say we're nothing. So in other words, we have to ignore the Trumpism that will trumpet to us that we don't mean anything. And the thing we discovered in this election was not simply Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, it's us. We discovered that we mean more to us than we realize, and we were forced into a position to recognize the beauty, the value, and the worth of our humanity. Because Black Lives Matter has to mean something to us first. We have to check ourselves, our prejudice against trans people, our prejudice against gay people, or lesbian people, or poor people, or people who live out in the country, not in the city. We have to really discover who we are first. So the word I have is what the Negroes and the Black people and the Africans and the colored folks say, irregardless. Now that's belt and suspender, right? That's belt and suspender. Brother say, irregardless of what happens, I'm going to stand here. If Biden is in the White House, irregardless of his presence there, we've got to leverage the power, the intelligence, and the beauty of our Blackness to hold him and the vice president accountable. If Donald Trump is there, we know that we have to push as hard as we can against the vicious and the vitriolic expressions of white supremacy and a resurgent bigotry, but we also have to call ourselves to account and say we got to love each other more deeply, love each other more powerfully, love each other more tolerantly. And when we discover that, that will be a power that will set an agenda that will not only be for the president of the United States of America or for political realities, but an agenda for Black self-determination in the midst of a white supremacist culture that is fundamentally inimical and hostile to our being. When we do that, then, my brothers and sisters, we congregate, we constitute, and we create a cosmos of meaning that takes Blackness as its origin point. Now, let me end by saying this. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I know y'all jealous because y'all want to be from Detroit and y'all can't be from Detroit.
We good. I'm good.
What I learned in growing up in Detroit, before we had a Black mayor, before we had Black folk who were politically aligned with a particular party, we had Black people in the womb of Black expectation that was invisible to the dominant white supremacist world. And in the making of that invisibility, we created worldviews, we created possibilities.
Talk about
Aretha
it.
Franklin, the Temptations,
Talk
the
about
Four
it.
Tops. We created Stevie Wonder, Stephen Morris on the Block. We created music that Negroes had not even heard of in 1959 with Berry Gordy and Smokey Robinson. And then we unleashed that on the world. This is the moment of self-recreation and self-re-begetting, as Emerson said, to create a Black world that will save the larger world in which we exist. That's why, regardless, irregardless, I am hopeful.
All right.
Also created the Republic of New Africa, also created the whole movement around Black liberation and what that really means for us in terms of realizing our self-determination. So come through.
And drum, and all that, and Kenneth Cockrell, and your people, and all your people.
Boy, y'all are doing it. I needed that.
Yeah,
I don't know about
too.
you.
I did too.
All three of those that preceded our next speaker, a rattler man himself.
We striking.
And we strike again. Brother Dr. Ibram Kendi is with us. I am so proud of you. Michael Eric Dyson, man, you got him coming up. We called you daddy. I'm still gonna say brother because I think you're young enough. We could be siblings, Dr. Dad. But you're raising up a whole new generation of thinkers and innovators and creators and saviors after the comments that Dr. Michael Eric Dyson had to make. I'm feeling like we gotta all be more self-determinative, and that we're all gonna have to learn to practice much greater radical self-love for ourselves and for our specific community. How to be an anti-racist.
Yes.
Doc, tell me, how'd you start there? Where do you feel, where do you feel the gumption of being able to help educate the majority population on the fact that you just can't say, I'm not something, but how you go further to be anti what that thing is? Can you talk us through a little bit the titling, but really more than that, all that is working underneath that? Such an inspiring piece of work.
Well, I mean, let me just say, I'm just truly honored to be a part of this panel. And like Alicia said, there's nowhere I'd rather be than with each of you. And in many ways, I've realized that, I wrote that book, but in many ways, Donald Trump wrote the book for me. Because in many ways, for 4 years, at the same time, he was, splitting up families at the border. At the same time, he was saying Black people live in hell. At the same time, he was demeaning Latinx countries and certainly countries in Africa. At the same time, he was calling majority Black Baltimore a rat and rodent infested mess where no human being would want to live in. At the same time, he was demeaning Black woman journalist after Black woman journalist, he was also saying, I'm the least racist person there is anywhere in the world. He was also saying, I'm the least racist person you've ever interviewed. I'm the least racist person you've ever encountered. I'm the least racist person you've ever met. And then he had the audacity to tell everybody, when everybody was watching, I'm the least racist person in the room. And then he said it twice.
To
right?
a Black
and so,
moderator.
To a Black moderator, right? And I think what many white Americans saw was themselves. That indeed, when they were saying there was something lazy about Black people, when they were saying Black people were dangerous, when they were saying Black people should be getting killed by the police more, when they were saying, of course there's going to be a racial wealth gap because Black people won't save, and then we were challenging him as being racist, and then they were responding, no, I'm not racist. They were in a sense sounding just like Donald Trump. And so in many ways, they were mirroring sort of the very person that they were calling racist.
Yeah.
And so what that means is indeed this sort of denial that they saw in Trump, they saw in themselves. And I think in many ways, one of the things that I've been trying to communicate to them and to really all of us, that indeed that denial is at the heartbeat of racism itself. Slave traders, slaveholders, Jim Crow segregationists, lynchers, Jim Crow, I mean, you name the people, they denied that they were racist. And they blamed us, the victims of their brutality, for being the victims of their brutality, just as they are today. And so in many ways, we need to sort of think differently. We need to be differently. We need to be anti-racist. We have to be willing, particularly white folks, to confess and acknowledge and recognize and admit the ways in which their country is being racist, the way in which they're being racist, because how could they ever move to a different place conceptually? How can we even transform this country if people are swearing because one person got elected to one office in 2008 that suddenly the country is no longer racist?
Exactly. Dr. Kendi, that is such a great point. And I think that really we keep kind of finding ourselves in this perpetual reflection. Mm-hmm. And it's so hard given the weightiness of this moment. I know that Mark Kelly, it looks like that race was called in Arizona where he will win, but also, and Joe Biden would also, looks like Joe Biden is also taking Arizona, but there were still 6 Black people running in the United States Senate. And so when we talk about reimagining an America that serves Black people, tapping into our power, tapping into our real freedom, I want people who are still upset about the fact that this election is close at all, or that for some of the people that we know and love and know they could run circles around the folks they were competing against, that is triggering in and of itself. We have to give our friends at home, our family members at home, probably folks you're going to see and probably folks you're texting with tonight, just a call to action. Yeah. And I would love to, Rakia, start with you, and for all of you all to answer this, Andrew, if you don't mind, if you all could just give us a call to action. Where do we go from here? Yes. Starting as soon as we get ready to go to sleep tonight and tomorrow we wake up, what do we as Black America need to do? Rakia.
One of the things that we know has been at the forefront of our movement and of our lives this year has been around state violence in the form of police violence, in the form of a number of violences that are happening inside of prisons that we see happening across this nation, and violence is happening inside of our communities because of over-policing and because of a divestment of resources from our communities. And so what we do today, tonight, and tomorrow is that we actually re-engage in those conversations, in those movements, in those development of policies, and those pushing of policy, both on the federal level, as well as in our local levels, right? In our cities, in our states, and also in our neighborhoods. We began to look at how do we actually create the safety that we want to see? How do we really begin to create happy, healthy communities? And it's not hard, there are many examples. One thing that we can do immediately is folks can go to breatheact.org. Sign up and support the Breathe Act, breatheact.org. That's a piece of legislation that you can not only push for federally, but you can also, like they've done in Chicago, begin to implement it on a state level. And that's really around creating a new form of public safety that is not reliant on policing. The other thing that we can do is that we can really begin to engage and learn and participate in more transformative justice opportunities. You know, our dear sister and leader, Miriam Kaba, often talks about all of the ways that we can actually resolve conflict and prevent it from happening in the first place. How we can reimagine what it is to actually hold someone accountable and not just rely on a penal system that consistently punishes and harms our people and cause more trauma.
That's right.
And so those are some things that we can really begin to do.
That's
I have
right.
so much more because this is like my passion
I love it.
around dreaming like Harriet did.
Yeah, Alicia, if I can come to you, and I do want to I want to get to Dr. Dad and to Dr. Kendi as well, but Alicia, on the calls to action, next step starting tomorrow.
Okay, well, next step starting tomorrow. Number one, do what Rakia said, go to breatheact.org and sign up and learn about it and keep pushing it. We can still push it in cities and states across this nation and build the momentum for this to become our generation's Civil Rights Act. Number two, you can sign on to the Black Agenda 2020, and you can do that by going to blacktothefuture.org. And what we're doing is we're organizing people around how to design the kinds of rules in our communities that can address the challenges that we're facing. You can become a part of our Black to the Future Public Policy Institute, and we will help train you how to unrig the rules and write the kinds of rules that transform the dynamics in our communities. And again, you can do all of that by going to blacktothefuture.org.
Amazing.
Awesome. Thank you, sis.
And Dr. Dyson.
Yes, ma'am. I think the acronym RISE is important. R, reflect. Let's look at what just happened. Let's think critically about what occurred. Let's figure out the process by which we either achieve goals or fail to achieve them, right? Let's inspire each other. I mean, the beauty of us coming together is that we help inspire each other. You know, folk always say, I'm an old Baptist preacher. They say, you don't want to preach to the choir. Why not? The choir got to get its part together too. The sopranos can't sing like the altos. Altos can't be singing the bass part. Bass can't sing the baritone part. Yes, so preach to the choir and let the choir rehearse and let's inspire each other. I don't know about y'all, but when I'm getting a sermon together, I ain't worried about somebody saying amen. I'm eating while I'm cooking. I'm getting inspired while I'm writing what I say. If ain't but 4 people hear it, I know it's been great because it's been great in my soul. So we've got to understand the mechanics and the production of inspiration. Then S, we got to struggle. Now, this ain't easy. This ain't the simplest thing we can do. And everybody's got to play their part. You know, when people say, oh, what you've been doing out here, all you doing is writing books. Negro, if that's all I did, that would be enough.
That's right.
Because I done dropped some coals on this world. Because I put some serious intelligence inside them daggum books. If that's all I did, that would be great. But that ain't all I'm doing. I'm trying to write books. I'm trying to think critically about the world. I'm trying to write articles, preach sermons, give essays, raise up and inspire people who see what I do and listen to it. And I try to translate what I do into the real world. And then finally, E, I want to engage. And that means we got to love each other with empathy, with understanding. Yes, there are a lot of people I disagree with. Yes, there are a lot of people even within our Black circles who want to throw down on each other and hurt each other. And this is why, and I know I've been on panels with Sister Garza, and I always say, this is why I want to criticize cancel culture. It's not that I'm against holding people accountable, but dadgummit, everybody is a human being who messes up. So if we can figure a way not to cancel culture, but to engage each other with empathy and love, hold each other accountable, make sure that we are telling each other the right things to do and the right things to be. But to engage each other with empathy means at the end of the day, even if the person we don't want to win wins, we know that there's a larger battle to be fought. And if we engage each other with empathy, we can transform the circles in which we live, and it becomes a widening gyre of potential transformation in which we participate. If we do that, and end by saying Black love is always called for. If we love each other, that's the most radical force in this world. Black love has transformed this country, and it will continue to transform this country today.
That's so good. Dr. Kendi, from you, your calls to action or call to action.
Yeah, I would extend what Dr. Dyson stated, and in that I think that really the only thing wrong with with Black people is that we think something is wrong with Black people, and that we truly need to free ourselves of our anti-Blackness. And what that means is for us to realize there's nothing wrong with Black women. There's nothing wrong with Black transgender women. There's nothing wrong with Black poor people. There's nothing wrong with darker skinned Blacks or lighter skinned Blacks. There's nothing wrong with Black immigrants or African Americans, and on and on. And I think once we realize there's nothing wrong with us, then we realize what the true source of our pain, what the true source of our suffering, what the true source of the problem is, and that's racism and white supremacy. And then we as individuals decide, okay, what power do I have to give to this larger struggle? And then we take to the field.
Yeah. Well, we are going to take a quick break, but first, we're not going to do that without you all truly lifting us up, right, Andrew? They've been incredible.
I'm telling you.
Rakia, Dr. Dad, Dr. Kendi, we thank you all so very much.
That was powerful. We don't have the opportunity to reflect back how everybody is feeling right now in this moment, but if the emotions that are right now running through the two of us, and we ain't talked about it, but I feel it.
Yeah.
I, for one, needed a reminder that tomorrow's another day.
That's right.
And we just have to keep working.
That's right.
And I'm gonna have to say that to myself a couple times tonight, because I'm fearing we're gonna see things that are gonna cause me to come undone, and many of us to come undone. Conversations that are gonna have to be, we just don't know. Yeah. But regardless of what that is, I'm reminded from the comments from all of our speakers that is an election, an event, an occasion. We got a whole life. Yeah. We're changing whole communities. We're pouring into whole humans that will one day result in something else. I just can't thank y'all enough for it. I didn't know that this is what this was going to be, but it was what exactly it was supposed to be. And I thank y'all for participating and for your great work.
We love you all so much. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Who needs a little love today? Who needs some love sent their way? Who needs love? Who needs love? Who needs a little love today? Who needs some love sent their way? Who needs love? Who needs love?
Hey, well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
We knew that we could not go in dictating the outcome of this election.
That's right.
Andrew. We knew 2016 was an upset.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not there yet in 2020, but what is upsetting, and I think that it's fine for us to be in our truth here, or our truths to the extent that they're divergent, it's unsettling that there are states that are too close to call.
Or you're like mine, that is practically done, but I'll wait for the official,
And that too. And it's unsettling that, whether it's a Senate race, where they're spending millions of dollars, and you know that you can help in some ways, but maybe outreach wasn't made, not just to you, but to so many other folks who are similarly situated.
Right.
For those of us who are in our frustration, what do you think, and I'm asking you this because—
I was about to say, you don't mean for me to give an answer.
No, I do, because Andrew, on the other side of you having been in elected office, you are a tremendous organizer. You're someone who knows people very well. You know how to relate to folks of all walks of life, young, old, gay, straight, everything in between, student, traditional college student, non-traditional college student, all of it runs the gamut. What I think is important is understanding how we begin to heal so that we can unite, so that we can move forward.
Yeah.
And I think it's okay for you to be like—
Well, I'm going to tell you off jump, off rip, off back. One, I'm honored to have been able to spend this evening with you, and I'm even more overjoyed that so much of the content of tonight's conversation, the rich
So good.
Oh my gosh, the rich comments that have come to us from all these people out in the field, in the world, who are doing incredible things. If I was home watching, God knows. I mean, God knows. So this is the right place. And for those of you who have been with us, I hope you've also found it to be the right place to expand, to learn, to grow, to ask some questions. Having gone through my own personal, very personal loss and my own race where I gave everything that I had, I left it on the field. If I had it in me, it came out of me. I wasn't prepared for loss. And that absence of preparation for loss, aided by my inability to grieve, caused me to spiral. And so I guess the first piece of advice is, to the extent that you have poured yourself, your emotions, your heartache over the last 4 years, or whatever it may have been, into the outcomes, the electoral outcomes of tonight, and you didn't get it the way you wanted it, then allow yourself the process to grieve, whatever that is. Don't think you Superman, Superwoman. I will not be putting on a cape in the morning. I can't save anybody right now, because my first priority is going to be my own mental health and stability, so that I can then stand in the gap for the people around me whom I love, so that when they fall, I can be there to help them up. And that cycle will continue, outward, outward, outward. So grieve, take care of you first, and then that nuclear circle around you, so that we can keep hardening each other. Because if I got nothing else from our panel just now, it was a really important reminder that the work is long.
Yeah.
Who am I to sit here emotional right now? And I am very emotional. But who am I to sit here in this moment with that and not think about my ancestors?
Yeah.
When freedom was supposed to come, and it did. And then it didn't come for grandmama's grandbaby. And now here we are in this moment where we do have the luxuries that we get to enjoy. We got health, we got strength, we have breath in our bodies and the ability to get up tomorrow prayerfully and get on about our work. Who are we not to have setbacks along the way?
Yeah.
And that with those setbacks, not to allow them to destroy us, but to allow, in that moment where the learning is, to then retool and get back to work.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the work all the way looks like. I'm just speaking me. And I don't know what the work all the way looks like for you. We're all going to have to spend some time in this space trying to figure that out, because this is hard work.
Yeah.
Where I find solace in this moment is that we're not the first to do it.
Exactly.
And that those who came before us and did it survived it long enough so that you and I can sit right here where we sit, say whatever is on our chest, and keep it moving.
Yeah. And it's so interesting, because part of my frustration, I don't think that the presidential race is over yet, but my frustration is that we have to wait to see how Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and I know earlier I cited Arizona. Arizona is not called yet.
Yeah.
So we have to wait to see states with, significant populations of people of color, how they perform. And I think that, yes, it is a privilege for me to be able to sit here in my frustration on camera, to be able to express myself.
Yeah.
But I also think that we have to take these positions of privilege that we have, even if it's a small bit, and extend that platform to other folks.
For sure.
I know that we've done that tonight, and I'm proud of that. I'm so grateful to the people who spent time with us this evening.
Yeah.
Even in the rough patches.
Yeah, rough early patches.
But we had so many robust conversations while folks on networks are guessing what's going to happen. And the truth is, Andrew, we don't know.
We don't know.
For both of us who sometimes can lean into our control, that's frustrating and maddening, especially when it's about electing a fascist. But there are so many other things on the ballot tonight. And I think if we could walk away with anything, one of the things that I would say is that it's so important for us to be full participants in the political process.
Totally.
If you're putting your money into it, you should be watching how your money is spent. You're paying these elected officials whether you engage with them or not. And I think that is the most important thing, that we never stop engaging. I know that our folks are tired.
Yeah.
Our folks are some of the hardest working in this pandemic, essential workers.
Totally.
They don't want to take on another job, especially because you got to teach your kids at home now too.
That's right.
But we kind of have to.
Yeah, yeah. The beauty of humanity, I was going to say people, but humanity is that we are resilient and we do adjust. And America has had bad presidents before. America has had racist presidents before. Maybe not, how do you say, I know the word vainglorious, which means you love being vain. I don't know what the word is for you love being racist, but whatever that is. This
pro-racist.
Is, okay, pro-racist.
Extra racist.
And you loving every minute of it.
Yeah.
So there's that. But we've seen that before. My prayer is that the systems that have been built will be strong enough not to withstand just one, but if you have multiple failures in that system. I haven't given up on the presidential race either. I, to be quite honest, I haven't really paid enough attention to what states have done whatever. I saw my home state. I saw the state that I came within striking distance of being governor of. And I saw a wholesale rejection. More people choosing a racist than what was reasonable. And that's what I'm mad at. I'm telling you right now, I don't know how the rest of these states are going to pan out. I will pay attention to it a little bit more tomorrow, but and maybe tonight, I don't know. But I know what happened, what it looks like is happening in my state, and that's what I'm so angry about. And so if you're someplace where you are, I think, as frustrated and maybe a little bit angry and maybe a little bit confused that we're still in a place where we are literally splitting the coin between lovers and haters, people who love their neighbors and those who hate, and we're dead set in the center.
That's right.
We've got to figure out how we bring some more folks to our side. And I'm going to have to practice what Dr. Dyson said. He said we have to love radically.
Yeah.
It's going to be real hard right now to love radically. But we're going to have to get in touch with that, because as our as I mentioned earlier about my therapist who said...
It's our therapist. He's fine.
Okay, we share a therapist. Not at the same time, but we found someone to work with us, on us, and help us discover our own love for ourselves. I'm really trying to make sure that in my reactions, political, personal, and otherwise, that I've dealt with my stuff enough that the adult version of myself is responding and not the wounded child.
Right.
There's a wounded child that still exists that is feeling judged, rejected, not loved. I'm feeling that.
Yeah.
And I probably will always feel those kinds of things. What will be better, Angela, and you'll get this, is that my ability to recover will be much quicker.
Yeah.
Back on our feet, and let's get to work. So for those who will feel frustration, and you will. For those who need to grieve whatever that loss is that you feel. Don't try to hide it, because it will come out.
That's right.
And then the goal is whatever those things that pull you in that destructive direction that leaves you hopeless and in shame, that your ability to dismiss it and recover from it will be a lot quicker, that you can get back to the work. It ain't gonna be easy, but let's get back to the work.
Let's definitely get back to the work. We have to take this moment to just thank our partners, everybody who streamed. We so appreciate it. All of you at home, thank you so much for watching. A special thank you to BET.com, our digital partner tonight, for the segments with Mark Lamont Hill, our good brother. All of our panelists, all of the words, spiritually, what we need to do tomorrow, that activism and organizing work. For everyone who saw some progress tonight. We are with you. For those of you who saw setbacks, we also are with you.
That's right.
And know that the work continues. Nipsey Hussle said it best, and so did Dr. Dyson. The marathon continues. Let's keep the conversation going.
That's right.
Using hashtag Black America Votes 2020. As I say at the end of all of my speeches, all power to the people. I'm going to defer to my brother to close us out for this last minute.
Look, I don't have prophetic words in this moment. All I can say is I am loving on the people who are also loving back on me. I am working very hard to operate at the vibrational frequency where every sound cannot reach my voice or my ear. And what that means for me is all those haters, because I get trolled by them. You know, you get trolled by them too. The people who want to remind you of your worst day because they're so miserable and they haven't begun to address their stuff.
Yeah.
Politics can be that way. I know I get mad in politics sometimes. But the truth is that tomorrow, God willing, I will have breath in my body and we'll go through the grieving and then we'll get back to work. And so all I know, y'all, is what I know. My mama was a school bus driver. My daddy was a construction worker. They're the two hardest working people I know in my life. And they gave us a work ethic. And I'm going to put it to work in this case in trying to build the kind of society that I want my children to inherit. And I hope you'll do the same.
We thank you all so much. Thank you, good brother. This
Love
was
you, sister.
a joy to spend this time with you.
Love you.
Thank you. Love y'all.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you for joining us for Election Night coverage with Andrew Gillum and Angela Rye for Black America Votes 2020.